Chapter 3705. Duan Lingtian, do you know how many people in the sect view Wu Yan as their dream lover? She's the #1 beauty in the inner sect, but it seems like she's worthless to you? Wu Feng was speechless. Senior brother Wu Feng, I'm already married. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, in this world where the strong are respected, how many powerful men don't have multiple wives and concubines? It's not just us men who agree with this. Even the women agree with this, Wu Feng said. Wu Feng said, in this world, there are even some powerful women who have a bunch of male pets at the same time. I can only say that everyone has their own way of living. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Forget it. Since you don't want me to say it, I won't say it. Wu Feng shook his head. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind, it would be better to make Tang Wuyan give up instead of giving her hope. Duan Lingtian's words made sense. Senior brother Wu Feng, how did the four of you discover the divine treasure that was suspected to be left behind by the God Emperor? Duan Lingtian changed the topic as they continued to travel with Wu Feng. To be precise, it wasn't the four of us. Wu Feng shook his head. It wasn't the four of us? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Didn't you say it was the four of you? Moreover, the 4 keys to open the divine treasure were in the hands of the 4 of you. I only said that the 4 of us who were left had the 4 keys to the divine treasure. Wu Feng's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice. There were more than 10 of us who discovered the divine treasure. However, everyone wanted a share of the loot, so a chaotic battle broke out. In the end, only the 4 of us survived. As for the divine treasure, only 8 people could enter at most. Those who were eliminated by us were basically gods. Only 2 of us were god kings. However, they were lesser god kings who had just broken through to the god king realm. Thus, after the 4 of us obtained the 4 keys to open the divine treasures, we agreed that we would each find one more person to enter the divine treasures of the God Emperor. Furthermore, the cultivation of the person we found was not allowed to be above the level of a middle divine king. The 4 of us are also lower godly kings. After listening to Wu Feng's explanation, Duan Lingtian roughly understood the situation. As for how I found the God Emperor's divine treasure, it was a complete coincidence. Wu Feng's eyes flashed with a look of reminiscence. All of us actually accepted a mission to kill a divine king-level demonic beast in Heaven Bell City. After that, we formed a temporary team and headed to the destination to kill the demonic beast. Among us, there are a total of 6 lesser deity kings, and the rest are higher deities. There are a total of 14 of us. After the mission was completed, while we were collecting the spoils of war, one of us accidentally bumped into the stone wall next to us. Immediately, the stone wall shattered, revealing a cave that led to the mountainside. After we entered the cave, we continued forward. Not long after, we saw a void door that led to a small independent plane. After that, we saw a divine residence in that plane. That was a standard divine treasure and divine residence. One could only enter through the main door. At that time, there were 4 keys stuck in the main door. The 4 of us, the strongest lower godly kings, acted immediately and obtained the 4 keys. After that, the remaining people naturally wanted to get a share of the loot, so they all went forward to reason with us. When we discovered that there was a stone tablet at the side of the main door of the divine residence that stated that only 8 people were allowed to enter, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became strange. After that, the other 3 lower godly kings who obtained the keys conversed with me for a while. After that, we came to a consensus to kill the others. After all, those people had nothing to do with us. They were all teammates that we found at the last minute. Moreover, even if we were willing to let them enter together to get a share of the loot, they could not bring so many people with them. If some of them did not die, they would definitely spread the news because they were unwilling to accept it. Thus, the 4 of us joined hands and killed the others, monopolizing the right to enter that divine residence. After that, the 4 of us each swore a hard demon blood oath that we would only tell the information about the divine residence to a person with a cultivation level lower than that of a middle godly king. We would only bring that person here. After that, we separated. As Wu Feng continued to speak, Duan Lingtian basically understood the ins and outs of the matter. So it turned out that the suspected divine residence of a god emperor was discovered in this manner. Why do you say that it's suspected to be a divine residence of a god emperor? You haven't confirmed it yet? Duan Lingtian asked. Suspected was just a suspicion. It was not necessarily true. No. Wu Feng shook his head. We haven't even entered, so how can we confirm that it's a divine residence left behind by a god emperor? However, there was a disciple of the 10,000 demon sect among us who once saw records of divine residences and divine treasures in an ancient memory jade slip. According to him, the divine residence that we encountered based on the shape and patterns on the main door, as well as the feedback from his divine sense when he came in contact with the divine residence, that divine residence was suspected to have been left behind by an expert above the god emperor level. Of course, that's not necessarily true. After all, as a lower godly king, even when facing a divine residence left behind by an existence above the god emperor level, after his divine sense came in contact with it, he would still receive a powerful feedback. At this point, Wu Feng paused for a moment before continuing. If it's only a divine residence left behind by a god emperor, it depends on whether that god emperor was a lower godly king, a middle godly king, or a high godly king. Generally speaking, the lower the cultivation of a god emperor, the less valuable the divine residence left behind. However, generally speaking, it's better to have something than nothing. Therefore, we agreed on a time when we would each bring a companion below the middle godly king level into the divine residence to explore. Perhaps we would be able to obtain some opportunities or fortuitous encounters. Wu Feng's eyes flashed with a somewhat hopeful light. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded, the anticipation in his heart increasing. Along the way, Wu Feng continued to chat with Duan Lingtian. However, they did not talk about their next destination. He was curious about Duan Lingtian's origin. Where did he come from? How could he possess such shocking innate talent and comprehension ability? Junior brother Duan, you're from a Devata realm? When Wu Feng learned that Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm, naturally, he was shocked. His reaction was much worse than Murong Sui Feng, the former president of the Hidden Fog Academy in Heavenly Wind City. He stared at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Heavens! Junior brother Duan, your innate talent and comprehension ability are top-notch even in the realms of gods. I can't imagine how heaven-defying you are in the Devata realms. Although Wu Feng had never been to the Devata realms, he had heard of them. In fact, the creator of the Mystic Handle Land, a supreme powerhouse, was from the Devata realms. However, not everyone in the Devata realms could become a supreme powerhouse and create their own realms of gods. Most of the people in the Devata realms were mediocre and could not even compare to the natives of the Divine Offering Land. Wu Feng had met people from the Devata realms before. According to him, those people were considered rare geniuses in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods, those so-called geniuses from the Devata realms could only be considered mediocre. Senior brother Wu Feng, you flatter me. I was just lucky and had some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian replied humbly. Junior brother Duan, there's no need to be so humble. I'm not a fool. I know it's rare for a genius like you to come from the Devata realms. Wu Feng did not comment on Duan Lingtian's humility. However, since you're from the Devata realms, it means you don't have the bloodline power in your body. You should know that all natives of the realms of gods have a chance to awaken the bloodline power in their bodies before they reach the age of 10,000. Only those who have not awakened the bloodline power in their bodies after they reach the age of 10,000 can be sure they won't be able to awaken the bloodline power in their bodies for the rest of their lives. Wu Feng explained. Senior brother Wu Feng, have you awakened the bloodline power in your body? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. After coming to the Mystic Handle Land, Duan Lingtian had seen the bloodline power before. For example, during his battle with Ding Yen at the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City, Ding Yen had displayed the bloodline power in his body. Moreover, it was a very domineering bloodline power called the Berserk bloodline. The Berserk bloodline could greatly increase one's strength in a short period of time. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also knew that even if people in the realms of gods managed to awaken the bloodline power in their bodies, it might not necessarily be useful. Some bloodline powers were useless in actual combat, and could only be used as support in daily life. For example, some people's bloodline powers could help a tired person recover their strength and feel refreshed. Similarly, some people's bloodline powers could help them refine pills and forge weapons. Nope. Wu Feng shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Then, he sighed. It's not that easy to awaken the bloodline power. Moreover, my clan isn't even a god-king force. I'm the first god-king in my clan's history. In the realms of gods, the weaker the background of a clan, the thinner the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. It's difficult for someone to awaken the bloodline power in their clan. As for those Emperor God-level clans, as long as they are direct descendants, they will be able to activate their bloodline power. Moreover, they will be able to activate their bloodline power before they are 1,000 years old. Occasionally, there will be those who are less talented, but they will be able to activate their bloodline power before they are 10,000 years old. Sometimes, I really feel that reincarnation is a skill. Wu Feng's words reminded Duan Lingtian of the situation on Earth in his previous life. Was it not the same? Some people were born ordinary. Their parents were ordinary people. They had to rely on themselves to make a living. On the other hand, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths and lived a life of luxury. In Duan Lingtian's memory, there was once a young man in his early 20s who had inherited tens of billions of assets from his parents before he even graduated from university. When the news of his reincarnation was exposed, it became a hot topic on various platforms. Duan Lingtian also remembered that he could not help but pick up his phone and leave a comment on a certain platform. This reincarnation is amazing. There's no way we can reincarnate again. All we can do now is work hard and strive to give our children the best so that others will be envious of them. Duan Lingtian smiled. Chapter 3706. Children? Wu Feng smiled awkwardly. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Feng in surprise when he saw this. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't tell me you're still single? Wu Feng's age, even if he intentionally revealed himself to be 200 years older than his real age, was only older than him. This was something that he could still confirm. Wu Feng might even be close to 10,000 years old. How could he still be single at such an old age? Isn't that normal? Wu Feng retorted. A man's ambition is 1,000 miles. It's normal for him not to have a family before he achieves a certain level of success. Let's not talk about others. Take me as an example. I'm just waiting. When I become an intersect deacon from an intersect elder, I'll consider starting a family. I've said the same thing to my parents as well. When he mentioned his parents, a gentle expression appeared in Wu Feng's eyes. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't you plan to return to your clan and lead it to become a god-king clan? Even with your current strength, it's enough. Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, even if Wu Feng returned to his clan, as long as he was around, the Wu clan would still be a god-king clan worthy of being called a god-king clan. The entire clan would be able to obtain abundant cultivation resources. For example, the god-king clans he had come into contact with before were all giants of a city. There were even some god-king clans that ruled over a small city. I've discussed this with my father before. However, my father said that our Wu clan's foundation is too shallow. Even if we become a god-king clan under my leadership, our foundation is still unstable. It's meaningless, Wu Feng said with a sigh. Wu Feng sighed and said, That's why my father told me to focus on cultivation. If I have the opportunity to become a god-king, I'll consider leading my clan to become a god-king clan. Because once I become a god-king, I'll be able to easily recruit a large number of god-king followers. At that time, the clan's foundation will be stable. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he heard Wu Feng's words. Well, I'm too narrow-minded. I'm not as thorough as Uncle. A clan can't be supported by a single person. If a godly king-ranked clan only had one godly king, if something happened to that god king, it would be a good thing for the entire clan to return to its original state. What they feared the most was being exterminated by other God King level clans, because the wealth of a former God King level clan was enough to tempt other God King level clans. For example, Duan Lingtian had previously interacted with a few God Kings in Wind City, the Zhong family. Even if one or two God Kings met with an accident, it would not affect the entire Zhong family. In short, it's not that easy to pull up a God King level faction. Wu Feng smiled. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng chatted for a while before continuing on their journey. Along the way, they encountered several groups of bandits. However, after Wu Feng displayed his strength as a God King, those bandits retreated. That was because the leaders of these few batches of bandits were only lesser divine kings. Although there were many of them, once they started fighting, they would be the ones to suffer. And most importantly, the other party was an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. If they killed him, they would have to face the wrath of the Hidden Fog sect. Even if they were bandits and didn't fear the Hidden Fog sect, they wouldn't be able to continue making a living in the surrounding areas. After considering all sorts of things, they weren't willing to fight Wu Feng. As for Wu Feng, he didn't want to waste time with them. Moreover, the other party also had God Kings. Moreover, they could summon other God Kings at any time. They posed a certain threat to him. The opening of the divine treasury was imminent. He didn't want to enter with injuries. Thus, he was able to coexist peacefully with the bandits he encountered along the way. Junior apprentice Brother Duan, the nearby areas are fine, but if we continue heading west and approach that God Emperor level sect, the bandits we encounter won't be so simple. In fact, there are quite a few God Kings and High God Kings. And the leader of those bandits is often a God Emperor. Moreover, there might be more than one God Emperor. After sending away the last group of bandits, Wu Feng spoke to Duan Lingtian with a dignified expression. After Duan Lingtian spoke of his background, Wu Feng had regarded Duan Lingtian as a complete and utter hothead. In addition, he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian, so he kindly warned Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he was aware of this. Otherwise, he would have rushed to the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect by himself. There was no need for him to enter a God Emperor level sect like the Hidden Fog sect. The reason he entered the Hidden Fog sect was because he wanted to rely on the protection of the Hidden Fog sect to approach that God Emperor level sect and even enter it. The next several days were calm and peaceful. Whoosh! A loud and clear sound of something breaking through the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng looked in another direction. There was a ship heading in the same direction as them. It did not take long for it to reach them. On the side of the ship, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy: Thousand Devil Sect. The Thousand Devil Sect's divine artifact flying ship? After arriving in the realm of gods, Duan Lingtian learned that similar to the flying shuttles, celestial shuttles, and celestial shuttles in the mundane realms and Devata realms, the realm of gods also had divine artifact flying ships. Unlike the flying ships on Earth in his previous life, the divine artifact flying ship in the realm of gods was indeed a ship. However, this ship did not swim on water. Instead, it flew in the sky. Divine artifact flying ships were different from ordinary divine artifacts. Ordinary divine artifacts were divided into primitive divine artifacts, mediocre divine artifacts, and prominent divine artifacts. However, divine artifact flying ships were not divided like this. Divine artifact flying ships were divided into God-grade flying ships, God King flying ships, God Emperor flying ships, God Emperor flying ships, and even God Venerable's flying ships. If a God-grade flying ship was supplied with enough divine stones, it could travel at the maximum speed of a high-rank God Emperor flying ship. On the other hand, a God King flying ship could travel at the maximum speed of a high-rank God King flying ship. It was the same for God Emperor flying ships, God Emperor flying ships, and God Venerable's flying ships. Naturally, the higher the grade of the divine artifact flying ship, the more divine stones it would consume. The speed of the divine artifact flying ship was comparable to a low-rank God King flying ship. To maintain this speed, it would consume at least 50 divine stones a day. If it traveled at the speed of a high-rank God-King flying ship, it would consume at least 200 divine stones a day. If it traveled at the speed of a high-rank God-King flying ship, it would consume 500 divine stones. It would only take a day. When Duan Lingtian found out about all this, he was shocked as well. This divine artifact flying ship was simply something that burned money, a waste of money. Naturally, it was not easy to obtain a divine artifact flying ship because the crafting process was extremely complicated. Even God King forces did not have one. Only God Emperor forces would have a few divine artifact flying ships. Whoosh! When the God King grade divine artifact flying ship approached Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, it suddenly slowed down and flew toward them. Both of them were on high alert. Haha! Wu Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here. Along with a burst of laughter, a tall young man in brocade clothes with a jade-like face flew out of the spaceship. Behind him was a middle-aged man in gray robes. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes were unfocused as though he was ignoring everything around him. Duyan? Wu Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the young man in brocade robes leading the group. He looked at him deeply. It seems like you're not an ordinary inner sect disciple of the Thousand Demon sect as you said. To be able to travel in a divine artifact flying ship of the Thousand Demon sect, your status in the Thousand Demon sect must be quite high, right? Du Yan. I'm afraid that's not your real name, right? Du Yan. This was the name that Wu Feng knew of. Naturally, Wu Feng had never heard of this name before. However, he did not think too much about it in the past because there were so many inner sect disciples in the Thousand Demon sect. It was impossible for him to know every single one of them. The only ones he had heard of were some of the more famous inner sect disciples and core disciples in the Thousand Demon sect. Is this important? Dian asked with a smile. In any case, I swore a heart demon blood oath in front of you. It's impossible for me to tell anyone about the divine treasure other than someone with a cultivation base lower than a middle god king. No matter how high my status is, it won't affect you or them at all, Du Yan said. Moreover, Wu Yishan might not be your real name, right? When Du Yan asked this, his gaze turned deep as he looked at Wu Feng. Wu Yishan. It was the pseudonym that Wu Feng used in front of Duan Lingtian and the others who discovered the divine treasure together with him. Wu Feng had told Duan Lingtian about this beforehand. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard this. This person beside you is the person you found to enter the divine treasure together with? Seeing that Wu Feng was ignoring him, Dian was not angry. His gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. After sizing him up for a while, he swept out his divine consciousness and shrouded Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian sensed it, Wu Feng shouted, Dian, are you looking for trouble? Calm down. Dian withdrew his divine consciousness with a smile. I just extended my divine consciousness subconsciously. I mean no harm. But, Wu Yishan, can't you find a lower god king companion? Why did you find a higher god? If you follow a higher god into the divine treasure, you might have to take care of him. If you had told me that you were so unpopular that you don't even have a lower god king friend, I could have introduced you. In the Thousand Demon sect, there are many lower god kings who are on good terms with me. Although Du Yan said that he was thinking for Wu Feng's sake, the bright smile on his face completely betrayed him. To him, the weaker Wu Feng's companions were, the better. That way, even if they discovered some treasure in the divine treasure together, they would not be able to snatch it from him. You don't have to worry about that, Wu Feng said indifferently. At the same time, he glanced at the middle-aged man behind Dian. However, the middle-aged man's eyes were unfocused, and he did not even look back at him. Since we've met, why don't you, Wu Yishan, and this person beside you take my flying ship? Dian was clearly in a good mood as he invited Wu Feng enthusiastically. Chapter 3707. Wu Feng stared deeply at Dian's invitation. That's fine. However, I don't think my friend and I will bear the cost of the divine stones you need to build your flying ship, right? As far as I know, This godly king-grade spaceship will cost 50 divine stones a day even if it travels at the speed of a lower godly king. Dian was stunned when he heard what Wu Feng said. Then, he laughed and said, Wu Yishan, why didn't I notice that you have such a humorous side to you? What kind of person do you think I am? I can even take out a godly king-grade spaceship. Do you think I lack divine stones? If not for the lack of time, I would have driven this godly king-grade spaceship to the divine treasure at the speed of a higher godly king. A godly king-grade spaceship would cost 500 divine stones a day if it traveled at the speed of a higher godly king. Because of this, Dian's words could be said to be rich and overbearing. Thank you very much. Wu Feng smiled faintly and called out to Duan Lingtian. The two of them followed Dian and the middle-aged man behind him into the spaceship. The spaceship was very spacious. It could easily accommodate dozens of people. If they were to stand and squeeze, it could accommodate hundreds of people. Now, there were only 4 people, including Duan Lingtian, so the spaceship was very spacious. After Du Yan brought the middle-aged man into the spaceship, he activated the spaceship. At the same time, in the void of the spaceship, 4 images appeared. It was obvious that they were formed by an array. They showed the surroundings of the spaceship. Under such circumstances, even if they were in the spaceship, they could clearly see the scenery outside. Wu Yishan, after I went back, I checked other memory jade slips about the divine mansion and divine treasure. When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng sat down cross-legged on one side of the spaceship, Dian, who was also sitting cross-legged not far away, looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, Now I can confirm that the divine mansion and divine treasure was left behind by an emperor god expert. However, I can't confirm which cultivation level the emperor god expert was at. Wu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Du Yan's words. Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged at the side. When he heard Du Yan's words, he guessed that the 10,000 demon sect disciple that Wu Feng had mentioned earlier, who had guessed that the divine dwelling divine treasure was left behind by a divine emperor expert, was none other than Du Yan. However, even if it's a divine dwelling or divine treasure left behind by a lesser god emperor, it's still a heaven-shaking opportunity for us. Du Yan's eyes suddenly surged with an incomparable burning heat. Even the 1,000 demon sect behind him was only a divine emperor sect. It had never produced a divine emperor sect. But now, he was about to enter the divine palace divine treasure left behind by a divine lord powerhouse. That was a place that anyone in the 10,000 devil sect, including the sect master and the supreme elder, could squeeze their heads to enter. Wu Yishan, you and I shouldn't have made the decision to swear the heart demon blood oath with the 3 of them. With our strength, even if we were unwilling to swear the heart demon blood oath, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to do anything to us. When Du Yan spoke of this matter, he seemed to feel that it was a pity. If we could share this news with our elders, we would definitely be able to obtain more benefits in the divine treasure. With our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the divine treasure, Du Yan said. Wu Yishan nodded. However, Wu Feng did not comment on Du Yan's regretful words. I know what you're thinking, but do you think that if we don't agree, they will be willing to make an agreement with us to open the divine dwelling and divine treasury together? At that time, the 3 of them were obviously in a group. They couldn't do anything to us, and we couldn't take the other 3 keys from them. Under such circumstances, didn't we still have to compromise? When Wu Feng said this, Dian immediately fell silent. After a while, he spoke again. Among the 3 of them, I'm actually most afraid of that guy who looks like a dog. If it wasn't for him, we could have taken advantage of the loophole in the first heart demon blood oath. It's a pity that after that guy pointed out the loophole in the heart demon blood oath, we could only swear another heart demon blood oath. A hint of fear flashed in Du Yan's eyes. He was afraid of one of the 3 people. When we accepted the mission together, he was the one who commanded us throughout the entire process. His commands were also acknowledged by us. That's why we were able to complete the mission so easily. At that time, we could actually feel that he was not ordinary. He might not be as strong as us in a one-on-one battle, but when it comes to brains, it's very difficult for us to win against him. When Du Yan mentioned that person, a hint of fear appeared in Wu Feng's eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting next to Wu Feng, had a confused expression on his face. He had no idea what the two of them were talking about. Junior brother Duan. As though he sensed Duan Lingtian's confusion, Wu Feng said to him in a timely manner, "Actually, at that time, we only swore a heart demon blood oath. It's what I told you earlier. We can only tell a person with a cultivation base below the intermediate god level about the discovery of the divine palace divine treasure. Moreover, we can only bring that person here." "Okay." Duan Lingtian nodded. He had heard Wu Feng mention this before. "However, at that time, one of the five of us pointed out a loophole in the heart demon blood oath. He said that if we wanted to supplement the heart demon blood oath, we had to make the companion who entered the divine treasure with us swear a heart demon blood oath as well. He said that he would not tell anyone what he heard next." Initially, Duan Lingtian did not think much of the heart demon blood oath. However, as Wu Feng spoke, his thoughts suddenly became clear. Of course, he also knew that this was because he was not the person involved. Therefore, he did not think too deeply about it. Otherwise, he would also have discovered this loophole in the heart demon blood oath. For example, with the heart demon blood oath at the beginning, even if Wu Feng swore that he would only tell Duan Lingtian about the discovery of the divine treasure and not tell anyone else, Duan Lingtian would still be able to spread the news. As long as it was not Wu Feng who spread the news, it would not be considered a violation of the heart demon blood oath. That person had pointed out the loophole in the heart demon blood oath and asked Wu Feng and the others to supplement the heart demon blood oath. Under such circumstances, when the appointed day arrived, there would be at most 10 people who knew about the location of the divine treasure, and those who entered the divine treasure. The heart demon blood oath was a deterrent in all realms of gods. It was impossible for anyone to violate it. Wu Yishan. Du Yan glanced at Wu Feng before he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Wu Feng. "Initially, before I met you and went out to greet you, I was wondering if we could work together in the Divine Emperor's divine treasure to obtain the greatest benefit. However, I've dismissed that thought now. This is because the companion you've found to enter the divine treasure with is too weak. He's only a greater deity. After we enter the divine treasure, I advise you not to leave his side so easily. Otherwise, the other 6 people might find an opportunity to kill him. After all, one less person to fight for the treasures in the divine treasure is the dream of everyone who enters the divine treasure." A mocking smile appeared on Du Yan's face when he reached the end of his sentence. "You want to work with me, but I might not be willing to." Wu Feng was not affected by Du Yan's words at all. He glanced at Du Yan indifferently. "Du Yan, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Perhaps I might have considered it in the past. But now, it's impossible for me to be willing. After all, your identity isn't simple. I don't want to ask a tiger for its skin." As Wu Feng spoke, he glanced at the God King grade flying ship beneath him. Du Yan was stunned when he saw Wu Feng's gaze. Then, he laughed heartily. "Wu Yishan, it seems like you really think my status in the Myriad Demon sect is high. Let me tell you the truth. I borrowed this God King grade flying ship from a senior brother of mine to play with for a while. That senior brother of mine is the proud son of heaven of the Myriad Demon sect. I'm sure you've heard of him. He's Yang Qianye," Du Yan said. "Yang Qianye?" As for Wu Feng, when he mentioned Du Yan's name, his pupils had already rapidly contracted. Duan Lingtian revealed a surprised expression as well. This was because he had heard of this name in the Hidden Fog sect. He had heard several Hidden Fog sect intersect disciples talking about the Myriad Demon sect's Yang Qianye. Yang Qianye was the son of the Myriad Demon sect's sovereign. He was also the proud son of heaven of the Myriad Demon sect. He was the #1 core disciple of the Myriad Demon sect. He wasn't even 10,000 years old, but he was already an upper god king. Looking at the current generation of the Myriad Demon sect, including the core elders, there were very few that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. It was said that several of the strongest God Emperor level influences in Tungling province had already thrown out olive branches to him. Yang Qianye was an even more outstanding character than the hidden fog sect Shui Hai Chuan from 10,000 years ago. Within the myriad demon sect, he was recognized as a peerless genius that appeared once every 100,000 years. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at Du Yan. If Du Yan was able to borrow a God King grade flying ship from Yang Qianye, then he must have a close relationship with Yang Qianye. Otherwise, why would he so easily lend out such a precious item? Even if that's the case, you aren't an ordinary disciple of the myriad demon sect. At this time, Wu Feng finally recovered from his shock. He looked at Du Yan with a dignified expression. To be able to make Yang Qianye lend you such a God King grade flying ship, it's enough to see that your relationship with Yang Qianye isn't shallow. You probably aren't a nobody in the myriad demon sect. If your surname is Du, if I'm not wrong, you should be the grandson of the myriad demon sect's supreme elder, Du Zhan, Du Pejuan. As Wu Feng spoke, he looked at Du Yan with even more vigilance. Chapter 3708. What else do you know? Du Yan asked with a smile as he looked at Wu Feng. He seemed unperturbed by Wu Feng's words. It was as if he had nothing to do with it. Wu Feng couldn't help but frown. Are you not Du Pejuan? You don't know what Du Pejuan's cultivation is now? Du Yan asked. Wu Feng fell silent again when he heard this. He knew that although Du Pejuan was weaker than Yang Qianye, he was about the same age as Yang Qianye. Moreover, he was also a high god king. His strength could be ranked in the top 10 among the core disciples of the 10,000 demon sect. It was because of this that Wu Feng had heard of him. Even if I am Du Pejuan, how do you know that Yang Qianye is willing to lend something as precious as a God King grade flying ship to Du Pejuan? Du Yan asked again as he looked at Wu Feng with interest. When Wu Feng heard this, he looked at Du Yan and said bluntly, When I was wandering outside, I once met a few disciples of the 10,000 demon sect and heard them chatting. According to them, although the young sect leader of the 10,000 demon sect, Yang Qianye, has always been cultivating beside the sect leader of the 10,000 demon sect, but when he was young, it was the supreme elder of the 10,000 demon sect, Du Zhan, who initiated him. It is because of this that he treats Du Zhan like a grandfather. Under such circumstances, he and Du Zhan's grandson, Du Pejuan, are like brothers. If you are Du Pejuan, it is normal for him to lend you the God King grade flying ship. However, after what you said, I am certain that you are not Du Pejuan. Du Pejuan is a high god king. You are only a low god king. Wu Feng shook his head as he spoke. You can be considered well informed to know all this, Du Yan said with a smile. After all, you are not from the 10,000 demon sect but the hidden fog sect. Fine, there is no harm in telling you. My real name is Du Qianjun. I am Du Pejuan's younger brother. Even my name is a combination of my brother's and Brother Qianye's names. As for the God King grade flying ship, it was a gift from Brother Qianye on my birthday a month ago. When Du Yan said Brother Qianye, there was a smile on his face. However, there was a sincere reverence in the depths of his eyes. Yang Qianye was his goal and idol since he was young. I see. Wu Feng was enlightened. No wonder you have a God King grade flying ship. So it was given to you by Yang Qianye. It seems that Yang Qianye has a good relationship with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you such a precious thing. Of course. My relationship with Brother Qianye isn't any worse than my brother's relationship with Brother Qianye, Du Qianjun said proudly. Your brother and Yang Qianye are very famous. As for you, I have never heard of you. Wu Feng shook his head and said, Du Qianjun didn't mind. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Forget about you, even in the Thousand Devil sect, there are very few people who know of my existence. In the Thousand Devil sect, although I have the identity of an inner sect disciple, very few people know of my existence. All this time, I have been cultivating by my grandfather's side. The last time I went on a mission with you, I was the one who sneaked out. Speaking of which, I also snuck out this time. Also, because of the previous incident, my grandfather can speak and keep a close eye on me. If it wasn't for my quick wits, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come out this time, and you guys wouldn't have been able to enter the God Emperor's divine treasure," Du Qianjun said. Hearing Du Qianjun's words, Wu Feng was enlightened. As for Duan Lingtian, he had more or less figured out the identity of this Thousand Devil Sect disciple in front of him. He was actually the grandson of the Thousand Devil Sect's highest elder. After hearing Du Qianjun's words, Wu Feng looked at him with more vigilance and dread. "You were the one who insisted on guessing my identity." Seeing Wu Feng dread him, Du Qianjun shrugged and said, "In truth, sometimes it's better if we don't know each other's identities. Just like you shouldn't be Wu Yishan. In this situation, even if I wanted to deal with you, I would have to deal with you myself. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find you in the massive Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, without a proper reason, even if I have an extraordinary status in the Thousand Devil sect, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't easily hand you over. After all, your Hidden Fog sect and my Thousand Devil sect have never been on good terms. We have always been enemies." As Du Qianjun spoke, he chuckled. "If my old man were to know that I was in cahoots with a Hidden Fog sect disciple, he would definitely scold me. But the conflict between the Hidden Fog sect and my Thousand Devil sect began a long time ago. Moreover, I have never had a dispute with a Hidden Fog sect disciple before, so I don't feel anything about it. Now, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a collaborator. After all, I have no confidence that I can join forces with the people around me to capture you and seize the key to the divine treasure." As Du Qianjun spoke, it could be said that he spoke whatever came to his mind. It was clear that he was inexperienced in the ways of the world, otherwise he wouldn't be so frank and naive in front of outsiders. Of course, he was being frank and naive. If someone who had been in the ways of the world said these words, it would give off a different feeling, open and honest. "At least you know your place." Wu Feng faintly smiled. Then, seeing Du Qianjun not speak again, he also closed his mouth. Of course, although he closed his mouth, he still communicated with Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. "Junior apprentice brother Duan, if they ask for your name later, just make up a name. Moreover, this Du Qianjun has an extraordinary status. After we enter the divine treasure trove, try not to take the initiative to start a dispute with him. Of course, if he provokes us first, we don't need to be polite to him. Although he has the Thousand Devil Sect's highest elder Du Zhan behind him, the Thousand Devil Sect and our Hidden Fog Sect are enemies. Even if we kill Du Zhan's grandson, it is impossible for the Hidden Fog Sect to hand us over. We only need to pay attention to not be targeted by the Thousand Devil Sect when we go out." Wu Feng said. "Is the Thousand Devil Sect's highest elder Du Zhan's status in the Thousand Devil Sect very high?" Duan Lingtian curiously asked. "Du Zhan's status in the Thousand Devil Sect is equal to any one of our Hidden Fog Sect's 4 highest elders. What do you think?" Wu Feng asked in reply. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. When he looked at Du Qianjun again, there was a slight change in his eyes. Now, he finally understood why Wu Feng looked at Du Qianjun with such dread after learning of his true identity. It turned out that Du Qianjun was actually the grandson of one of the strongest highest elders in the Thousand Devil Sect. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng took turns to cultivate. When Duan Lingtian cultivated, Wu Feng protected him. And when Wu Feng cultivated, Duan Lingtian protected him. Several times, when Duan Lingtian protected Wu Feng, he could feel Du Qianjun's restless gaze sweep over, as if he wanted to take advantage of the time Wu Feng was cultivating to attack them. But in the end, Du Qianjun didn't attack and both sides were at peace. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over half a month passed. As for the God King level flying ship, under Du Qianjun's control, they arrived at their destination. In the skies above a mountain range. "We're here." As soon as Du Qianjun spoke, Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating, heard Wu Feng's voice transmission. He immediately woke up and sighed in his heart. Just a little more. During this period of time, although Duan Lingtian had been cultivating intermittently, he had never stopped trying to break through to the God King level. He thought that if he could break through to the God King level before the divine treasure opened, it would definitely be smoother when they entered the divine treasure. However, even when they arrived at their destination, he still couldn't break through. The final bottleneck was like a heavenly moat that was difficult to cross. Whoosh! After Du Qianjun greeted Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, he waved his hand and kept the God King level flying ship. Then, he looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, "It's better not to let those fellows see my God King level flying ship. Otherwise, they'll join forces to attack me after we enter the divine treasure. Even if you don't show them the God King level flying ship, I'm afraid they'll join forces to attack us," Wu Feng said indifferently. "At least I have you to share their attention," Du Qianjun said with a smile. Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun. However, the middle-aged man did not say a word. His eyes were unfocused as he followed behind Du Qianjun like a walking corpse. If it wasn't for the fact that he had seen Du Qianjun staring at Wu Feng a few times while Wu Feng was cultivating, he might have really thought that Du Qianjun was just a soulless puppet. "Du Qianjun, how should I address the person behind you?" When Duan Lingtian was looking at the middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun, Wu Feng also looked at him and asked curiously. Du Qianjun smiled faintly when he heard Wu Feng's question. "This is a senior brother of mine. He's also the direct disciple of one of my grandfather's disciples. He can be considered as my grandfather's grand disciple. However, this senior brother of mine is a little dull and doesn't like to talk much. Therefore, I won't introduce him to you. After all, even if you see him and greet him in the future, he won't respond to you." Wu Feng frowned. However, he did not continue to dwell on this topic. "Let's go over. Even if not all of them are here, there should be at least one or two of them." Under Wu Feng and Du Qianjun's lead, Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man followed closely behind them. They traversed a huge stretch of lofty mountains and precipitous ridges before they descended from the sky and flashed towards the bottom of a gorge. As soon as they entered the canyon, Duan Lingtian saw 4 figures standing at the bottom of the canyon. 4 silhouettes stood in 2 pairs. "It seems like not everyone is here yet." When the 4 of them noticed Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and raised their heads to look at them, Du Qianjun said with a smile. The 4 people standing at the bottom of the canyon were 2 middle-aged men, a young man, and an old man. "Only the 2 of you are left." One of the middle-aged men glanced at Du Qianjun and Wu Feng before he said, "Sima Han and the person he brought with him have already entered the Void Gate and are waiting for us outside the Divine Dwellings." Chapter 3709. Sima Han, he is the fellow I mentioned to Du Qianjun before. He is also the dog-like fellow that Du Qianjun spoke of. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sound transmission. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. At the same time, he remembered the name Sima Han. Although he hadn't met him, according to what Wu Feng and Du Qianjun said, Sima Han was an extremely intelligent lower god king. He might not be stronger than Wu Feng and Du Qianjun, but Wu Feng and Du Qianjun feared his intelligence. If they feared him, it meant that they were subconsciously ashamed of their inferiority. "This is Wu Yishan, a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. This is Du Yen, a disciple of the 10,000 Demon sect." When Duan Lingtian and the other 3 descended from the sky and arrived near the 4 people in the canyon, one of the middle-aged men and the young man introduced Wu Feng and Du Qianjun to the people next to them. Of those present, only Duan Lingtian knew Wu Feng's true identity. As for Du Qianjun's true identity, only the middle-aged man behind him, Duan Lingtian, and Wu Feng knew. Of course, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng wouldn't be so bored as to openly reveal Du Qianjun's identity at this time. Moreover, even if they wanted to reveal it, they would wait until they entered the Divine Trove and see if they needed Du Qianjun to attract attention for them. "This is Lu Dongming. This is Yu Ling." At this time, Wu Feng also looked at the middle-aged man and the young man and introduced them to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission, "The 2 of them are most likely using fake names. In addition, although they say they are rogue cultivators, that might not be the case. However, the strength that the 2 of them displayed earlier is slightly inferior to mine or Du Qianjun's." What Wu Feng told Duan Lingtian through voice transmission was his own thoughts and guesses. His purpose was to let Duan Lingtian be careful and not underestimate them. After all, anything could happen in the divine treasure. If the divine treasure was truly left behind by a god emperor expert, after entering the divine treasure, not only would they have to deal with the possible tests left behind by the god emperor expert, they would also have to deal with the threats from others. After all, everyone wanted good things. It's fine if you hide the good stuff in time, but if you don't hide it well, you'll become the target of everyone's attacks. Whether it was Wu Feng, Du Qianjun, the middle-aged man Lu Dongming, or the young man Yu Ling, none of them introduced the people around them. It was as though the names of the people around them were not worth mentioning. In fact, they all knew that even if they mentioned it, it would be a waste of time because they were basically using aliases. Beside Lu Dongming was another middle-aged man who seemed to be around his age. Beside Yu Ling was an old man. He was following behind Yu Ling respectfully like a servant. Since everyone is here, let's go in. Du Qianjun smiled and then took the lead to walk into the fog at the bottom of the canyon. He easily passed through it. Clearly, the existence of this fog was only the effect of an illusory formation. After Du Qianjun took the lead and entered the fog, the middle-aged man with unfocused eyes naturally followed closely behind him. After that, Wu Feng did not hurry to bring Duan Lingtian with him. Instead, he looked at Lu Dongming and Yu Ling and said, "Both of you, bring your companions and follow. My friend and I will bring up the rear." The group of 8 people was divided into 4 groups. Since Wu Feng and Du Qianjun's group was backed by a divine emperor sect, they were still on the same side in the eyes of the other 2 groups even if they did not come to an agreement in private. Due to this reason, Lu Dongming and Yu Ling exchanged glances when they heard Wu Feng's words. Then, they followed Du Qianjun's footsteps and passed through the fog. Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng followed closely behind. After passing through the fog, Duan Lingtian felt his eyes brighten up. A huge pit appeared before his eyes. In the huge pit, there was a cave entrance that emitted a faint light. It was obvious there was light inside, but it was slightly dimmer. At this moment, Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man behind him had already arrived at the cave entrance. This time, Du Qianjun did not say anything. He directly led the people behind him into the cave. As for Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, they didn't need Wu Feng's reminder to follow them. Lu Dongming and Yu Ling followed Du Qianjun's footsteps from the front. Only their companions tacitly kept their backs to them and walked backwards. They were almost sticking to Lu Dongming and Yu Ling's backs. Their eyes were filled with fear and vigilance as they fell on Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng who were at the back of the group. It was as if they were afraid that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng would attack them. "They are really careful." Duan Lingtian shook his head, but he did not find it funny. This was because he knew very well that there was nothing wrong with the people in front of him doing this. The key to open the divine dwellings and divine treasures had been sealed by the expert who left the divine dwellings and divine treasures. It could not be stored in a spatial ring and could only be carried around. Once the owner was killed, the key would be taken away. At this point, if they were not careful, not only would they lose the key, but they would also lose their lives. Just like now. If Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng cooperated with Du Qianjun and Wu Feng, they could kill the 4 people and seize the 2 keys. After that, they could go in and kill the 2 people inside. The 4 of them would then take the 3 keys. Then, the divine dwellings and divine treasures would be enjoyed by the 4 of them alone. People's hearts were sinister, so it was normal to be careful. "Is that the void door that leads to the independent dimension where the divine dwellings and divine treasures are located?" Not long after entering the cave, Duan Lingtian saw the source of the faint light. It was a door that was floating in the void in the deepest part of the cave. It was flickering with a faint gray light. This door was neither big nor small. When opened, it could accommodate 3 people side by side. However, it was suspended in the void. In addition, there were countless patterns and lines engraved on the door. It seemed to be covered by a layer of mysterious veil, making it difficult to see through. "Wu Yishan, bring your friend over." At this moment, Du Qianjun, who had stopped in front of the void door, turned around and looked at Wu Feng. I don't want you and your friend to be surrounded and killed by the four of them after the two of us go in. At that time, I'm afraid the two of us will be surrounded and killed by Sima Han and his friend as well as the four of them. We don't have the confidence to deal with the six of us. Du Qianjun smiled as he voiced his concerns. Junior brother Duan. At Wu Feng's beckoning, Duan Lingtian followed Wu Feng and went around the four people in front of them before they arrived next to Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man next to him. They stood opposite Lu Dongming and Yu Ling. Do you want to go in first, or should we? Wu Feng asked bluntly as he looked at the four people in front of him. We'll go in first, Lu Dongming said in a deep voice. If we let the four of you go in, we're worried you'll attack Sima Han and his friend before we go in. If the four of you join forces, Sima Han and his friend won't be able to hold on for long. That's right, let's go in first. Yu Ling chimed in at the right time. I have no objections. Wu Feng shrugged and looked at Du Qianjun at the same time. Du Qianjun also spread his hands and said he had no objections. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and the people they brought with them entered the Void Gate together. In just a blink of an eye, their figures were submerged in the Void Gate. They're really careful. Du Qianjun smiled faintly before he looked at Wu Feng and said, Wu Yishan, let's go in as well. All right. Wu Feng nodded before he led Duan Lingtian and Du Qianjun into the Void Gate. The Void Gate. There were two different realms inside and outside the Void Gate. The Void Gate was connected to the realms of gods, the Xiangang land, and the independent realm created by the person who left behind the divine treasure. If the Void Gate was destroyed, those who entered would be trapped inside as well. Naturally, the Void Gate was not that easy to destroy. If one wanted to destroy it, one would have to be stronger than the person who left the Void Gate behind. Moreover, even if one was trapped inside, it was not impossible to escape. Take the independent realm where the divine treasure was located as an example. Although it was an independent realm, it relied on the stability of the realm of gods, the Xiangang land. If the Void Gate between the two realms was destroyed, many spatial rifts would appear in the independent realm. Any of those spatial rifts would allow one to travel through space and return to the realm of gods, the Xiangang land. Naturally, at that time, it would be equivalent to a transporting formation. Nobody would know where they would be sent to in the Xiangang land. The realms of gods are different from the Devata realms. There are many transporting formations in the Devata realms. Anyone who is skilled in formations can set up a transporting formation. In the realms of gods, apart from the supreme powerhouse who controls the realm of gods, no one can set up a transporting formation. This is because the realms of gods are the little worlds in the bodies of supreme powerhouses. Apart from the supreme powerhouse, no one else can control or interfere with the space in the little worlds in the bodies of supreme powerhouses. Even if one wants to go to a realm of gods from a Devata realm, there's no direct transporting formation. One has to travel through a spatial rift to enter a realm of gods. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, before he came to the mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. As for the transporting formations in the realm battlefield, they were set up by the supreme powerhouses. For example, the transporting formation Duan Lingtian used to travel from the realm battlefield to the realm of gods was set up by the supreme powerhouse in the realm of gods. No one else was capable of setting it up. Only the supreme powerhouses had the ability to set up transporting formations that led to or from a realm of gods. The Void Gate we passed through earlier is actually a spatial rift that leads from the realm of gods to the independent realm where the divine treasure is located, Wu Feng explained. Theoretically speaking, a divine emperor should be able to set up a spatial rift like that. Wu Feng's voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and he explained to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 37:10. After passing through the void door, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a vast world. From top to bottom, from left to right, it was as though he could not see the end of it. At the same time, after entering, Duan Lingtian turned around and saw the void door that he had passed through. It was exactly the same as the void door that he had seen at the other end. There was no difference at all. At the same time, above the vast land not far away, he saw a huge palace that was suspended in midair. It was like a giant beast that was crawling in the void. The palace was facing him. A huge door was tightly shut, occupying nearly 1/3 of the palace's surface area. Everywhere in the palace, the workmanship of the construction was uncanny. Many details had clearly been meticulously carved, especially the materials above. From small beads to large palace doors, there were complex patterns and patterns all over them. The vicissitudes of life and the ancient aura greeted them as though it was telling them that the palace had existed for a long time. At this moment, in front of the palace, there were 6 people standing in the air. The 6 of them were standing in 3 groups. Duan Lingtian had seen 2 of the groups before. They were Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and their companions. In addition to the 4 of them, there were 2 other people. One was a young man in white who was so handsome that he looked like a woman. He was thin as though a gust of wind could blow him away. He stood there with a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a lively scholar, giving off a scholarly feeling. Beside him stood a young man in red with a long saber in a scabbard at his waist. The young man in red had a handsome appearance. He was tall and strong. Between his eyebrows, there was a strong sense of masculinity. When the 2 of them stood together, they were like 2 extremes. That young man in white is Sima Han. When Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 unfamiliar faces, Wu Feng's voice had already entered his ears in a timely manner. In fact, before Wu Feng spoke, he had already guessed that the young man in white was Sima Han. This was because he had heard Du Qianjun mention Sima Han before, and called him a dog-like guy. Among the 2 people in front of him, it was obvious that only the young man in white fit this description. Although the red-clothed young man wasn't ugly, he could only be considered as ordinary because he didn't meet Du Qianjuan's standards. The 2 of you, long time no see. You look as good as ever. Sima Han stepped into the air and nodded at Wu Feng and Du Qianjun with a smile. Then, he nodded at Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun. The smile on his face was so natural that it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Sima Han stood there. He was so handsome that he looked like a girl. He gave people a feeling that he was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. But now, when he stood out, he gave others the feeling that he was as still as a pine tree, towering and tall. It was as if there was no flaw in his entire body. If they wanted to attack him, they would not be able to do so at this moment. This strange feeling was fleeting, but it was still captured by Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid this Sima Han is not that simple. Although Duan Lingtian had heard about Sima Han from Wu Feng and Du Qianjun, he knew about him. However, now that he saw Sima Han with his own eyes and felt the energy, and spirit on Sima Han, as well as the unconcealable confidence in the depths of his eyes, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel wary. Even if Lu Dongming and Yu Ling were to join forces, it was not enough to make him feel wary. This Sima Han gave him the feeling that he was a smiling tiger. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had noticed something else a moment ago. When Sima Han stood out, the red-clothed young man behind him instinctively looked at Sima Han's back. A hint of reverence flashed in his eyes. Although it was fleeting, Duan Lingtian could still see it clearly. It was a sincere reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. If this kind of gaze appeared in the eyes of a friend, it meant that this friend not only recognized your character, but also your strength. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard from Wu Feng and Du Qianjun that it was difficult for Sima Han to be a match for any one of them with his own strength. He could only rely on Lu Dongming and Yu Ling to barely contend with the 2 of them. This Sima Han is either hiding his strength, or he is a dangerous person whose intelligence is close to that of a demon. Duan Lingtian became wary of Sima Han. At this moment, he felt that Sima Han was even more dangerous than Du Qianjun, the grandson of one of the few strongest supreme elders in the Thousand Demon sect, Du Zhan, who owned a God-King grade spaceship. After experiencing 2 lives, Duan Lingtian had always believed in his intuition. In both his previous and current life, no one who could make him feel such a sense of danger was a simple character. Sima Han, stop talking nonsense. Du Qianjun did not seem to like Sima Han. At this moment, he was no longer as calm as before, and his emotions became somewhat restless and impatient. Since everyone is here, let's open the divine treasure trove and enter directly. After entering, it's up to fate. Du Qianjun went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. However, almost the moment Du Qianjun's voice sounded, a sigh sounded in his ears. What kind of calm person is Marshal Uncle Dujan? How did he teach such a rash grandson like you? Du Qianjun, if you don't change your temper, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. This sound transmission caused Du Qianjun's pupils to shrink rapidly, and his expression changed instantly. When he looked at Sima Han again, his gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, he asked, "How do you know my identity? Did Wu Yishan tell you? Or the person beside Wu Yishan?" As his voice sounded, Du Qianjun could not help but turn his head to look at Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. His eyes flashed with vigilance, and there was some anger on his face. Du Qianjun's sudden gaze also caused Wu Feng to be puzzled. He could not help but frown and ask, "What's wrong?" As for Duan Lingtian, his eyes narrowed as he thought of Du Qianjun's series of reactions earlier. He seemed to be deep in thought. What exactly did Sima Han say to Du Qianjun? To actually make him lose his composure like this? When Du Qianjun opened his mouth to speak to Sima Han, Duan Lingtian's gaze did not leave Du Qianjun. It was also because of this that the changes in Du Qianjun's expression were all seen by him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw the anger on Du Qianjun's face instantly disappear, and the vigilance in his eyes also disappeared. After which, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Sima Han again, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Then, his face could not help but twitch slightly. A moment later, he regained his composure. He looked at Sima Han and frowned as he said, "Sima Han, do you not understand human language? I don't have any objections. Just look at them." Sima Han smiled and then glanced at Lu Dongping and Yu Ling not far away. The latter quickly expressed his position. "Sima Han, we will listen to your arrangements." "That's right." From their words, it was clear that they followed Sima Han's lead. Of course, it was not because they were familiar with Sima Han. In fact, once they entered the divine dwelling and divine treasury, if they had a conflict of interest with Sima Han, they would not hesitate to attack him. And now, there was a 1,000-demon sect disciple and a hidden fog sect disciple here. They all felt that they should join forces with Sima Han. This was the only way to ensure their interests. "What about you two?" At this time, Du Qianjun looked at Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng and asked. "Let's open it directly," Wu Feng said. "Didn't he bring Duan Lingtian here for the divine dwelling and divine treasury?" At this time, he did not want to waste any more time outside. "Since that's the case, the 5 of us who have the key will go forward to open the door, and the other 5 will stand guard. How about it? This way, we can ensure that no one will sneak attack us from behind," Sima Han suggested. Wu Feng, Du Qianjun, and the others naturally had no objections to his words. For a time, Duan Lingtian and the others who had entered the divine dwelling and divine treasury with Wu Feng and the others retreated. They watched helplessly as Wu Feng and the others approached the divine dwelling's door. Then, each of them took out a giant bronze key. Then, they inserted it into the 5 keyholes above the divine dwelling's door. These 5 keyholes emitted 5 different lights: gold, green, blue, red, yellow. They corresponded to the colors of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As they retreated, Duan Lingtian's eyes swept back and forth between Sima Han and Du Qianjun's backs. The scene he saw just now left him feeling strange. He even had an illusion: Sima Han and Du Qianjun knew each other. Du Qianjun looked at me and senior brother Wu Feng with an angry and vigilant expression. It's obvious that he thinks we've done something unfavorable to him, but what can we possibly do to him? Duan Lingtian thought for a moment before he asked Wu Feng through voice transmission. "Senior brother Wu Feng, did you tell the others present about Du Qianjun's true identity?" Wu Feng, who had just inserted the key into the divine dwelling's door, was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Then, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and replied through voice transmission. No. Why are you suddenly asking this? Wu Feng asked curiously. However, this time, Duan Lingtian did not reply to Wu Feng. This was because he began to think about other things after he received Wu Feng's reply. Sima Han might have already found out about Du Qianjuan's identity and exposed him through voice transmission. Otherwise, Du Qianjun wouldn't have acted that way. Later on, Du Qianjun stopped glaring at us. Sima Han must have told him, and we didn't expose his identity. Then, the two of them pretended not to know each other. When he thought of this, he thought of how Du Qianjun seemed to have lost his composure when he looked at Sima Han again. At the same time, he seemed to be a little agitated. From this, it was not difficult to see that Sima Han's identity was not ordinary. Otherwise, how could Du Qianjun, the grandson of the Thousand Demon Sect's Supreme Elder, Du Zhan, act like that? Retreat! Sima Han's shout rang out. When Wu Feng and the others retreated, a series of earth-shattering booms rang out, interrupting Duan Lingtian's train of thought. Chapter 37:11. Boom! Rumble! While Wu Feng, Sima Han, and the others were retreating, the door of the divine dwellings slowly opened under their watchful eyes. Then, a huge black whirlpool appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It completely blocked the view inside the divine dwellings, making it impossible for them to see what was behind it. It gave off a mysterious feeling. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was not surprised by this. The divine dwellings and divine treasures were naturally different from ordinary mansions. When the door was opened, one would be able to see the inside of the mansion. This divine dwellings looked like a huge mansion, but in reality, it might not be the interior of the mansion. It might be a separate space or realm. However, when the door opened and the black whirlpool appeared, Wu Feng, Sima Han, Du Qianjun, and the others retreated to Duan Lingtian's side. Wu Feng returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Sima Han and the others also returned to their companions' sides. Junior brother Duan, why did you suddenly ask me that earlier? Wu Feng asked curiously through voice transmission after returning to Duan Lingtian's side. Since Duan Lingtian had asked through voice transmission earlier, it meant that he did not want others to overhear him. Therefore, Wu Feng asked through voice transmission. Senior brother Wu Feng, I suspect that Sima Han's identity is not simple. He might even know Du Qianjuan's identity. Moreover, Du Qianjun should know about his identity as well and is respectful toward him. Duan Lingtian shared his guess through voice transmission. What? Duan Lingtian's words naturally shocked Wu Feng. Was Sima Han not a rogue cultivator? Not only did he know Du Qianjuan's true identity, but Du Qianjun was also very respectful toward him after his identity was exposed? What did this mean? Who was Du Qianjun? He was the grandson of Du Zhan, one of the strongest grand elders in the 10,000 Demon Sect. His position in the 10,000 Demon Sect was so high that he could even look down on ordinary core disciples. In the 1,000 Devil Sect, the only people of the same generation that he respected were probably his own brother, Du Pejuan, and the 1,000 Devil Sect's young sect master, Yang Qianye. Even if there were others, they would definitely be at least on the same level as Du Pejuan. However, this was also because those people were from the 10,000 Demon Sect. If it was someone not from the 10,000 Demon Sect, unless their background could subdue him, it would be difficult for them to gain Du Qianjuan's respect even if they were stronger than him. At the same time, I suspect that he might be hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian voiced his conjecture again. And this was truly his own guess. Everyone. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Wu Feng again, Sima Han spoke before Wu Feng could respond. Now, the door to the Divine Mansion has opened. Next, my companions, Dian and his companions will protect us. The other 6 people will go in first. Do you have any objections? As Sima Han spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian, Wu Feng, and the others. I have no objections. I have no objections either. When Lu Dongning and Yu Ling heard Sima Han say that they and their companions could go in first, they were too happy to have any objections. One had to know that this was the divine mansion and divine treasure that was suspected to have been left behind by the divine emperor. Those who went in first would have a better chance of obtaining more and better treasures. They might even obtain the inheritance left behind by the suspected divine emperor. If it was before Duan Lingtian's reminder, Wu Feng would have the same idea as Lu Dongming and Yu Ling. But now, after hearing Sima Han's words, he did not say anything. Instead, he subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, the two of you should stay behind with the two of you to guard the door. Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Han and said indifferently, I don't want to be killed by the four of them after we go in. After all, nobody knows if we'll appear in the same place after we go in, or if we'll be scattered all over the place. Besides, aren't you, Sima Han, afraid that the two of them will kill you if you leave them outside? I won't be much of a threat to you if you leave me behind. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine energy of a higher deity appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. As his divine energy swept across the area, his aura spread out and completely exposed his cultivation base to everyone present. A higher deity? Upon sensing Duan Lingtian's divine energy, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and their companions' eyes narrowed simultaneously. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with contempt and mockery. Wu Yishan, you actually only brought a higher deity with you. Lu Dongming looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, Don't you even have a lower god king friend? There are many lower god kings among the hidden fog sect's inner sect disciples, but you didn't bring any? It seems that your social relations aren't that good. Lu Dongming, who knew that Wu Feng was a hidden fog sect disciple, couldn't help but mock him. Although Yu Ling didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Wu Feng. Sima Han frowned slightly. Whether it was him or his companions, from beginning to end, they clearly weren't surprised that Duan Lingtian was only a higher deity. It was as if they already knew about this. Humph! At this time, Du Qianjun coldly snorted. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I, Du Qianjun, that kind of person? If Sima Han and the others are worried that I'll kill them, I can make a heart demon blood oath that I won't kill them outside the divine dwellings and divine treasures. Not only me, but the people around me can also make the same heart demon blood oath. As soon as Du Qianjun spoke, Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, who were originally frowning, heaved a sigh of relief. This was because they were also worried that Du Qianjun would kill Sima Han and the people around him after the six of them went in. If they all went in together, without Sima Han and Yu Ling, the four of them would be very passive against Du Qianjun's group. I don't think that's necessary. Duan Lingtian glanced at Du Qianjun indifferently and said, Even if I have to make a heart demon blood oath, I'd rather see Sima Han. As far as I know, this Sima Han made my senior brother Wu make an additional heart demon blood oath last time. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Han, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. You! At this time, Du Qianjun did not know what to say. After all, Duan Lingtian's request did not have any loopholes. Anyone who heard it would feel that it made sense. If he had not reached an agreement with Sima Han in private, he would definitely agree with Duan Lingtian's words. Therefore, he did not know how to deal with Duan Lingtian at this moment. If he was too unreasonable, it would instead arouse suspicion. I made Wu Yishan and Du Yan make an additional heart demon blood oath for the sake of the three of us. However, if you insist on doing so, I have no objections. I believe that Du Yan should have no objections as well. Sima Han looked at Du Qianjun as he spoke. Du Qianjun immediately nodded. Of course, I have no objections. However, at this moment, a hint of unwillingness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Just when Duan Lingtian felt that he had broken some kind of conspiracy between Du Qianjun and Sima Han spoke again. How about this, since you and Wu Yishan are not in a hurry to go in, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and I will go in first. The six of us will go in first, and then the rest of you will follow. Du Yan, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Sima Han asked as he looked at Du Qianjun as he spoke. Du Qianjun's eyes flickered when he heard this. Then, he shrugged and said, Of course, I have no objections. I have an objection. Duan Lingtian spoke again. This time, it was not only Sima Han. Even Du Qianjun and the others could not help but frown. I say, boy, what do you mean? Lu Dongming frowned and said in a deep voice. Just now, you said that you don't want to go in first. Now that I'm asking you to go in later, you're not satisfied? Even Yuling's gaze when he looked at Duan Lingtian now was slightly different. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly, if we appear in the same place after we go in, we won't be able to react at all if you launch a sneak attack on us. At that time, won't we be in trouble? In my opinion, Du Yan, Du Qianjun, and the 6 of you should each choose a group to go in. My senior brother Wu and I will go in first for our group. Send a group of people to go in with us as well. After that, the remaining 3 groups will go in together. Duan Lingtian said. Of course, our group will definitely go in first. After all, my senior brother Wu and I are definitely not as strong as Du Yan and the people around him. Moreover, if Du Yan and the people around him stay behind, even if 4 of you stay behind, I think they'll still be able to deal with it. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to this point, he gave Du Qianjun and the people around him a high hat in a timely manner. Let's leave it at that. Du Qianjun said somewhat impatiently. How annoying. That's right. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something and changed his mind. I think the spatial tunnel behind the Divine Mansion's entrance can accommodate all 10 of us. Why don't we all go in together? Humph! This time, the red-clad young man next to Sima Han snorted coldly and said, It's too chaotic if all 10 of us go in together. What if some of us wait for the others to go in and join forces with the others to attack one of us? Take you as an example. If Wu Yishan goes in first and you're 1 step behind, the others can make a move and kill you before you go in. Therefore, it's better for us to go in separately. As soon as the red-clad young man finished speaking, Lu Dongming, Yuling, and the others nodded in unison. It was obvious they agreed with his words. Let's leave it at that. At this moment, Sima Han looked at Duan Lingtian and said, You, Wu Yishan, and 2 other people will go in first. While speaking, Sima Han looked at Lu Dongming and Yuling. You two, take a look. Do you want one of you and your companions to go in first, or do you want the 2 of you to go in first and your companions to go in later? Chapter 37:12. It's impossible for us to leave our companions outside. Lu Dongming and Yuling exchanged glances before they glanced at Duan Lingtian in disgust. It was this purple-clad young man who had caused so much trouble. They had to make a choice between the 2 of them. However, the 2 of them quickly reached a consensus. Let the heavens decide. Then, in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, Lu Dongming took out a jade slip and tossed it to Sima Han. Sima Han, throw this jade slip. If it's the front side, my companions and I will go in first. If it's the back side, Yuling and his companions will go in first. Yuling, is this okay? Lu Dongming looked at Yuling when Sima Han took the jade slip. The latter nodded. Let's do it. Sima Han took the jade slip and threw it out without hesitation. A moment later, his hand shot out like lightning and caught the jade slip in his hand. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lu Dongming and Yuling, he opened his hand. The jade slip appeared. It was the back side. Lu Dongming, I'm sorry. Yuling smiled. Although Lu Dongming was somewhat unwilling, he did not say anything. He was the one who suggested this idea. Now that things had turned out this way, he could only accept it. After throwing Lu Dongming's jade slip back to him, Sima Han looked at Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. Wu Yishan, you and your companions, Yuling and his companions will go in first. The 6 of us will go in later, Sima Han said. This time, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He stepped into the air with Wu Feng and flew into the entrance of the divine dwellings. At the same time, Yuling and his companions entered as well. After entering, Duan Lingtian only felt the sky and earth spinning, and he felt dizzy. However, this feeling did not last for long. After a while, Duan Lingtian felt something solid under his feet. It was as though he had landed on something hard. When he came back to his senses, he looked around and found that he had appeared in a cavern. The cavern was spacious and vast, and at the same time, there was nothing inside. There were only 2 caves that led to an unknown place. This primitive cave abode was simply 2 extremes compared to the magnificent spiritual abode from before. The primitive cave abode was like a dwelling for savages. The dazzling divine dwellings were like the residence of an emperor. It was a world of difference. Junior brother Duan. Duan Lingtian also noticed that Yu Ling and his companions were there. At the same time, it wasn't difficult for him to sense the murderous gazes of Yu Ling and his companions. However, when Yu Ling took a final glance at Wu Feng, the killing intent in his eyes dimmed a little. It seems like if senior brother Wu's strength did not deter Yu Ling, they would not have been able to restrain themselves from attacking. Duan Lingtian smiled and transmitted his voice to Wu Feng. Wu Feng could not help but laugh when he heard that. That's because they don't know junior brother Duan's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to have any thoughts of attacking you. Junior brother Duan, why were you so calculative with them earlier? Wu Feng asked curiously. Let's talk as we walk. Duan Lingtian beckoned to Wu Feng before he took the lead and walked into one of the caves that led to an unknown destination. When Wu Feng saw this, he naturally followed closely behind. Young master, should we follow them as well? The old man next to Yu Ling looked at him and asked. Yu Ling shook his head. Although we're all lesser god kings and Wu Yishan's companions are only greater god spirits, Wu Yishan is extremely powerful. Even if we join forces and have a chance of seriously injuring him, we'll have to pay a hefty price. It's not worth it. Let's wait for Sima Han and Lu Dongming to come in before we leave together. It's too dangerous for the 2 of us to enter this divine abode and divine treasure. We'll just follow behind them and reap the benefits, Yu Ling said. The old man could not help but smile bitterly when he heard that. I'm afraid they're not stupid. Then, let's see who's more impatient. Yu Ling smiled faintly as though he was very confident in himself. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Dongming and Sima Han had yet to come in. Yu Ling could not help but frown. Why aren't they in yet? Normally speaking, they should have come in after we came in. Even if someone was ambushed by the Thousand Devil Sect's disciple, Du Yen, and his companions, it's impossible for the 4 of them to not come in, Yu Ling said in puzzlement. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng walked in the cave while keeping an eye out for their surroundings. At the same time, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Wu Feng. Senior brother Wu Feng, if I'm not mistaken, Lu Dongming and his companions won't be able to come in. Wu Feng agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. If Sima Han and Du Qianjun really know each other, they'll definitely kill Lu Dongming and his companions to reduce the competition. In the beginning, they actually wanted the 3 of us to come in first, while they stayed outside. If I'm not mistaken, they want to kill those who are too slow after some of us have entered to reduce the competition, Wu Feng said. That's what I think as well. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's why I kept pestering them. It seemed like I was pestering them endlessly, but in fact, I didn't want to have any conflict with them. I didn't want to make a move before I came in. This way, they'll still treat me as an ordinary divine spirit. When we meet in the divine treasury in the divine dwelling, my true strength will be our greatest trump card at the critical moment. Wu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No wonder I was wondering why you kept pestering them outside. It turns out that you had such considerations. I'm the one who's stupid. I didn't think of the main point. Wu Feng smiled awkwardly. Earlier, even he felt that Duan Lingtian's actions were a little too wishy-washy and unnecessary. However, he was the one who brought Duan Lingtian here. Even if he had a problem with it, he could not say anything. However, after listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Wu Feng felt completely at ease. Outside the divine dwelling and divine treasury, when Lu Dongming saw that Duan Lingtian and the other 3 had disappeared into the spatial passage behind the divine dwelling's main entrance, he looked at Sima Han impatiently and urged, We should go in as well. There's no hurry. Sima Han smiled faintly. Lu Dongming, don't you think it's better for 4 of us to go in instead of 6 of us? If only 4 of us go in, it means we'll have 2 fewer competitors. Lu Dongming was stunned when he heard Sima Han's words. Then, he glanced at Du Qianjun, who was not far away. You mean? Just as Lu Dongming was about to finish his sentence, Du Qianjun and the people around him had already made their move. Sima Han, you want to kill us to reduce the number of competitors? You deserve to die! Du Qianjun shouted as he flew in Sima Han and Lu Dongming's direction. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun followed closely behind. Divine power surged from his body as he released the strength of a lower divine king. Looking at the middle-aged man's profound law, his comprehension of the profound law was not inferior to Du Qianjun's. After realizing this, Lu Dongming cut off his unfinished words and unleashed his god power. Dian, you want to fight the 4 of us with 2 people? Dream on! Lu Dongming shouted as he rushed out. He knew that if he waited until the other party was close enough to attack, he would be in a complete standstill. The other party was stronger than him to begin with. If the other party took the initiative, even if he had the advantage in numbers, he would still be under great pressure. At the moment when Lu Dongming moved, the people beside him also moved. They completely exposed their backs to Sima Han and his companions. From the beginning, they only treated Du Qianjun and his companions as opponents. In their opinion, Sima Han and his companions were on the same side as them. They would deal with the 1,000 demon sect's disciples, Dian and his companions. Lu Dongming, we're here to help you! Just as Lu Dongming and his companions were about to make their move, Sima Han let out a light shout and dashed out with the red-clothed youth beside him. When Lu Dongming and his companions heard the voice behind them, their divine power surged as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if the 2 people behind them gave them the greatest confidence. Buzz! The divine saber in Lu Dongming's hand flashed, and golden light raged on it. He was proficient in the metal law and merged it with his divine power. It was released through the low-grade divine weapon, and its power was overwhelming. The companion beside him also took out his own divine weapon. It was a 7-foot-long spear. The spear was like a dragon as it was surrounded by the law of water. It was like a water dragon breaking through the sky. A mantis trying to stop a chariot! Du Qianjun sneered as a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand. He pulled out a green sword ray and attacked like a ghost. The middle-aged man beside him, whose eyes were originally unfocused, also took out a divine tool. It was actually a pair of meteor hammers. He threw them out, and they were like 2 resplendent meteors streaking across the sky. Bang! Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lu Dongming and his companions, who took the lead, had already exchanged blows with Du Qianjun and his companions. Their divine powers that were fused with the profound laws intertwined with each other. Puff, wah! In the first exchange, Lu Dongming and his companions staggered and spat out blood. Their opponent's cultivation was similar to theirs, but their comprehension of the profound laws was stronger than theirs. In addition, the divine weapons in their hands seemed to be medium-grade divine weapons, which crushed their low-grade divine weapons. Sima Han, Dian's companions' divine weapons are also medium-grade divine weapons. We should hurry. After realizing the gap between the 2 of them and Du Qianjun, Lu Dongming and his companions glanced at each other and thought of retreating. Then, while screaming, they turned around, wanting to call Sima Han to enter the divine dwellings together. He felt that even if the 4 of them joined forces, they might not be a match for Du Qianjun and his companion. However, when he turned around, he saw that Sima Han and his companions were attacking him and his companions with murderous intent. Buzz! Whoosh! 1 saber and 1 sword, bright and beautiful, killed Du Qianjun and his companions in the blink of an eye. The saber light and sword light wreaked havoc, and a bloody mist filled the sky. Before they died, Du Qianjun and his companion only had time to think of one thing. Why? Chapter 37:13. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Dongming and his companion were killed. A moment ago. When Lu Dongming and his companions saw that it was not only Du Qianjun who had taken out a mediocre divine artifact, but Du Qianjuan's companion had also taken out a mediocre divine artifact. They lost all will to fight. It should be known that Lu Dongming's understanding of Du Qianjun, who went by the pseudonym Du Yan, was still at the same cultivation level as him, and the inferior divine artifact he used was on par with him. The only difference was that Du Qianjuan's comprehension of the laws was slightly stronger than his. But now, Du Qianjun had taken out a mediocre divine artifact. Moreover, Du Qianjuan's companion was not any weaker than Du Qianjun, and he also had a mediocre divine artifact. This level of strength was not something they could contend against. Therefore, they only had one thought left, and that was to join forces with Sima Han and his companion to temporarily resist Du Qianjun and his companion. Then, the four of them would support each other and enter the divine abode. However, he would never have dreamed that, when he turned his head to ask Sima Han to enter the divine abode with him, Sima Han's sword actually swung towards him. The coldness emanating from the sword made him feel even more despair. Wasn't Sima Han most skilled in the law of water? Why was the law of ice he comprehended even more terrifying? Moreover, why? Why did Sima Han attack him? Lu Dongming, who could not figure it out, was killed in the next moment. Before he died, he was even more confused about why Sima Han had attacked him. Lu Dongming's companion also died at the hands of the red-clad young man beside Sima Han. The red-clad young man was skilled in the law of lightning. Under the thunder blade, Lu Dongming's companion, who was similarly defenseless, was killed in a single strike. After killing Lu Dongming and his companion, the red-clad young man's figure flashed as he casually collected their inferior divine artifacts. As for their spatial rings, they had already self-destructed after their deaths. When the red-clad young man returned to his side, Sima Han looked at Du Qianjun and shook his head. "Qianjun, since you came with Wu Yishan and his companion, why didn't you kill them on the way here? With your strength, it wouldn't have been difficult to kill Wu Yishan." From the beginning to the end, Sima Han had only mentioned Wu Feng, who went by the pseudonym Wu Yishan. He did not mention Duan Lingtian at all, as though Duan Lingtian did not exist. As a matter of fact, in his eyes, a higher deity was no different from a non-existent existence. When Du Qianjun heard Sima Han's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Young Master Han, I didn't know your identity before, so I thought that keeping Wu Yishan and Wu Yishan alive would be enough to deter the six of you. I also don't know who you're looking for. Furthermore, I don't know if they're a threat to us." At this point, Du Qianjun paused for a moment before continuing. "If I had known young Master Han's identity, I would have definitely gotten rid of them on the way here. It won't be difficult for the two of us to kill that Wu Yishan if we join forces. As for that higher deity by Wu Yishan's side, he's not even worth mentioning. I only need one move to kill him," Du Qianjun said confidently. "Last time, there were too many people, so I didn't look at you carefully. That's why I didn't notice the similarities between you and Marshal Uncle Dujan. This time, I saw the similarities between you and Marshal Uncle Dujan. In addition, my master mentioned Marshal Uncle Dujan's two grandsons to me before, so I guessed it was you." Sima Han's original name was Chu Han. He was the last disciple of a God-Emperor level sect. That God-Emperor level sect was the God-Emperor level sect that bordered the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Demons sect, and the Linghu family. It could be considered the God-Emperor level sect behind the three great God-Emperor level forces. This was because the three great God-Emperor level forces would regularly pay tribute to that God-Emperor level sect every year in order to live in peace. If that God-Emperor level sect wanted to invade them, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Fortunately, that God-Emperor level sect didn't extend their hands into their territory. This allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they also felt that paying tribute every year was worth it. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the three great God-Emperor level forces were willing to prioritize sending talents to that God-Emperor level sect. The three great God-Emperor level forces were willing to send their most outstanding talents to that God-Emperor level sect, giving up the chance to become a God-Emperor level force. To a certain extent, it could be said that they were willing to become subordinates of that God-Emperor level sect. However, Although that purple-clothed youth beside Wu Yishan is only a higher god, his mind isn't simple at all. A sharp light flashed in Chu Han's eyes. Just now, he was pestering them endlessly. Although it seemed like he was making trouble for no reason, the truth was that he actually helped them resolve a crisis. Our original plan was to let the 6 of them enter first. Once 2 of them entered, we would attack them like a thunderbolt and kill them all. Then, we would only have 2 competitors left in the divine dwellings and divine treasures. But after he caused such a ruckus, we could only kill 2 of them in advance. Now, we have 4 competitors. Chu Han said in a low voice. That boy is truly hateful. Du Qianjun nodded as a cold light flashed in his eyes. That boy better pray that I don't meet him in the divine dwellings. Otherwise, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces and kill him. Let's go in as well. Who knows, maybe we'll appear in another place after entering the divine dwellings, and Wu Yishan, Yu Ling, and the other 2 might still be waiting for us inside. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Chu Han's mouth. Haha. If that's the case, we can kill them in one fell swoop, leaving the 4 of us to take the divine dwellings and divine treasures. Du Qianjun laughed. Then, the 4 of them moved and entered the divine dwellings. Why are there only 4 of them? Yu Ling and his companions were already impatient from waiting. They even wondered if the 6 people who entered later had appeared in another place. This was because many spatial passages and teleportation formations in secret zones would change destinations after a period of time. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed the air in the void vibrating, and then 4 figures appeared in front of them. Where are Sima Han and Lu Dongming? Yu Ling looked at Du Qianjun and Du Qianjun's companions warily before he walked towards Sima Han with the old man beside him and stood together with Sima Han and his companions. They came in with us? Sima Han, who was also Chu Han, was stunned when he heard Yu Ling's words. Then, he looked around and asked, Huh? Where are they? Just as Yu Ling and the old man behind Yu Ling were looking around, Du Qianjun and Lu Dongming, who were not far away, suddenly surged with divine energy. Then, a divine weapon appeared. Divine energy that was fused with the profundity of the law swept out and attacked Yu Ling and the old man. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even Yu Ling and the old man did not expect that the 1,000 demon sect's disciples would still dare to attack them when they were already standing together with Sima Han and the old man. Dian, what are you trying to do? Yu Ling shouted and hurriedly made his move to block Du Qianjun and the old man. The old man behind him also took a step forward and took out his divine weapon. Divine energy that was wrapped around his divine weapon rose like flames. Obviously, he was good at the law of fire. Of course, I'm going to kill you. Du Qianjun sneered and attacked together with the middle-aged man beside him. Then, the scene outside reappeared. A mist of blood splattered. The old man beside Yu Ling was killed by the red-clad young man beside Chu Han. As for Chu Han, he did not make a move this time. Bang! Even Yu Ling, who was facing the frontal attack of Du Qianjun and Yi Shiwen, was easily crushed even though he had used all his means in a hurry. He was sent flying by the violent force, and slammed into the mountain wall on one side of the cave residence, smashing a hole in the wall. Then, he fell to the ground. His aura was weak and he was in a sorry state. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yu Ling looked at the 4 people who were standing together and looking at him in disbelief. Sima Han, who was one of his own, was actually standing together with the 2 people from the 1,000 Demon sect? Wasn't Sima Han a lone cultivator like him and Lu Dongming? How could he be with the people from the 1,000 Demon sect? Why? Yu Ling stared at Sima Han and asked in a low voice. Sima Han, you've betrayed my trust in you. Trust? Before Sima Han could speak, Du Qianjun laughed first. Yu Ling, aren't you embarrassed to say this? You and young Master Han were just using each other before. If you found a treasure in the spiritual abode that you wanted even in your dreams, would you give it to young Master Han? Du Qianjun smiled very brightly. Young Master Han? Yu Ling's expression changed again when he heard Du Qianjun call Sima Han. His pupils constricted. Sima Han, you're also from the 1,000 Demon sect? Where did Wu Yishan and Lu Dongming go? Sima Han glanced at the only 2 caves in the cave mansion, then looked at Yu Ling and asked indifferently. However, Yu Ling ignored him and asked in a low voice, Lu Dongming and Lu Dongming have been killed by you? Yes. Sima Han nodded indifferently. At this time, Du Qianjun walked in front of Yu Ling in a few steps and stepped on his chest, causing him to grind violently on the ground. As he did so, he asked coldly, Didn't you hear young Master Han's question? Speak. Chu Han was the last disciple of a higher-up of a God-Emperor level sect. Moreover, that higher-up of a God-Emperor level sect was his grandfather's most respected senior brother. In terms of seniority, he even had to call Chu Han senior uncle. Tell me the relationship between you two. Otherwise, I won't tell you where Wu Yishan and Lu Dongming went even if I die. Yu Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and stared coldly at Du Qianjun. It's okay to tell you, Du Qianjun said indifferently. I'm not called Dian. My real name is Du Qianjun, and I'm the grandson of the Thousand Demon Sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan. The grandson of the Thousand Demon Sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan? Yu Ling's pupils constricted when he heard the person in front of him reveal his true identity. He never thought that he had been asking a tiger for its skin all this time. Such a person's background alone was enough for him to look up to. Chapter 37:14. Who was Du Zhan? He was one of the strongest elders in the Thousand Demon Sect. Even the sect master of the Thousand Demon Sect had to bow to him. He was one of the top figures in the Thousand Demon Sect. Not many people dared to provoke the grandson of such a figure, even if he was just a cripple. I didn't expect you to be the grandson of Elder Du Zhan of the Thousand Demon Sect. Yu Ling's face was bitter, and there was only regret in his eyes. If I had known your identity, I would never have thought of entering the Divine Treasury with you. Entering the Divine Treasury with such a person was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It's too late, Du Qianjun said indifferently. What about him? Is he also a disciple of the Thousand Demon Sect? Suddenly, Yu Ling thought of Sima Han. Even with Du Qianjun's status, he still had to respectfully address Sima Han as Young Master Han. This showed how high Sima Han's status was. Hearing Yu Ling's question, Du Qianjun looked at Sima Han and asked with a smile, Young Master Han, do you want to tell him personally, or should I tell him? You tell him, Sima Han said indifferently. Du Qianjun looked down at Yu Ling and sneered. Young Master Han is naturally not a disciple of the Thousand Demon Sect. In the Thousand Demon Sect, there has never been a lower divine king that I, Du Qianjun, treat with such respect. Yu Ling's expression changed when he heard Du Qianjun's words. Then what is his identity? Since Du Qianjun said this, it was obvious that Sima Han's identity and background were more terrifying than his own. One had to know that Du Qianjun's identity and background were already shocking enough for Yu Ling. Thinking of Sima Han's even more shocking identity and background, Yu Ling only felt his heart tremble, and he regretted participating in this trip to the Divine Treasury. Young Master Han's real name is Chu Han. He is a disciple of the God Emperor level sect, the Tianlong clan. His master is an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Du Qianjun's voice suddenly became louder. At the same time, he is also the senior brother of my grandfather, Du Zhan. He came from the Thousand Demon Sect and was the pride of the Thousand Demon Sect when he was young. When Du Qianjun said this, Yu Ling's face turned pale. Disciples of the Tianlong clan? The Tianlong clan was a God Emperor ranked sect. It was also the God Emperor ranked sect behind the 3 God Emperor ranked forces in the surrounding region. It could be said that it could cover the sky with one hand. Sima Han, no, Chu Han, was actually a disciple of the Tianlong clan? At this moment, Yu Ling completely understood why Chu Han would join hands with Du Qianjun. It turned out that they had a close relationship with each other. In terms of seniority, Du Qianjun had to call Chu Han martial uncle. Of course, when Du Qianjun found out about Chu Han's identity, he had indeed addressed him as martial uncle. However, Chu Han did not like this form of address, as he felt that it made him sound old. Thus, he had Du Qianjun call him young Master Han instead. After all, he was several hundred years younger than Du Qianjun. Now I've already told you what you wanted to know. Tell me, which cave did Wu Yishan and his companion enter? Du Qianjun looked down at Yu Ling and asked. Cough, cough. Yu Ling gasped for breath with great difficulty. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, a strange smile appeared on his face. Now that I've managed to fool you before I die, I can die in peace. Ha ha. Ha ha. When Du Qianjun heard Yu Ling's words, he was stunned for a moment. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, Yu Ling's divine power suddenly erupted from his body. Boom! Yu Ling's body was blown apart by his own divine power. However, Du Qianjun had reacted hastily and easily blocked the power of Yu Ling's self-destruction. Yu Ling's strength was originally inferior to his. In addition, he was injured and could not display his full strength. Therefore, even if Yu Ling self-destructed, as long as Du Qianjun could react in time, he would not be injured. Damn it! After Yu Ling died, Du Qianjun flew into a rage. As he could not find anyone to vent his anger on, he kept stomping his right foot on the ground, causing the entire cave to tremble. That's enough. He's just a nobody. Why are you angry over him? It was only when Chu Han spoke that Du Qianjun stopped. He took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. Young Master Han, you're right. I was not mature enough. Young Master Han, what should we do next? Du Qianjun asked. At this moment, Chu Han had already walked to the two cave entrances on one side of the spacious cave. He was pacing back and forth between the entrances. His gaze swept back and forth between the ground and the cave walls near the entrances. In the end, he shook his head and said, Look at the entrances and the ground. Otherwise, there's not even a speck of dust. It's impossible to tell which tunnel Wu Yishan and his companion took. In my opinion, there are only these two tunnels in this divine dwelling and divine treasure. The four of us should split into two groups. Each group will take one tunnel. In any case, only Wu Yishan and his companion are left. Whether it's the two of you or the two of us, we can easily kill them. If the four of us take one tunnel, we might miss out on some good stuff. Chu Han looked at Du Qianjun and gave his suggestion. That's what I think too. As for Chu Han's words, Du Qianjun agreed. In truth, he wasn't too willing to go with Chu Han. Not only was Chu Han's strength not weaker than him, but more importantly, Chu Han's status was higher than his. If he found something good with Chu Han, he would definitely give it to Chu Han. Therefore, after entering this divine dwelling and divine treasure, he wanted to part ways with Chu Han even more. Now, Chu Han's suggestion was undoubtedly what he wanted. Since that's the case, you guys can choose one tunnel. Junior brother Qin and I will take the other one. Chu Han smiled and said to Du Qianjun, letting him choose first. Young Master Han, you should choose first. Du Qianjun was already very happy to be able to part ways with Chu Han. Now that he heard Chu Han let him choose first, even though he was not thin-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed. No matter what, Chu Han was still his martial uncle in terms of seniority. There's no need to decline. It's about the same. You go first, Chu Han said, shaking his head. In the end, seeing Chu Han's insistence, Du Qianjun had no choice but to lead the middle-aged man beside him into a random cave entrance. He did not know whether to say that he was lucky or unlucky. The cave entrance that he chose was not the one that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng had taken. The cave entrance that he left for Chu Han was the one that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng had taken. After Du Qianjun and Wu Feng's figures disappeared into one of the caves, Chu Han called out to the red-clothed youth beside him and led him into another cave entrance. After Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered the cave entrance, they continued to move forward without any obstructions. However, the cave passageways that they passed through were full of twists and turns, and they did not know where they led to. It was only when a ray of light lit up in front of them that they were able to see the light of day again. One had to know that not long after they entered the cave entrance, they were plunged into darkness and needed to ignite their own flames to illuminate the way. However, Duan Lingtian knew the laws of fire and extended his divine power. It was not a problem for him to use it to illuminate the way, and there was almost no consumption. This was because the consumption was negligible to Duan Lingtian. In fact, he was able to recover his divine power in just a few breaths. Junior brother Duan, I feel that this is the calm before the storm. This divine dwelling is not as simple as it seems. With the light of day in front of them, Wu Feng slowed down his footsteps. At the same time, he reminded Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. I'm mentally prepared for this. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. After all, although we've entered the divine dwelling without any obstructions, we haven't gained anything yet. If we want to gain anything in this divine dwelling, I'm afraid we'll have to go through some difficulties. Since those powerhouses chose to leave behind their divine dwellings and divine treasures instead of finding a place to remove the ownership of their spatial rings and leave them for the fated ones, it's obvious that they wouldn't give their belongings away so easily. Perhaps, after the light of day in front of us, the powerhouse who left behind the divine dwelling and divine treasures set up a test for us. I just don't know what kind of test he left behind for us. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with anticipation. After all, this divine dwelling and divine treasure had been confirmed twice by Du Qianjun, a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, and suspected to be left behind by a God-Emperor powerhouse. The treasures hidden in a divine dwelling and divine treasure left behind by a God-Emperor powerhouse were definitely not simple. We'll know when we get out. Wu Feng, who had slowed down not long ago, quickened his footsteps. Very soon, the two of them walked out of the cave passage that felt very long, and appeared in a vast hall. In this vast hall, the most eye-catching thing was a statue in the middle of the hall. This statue was of a person, a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in a loose robe. His face was resolute, and his eyebrows were sword-like. He looked straight ahead with a sharp gaze. In his raised right hand was a sword, and the sword was pointed in the same direction as his gaze. Although it was just a statue, it was lifelike and gave off a feeling of heavenly craftsmanship. This statue. Could it be the statue of the powerhouse who left behind this divine dwelling and divine treasure? Wu Feng guessed in a low voice as he stood in front of the statue that was as tall as a mountain. I don't know about that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, his figure flashed, and he looked around the statue. In this vast hall, other than the cave entrance that they came out of that was suspended on one side of the wall, the other places were completely sealed. In this sealed hall, other than the statue in front of them, there was nothing else. Senior brother Wu Feng, do you think there's some treasure hidden in this statue? My divine consciousness can't see through the statue to see what's inside. Duan Lingtian walked around the statue and returned to Wu Feng's side. Why don't you try to see through this statue with your divine consciousness of a lower divine king? Okay, Wu Feng replied. He then looked at the statue with a serious expression. However, after a while, Wu Feng shook his head. No. There should be a formation on this statue that completely blocks out divine consciousness. Chapter 37:15. Why don't we try attacking the statue? Wu Feng looked at the statue in front of him with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. This was because he also felt that there might be some treasures in the statue. The statue was so huge that it could hold all kinds of treasures. What if there's a killing formation on the statue that will be activated once it's attacked? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Wu Feng fell silent when he heard this. Let's look around again, Duan Lingtian said. Following that, the two of them began to carefully search the vast palace. They searched every single corner of the palace. However, they still did not find anything after searching for a while. It seems like we have no other choice, Wu Feng said with a bitter smile. Right now, we can only try to attack the statue. Otherwise, we can only go back and head to the other cave. However, the situation inside might be the same as well. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Wu Feng's words. Duan Lingtian looked at the statue again, and carefully observed it again. He did not even miss the place where the statue was looking, or where the sword in its hand was pointing. However, he still found nothing after searching for a while. We can only try to attack it. Duan Lingtian nodded. There were only two paths they could take at this moment. The first path was to go back the way they came. The second path was to take the risk and attack the statue. Someone's coming! Wu Feng's expression changed slightly when Duan Lingtian nodded. He seemed to have noticed something when he saw this. After all, Wu Feng was a divine king. His cultivation base was higher than Duan Lingtian's. Even though Duan Lingtian was not weak, he was inferior to Wu Feng in many aspects. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's attention was focused on the statue at this moment. Due to this reason, he only noticed the light footsteps coming from the cave when he heard Wu Feng's reminder. Who's that? Wu Feng and Duan Lingtian looked at each other before they stood at the side and looked at the entrance of the cave in the distance. Could it be Yu Ling and his companions? It wasn't that they hadn't thought of hiding at the entrance of the cave and launching a sneak attack, but on second thought, it wasn't very realistic because the other party would definitely use his divine sense to check the entrance of the cave and only come out after confirming that it was safe. Therefore, in order to avoid being swept by the other party's divine sense, Duan Lingtian and Li Wuyo stood in the distance and watched from afar. Finally, two figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. However, the appearance of these two people surprised Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. It's them! Now, the people that appeared before Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were none other than Sima Han and the red-clothed young man by his side. Wu Yishan! After Sima Han and Wu Feng came out, they immediately noticed Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng standing in the air in the distance. However, their gazes fell on Wu Feng, completely ignoring Duan Lingtian. Sima Han, just the two of you? Wu Feng raised his eyebrows. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the cave passage behind them. It was as if he wanted to see if anyone else would come out. There's no need to look, it's just the two of us. After sensing Wu Feng's gaze, Sima Han said indifferently. Speaking of which, both of you should thank me and Du Qianjun. It's because of us that you have 4 fewer competitors. As soon as Sima Han's words left his mouth, apart from Duan Lingtian who had an as expected expression, Wu Feng's expression changed drastically. You and Du Qianjun killed the 4 of them? That's right. Sima Han nodded. Speaking of which, you, Wu Yishan, should thank this companion of yours. If it wasn't for this companion of yours, perhaps you, Wu Yishan, would have been unlucky and wouldn't even have the chance to enter the divine dwellings. Aren't you a sectless cultivator? Why did you join forces with Du Qianjun? Wu Feng asked with a gloomy expression. Sima Han smiled faintly. When you're outside, you can't completely disbelieve the words of an outsider. Don't tell me your elders didn't even tell you this. Who are you? Although Wu Feng was already mentally prepared because of Duan Lingtian's reminder, he still could not accept it when he learned that Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and their companions had died. Sima Han was clearly in cahoots with Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, but why was he with Du Qianjun in the blink of an eye? It seems like you're very curious. Sima Han looked deeply at Wu Feng. Fine. Since you're going to be a dead man soon anyway. It's good to let you know the reason behind your death. It was obvious Sima Han had already regarded Wu Feng as a dead man. Wu Feng's expression darkened when he heard this. My real name is Chu Han. Sima Han had a mocking expression on his face. I'm a disciple of the Tianlong clan, and my master is a disciple of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder. A disciple of the Tianlong clan. Wu Feng's expression froze when he heard Sima Han's words. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with shock. A disciple of the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian originally had a calm expression, but when he heard Sima Han report his identity, the calm expression on his face couldn't help but ripple. This Sima Han was actually a disciple of the God Emperor level sect that stood behind the Hidden Fog sect, Myriad Demon sect, and the Linghu family, the Tianlong clan? It was because of this that Duan Lingtian had long heard of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, he also knew that many of the Hidden Fog sect's older generation powerhouses had gone to the Tianlong clan. There were also some outstanding proud sons of heaven that had gone to the Tianlong clan. For instance, 10,000 years ago, Shui Chuan had become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect with the Divine Spirit Realm cultivation. Now, he was an elder of the Heavenly Dragon sect. To this day, to the east of the Heavenly Dragon sect, around the region where the Hidden Fog sect was located, his legend still spread. Shui Chuan could be considered a relatively talented character that came from a God-Emperor level influence to the east of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, after arriving at the Tianlong clan, he had risen to prominence and created an illustrious reputation for himself. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed that Sima Han might be a disciple of the Tianlong clan, when Sima Han said it himself, Duan Lingtian's mood was still affected to a certain extent. As for why I cooperated with Du Qianjun. As Chu Han spoke to hear, he paused for a moment and then continued. Last time, before the 5 of us obtained the key to open the divine dwellings, there were too many of us. Thus, I didn't carefully look at Du Qianjun's appearance. This time, I carefully looked at Du Yan's appearance and discovered that he resembled a young man in a painting in my master's room. And the young man in that painting was my master's closest junior apprentice brother in the Myriad Demon sect, Du Zhan. As Chu Han spoke to hear, Wu Feng completely understood. So Chu Han's master's junior apprentice brother was actually the Myriad Demon sect's highest elder, Du Zhan. As for Du Qianjun, he was Du Zhan's grandson. Then, according to what my master told me about that martial uncle, and then thinking about Du Yan's cultivation, I was able to guess his identity. Of course, I even specially sent a sound transmission to Du Yan to confirm it. At that time, when I called him by his real name, he thought you had sold him out. It wasn't until I explained it to him that he realized it wasn't you who sold him out, but rather his face that was extremely similar to my martial uncle Du Zhan's. Unknowingly, Chu Han's gaze had shifted to Duan Lingtian. At that time, I discussed with Du Qianjun that the 4 of us would hold the fort, while the 6 of you would enter first. When 2 or 3 of you had entered, we would make our move and kill the 3 or 4 people who had yet to enter. This way, we would have fewer competitors. If we had followed our original plan, you, Wu Yishan, might have died in my hands outside. However, because your junior apprentice brother, Wu Yishan, kept pestering endlessly, our plan could only be cancelled. However, after you and Yu Ling entered, Lu Dongming and his companions still died in the hands of Du Qianjun and I. After that, the 4 of us entered and found Yu Ling and his companion waiting for us. This gave us a pleasant surprise. After we entered, everyone was actually in the same place. As expected, they followed in Lu Dongming and his companions' footsteps. When Chu Han said this, Duan Lingtian spoke. After that, the 2 of you and Du Qianjun entered 2 different caves? Coincidentally, the caves you chose were the same as the caves we chose? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze deepened as he looked at Chu Han. That's right. Chu Han nodded. Then, he looked at Wu Feng and grinned. Wu Yishan, I've told you everything. You should be able to die in peace now. Wu Feng's eyes gleamed. His expression was slightly dark as he said, Are you that confident that you'll be able to kill us? There's only 2 of you. Du Qianjun and his companion went to the other cave. They won't be able to support you in time. Wu Feng said in a deep voice. Wu Feng, I remember that you don't even have a mediocre divine weapon. If you can't take out a mediocre divine weapon today, I alone will be enough to kill you. Chu Han sneered. Then, his divine energy surged out, emitting a bone-chilling aura. The law of ice's fundamental profundity, the ice elemental profundity, merged with his divine energy. Even the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to plummet at this moment. It looks like everyone has been deceived by you. What you excel in is not the water laws, but the ice laws. Wu Feng's pupils shrank. As for Duan Lingtian, he was also surprised. This was because he had heard Wu Feng say that Sima Han excelled in the water laws. He didn't think that Sima Han would display the ice laws. Moreover, his attainments in the ice laws weren't low. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I didn't have a mediocre divine weapon last time, but I do now. Wu Feng lifted his hand. The mediocre divine sword that Duan Lingtian had exchanged for 2 revival good fortune pills in the past appeared in his hand. Then, divine energy swept out from Wu Feng's body. I didn't expect you to have a mediocre divine weapon. It looks like your background in the Hidden Fog sect isn't bad. Surprise flashed in Chu Han's eyes. Then he sneered. But so what? Even if you have a mediocre divine weapon, the most you can do is fight me to a draw. As for this junior apprentice brother Chen beside me, he isn't much weaker than me. Could it be that you're counting on that junior apprentice brother of yours with a mere higher deity cultivation to be able to help you? Chapter 37:16. Wu Feng's strength could be considered outstanding among the lower god kings. He wasn't weaker than Du Qianjun. As for Chu Han, although he was stronger than Du Qianjun, it wasn't by much. His talent and perception might be better than Du Qianjun's, but he was still several hundred years younger than Du Qianjun. If they were the same age, he could easily crush Du Qianjun. But Wu Feng was even older than Du Qianjun. Junior brother Duan, you've been underestimated. When Chu Han revealed his proficiency in the law of ice, Wu Feng knew that Chu Han's true strength wasn't weaker than his. Moreover, Chu Han was a disciple of a God Emperor level sect's inner sect elder. He definitely had a medium-grade divine artifact. At that moment, he couldn't help but rejoice that he had exchanged for a medium-grade divine artifact as soon as he returned to the sect. Otherwise, he might not be Chu Han's match now. Moreover, although he hadn't seen Duan Lingtian's strength, he had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed Tu Feng, another inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Tu Feng was also a lower god king like Wu Feng. His strength wasn't much weaker than his. Because of this, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Compared to him, this junior brother Duan's strength could only be stronger. Isn't that better? Senior brother Wu Feng, you can tangle with him for a while. After I deal with his companions, I'll come help you. Duan Lingtian responded to Wu Feng's sound transmission in a timely manner. As for Wu Feng, after hearing Duan Lingtian's sound transmission, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He was very clear in his heart. A large part of the reason Tu Feng had been so easily killed by Duan Lingtian was because he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would have had a chance to last 10 breaths of time before admitting defeat. At this moment, whether it was Chu Han or the red-clad young man next to Chu Han, they did not even look at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious they did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, junior brother Duan is on my side. Wu Feng secretly sighed in relief. Junior brother Qin. At the same time, Chu Han looked at the red-clad youth and said, Go and take care of Wu Yishan's higher deity junior brother. Then come and help me. Don't worry, senior brother Chu. One move is enough to kill a higher deity. The red-clothed young man smiled confidently. Then, with a flash, the flames on his body wreaked havoc as if he had turned into a fireball, shooting straight for Duan Lingtian. However, it was a life-and-death situation after all. Even if he looked down on his opponent, he still took out his own divine weapon. It was a long awl that looked like a sword but was not a sword. The body of the awl was somewhat similar to the body of the Western sword on Earth in Duan Lingtian's previous life. Wu Yishan! The moment the red-clothed young man moved, Chu Han shouted softly. His figure flashed, and he flew towards Wu Feng in the air. With every step he took, an ice lotus would appear out of thin air. Each step he took was beautiful and resplendent. His movements seemed slow, but in fact, they were ridiculously fast. In the blink of an eye, he was near Wu Feng. Meanwhile, Wu Feng's figure flashed and he retreated in a timely manner. His divine energy swept out and wreaked havoc around him. Just as Chu Han's eyes narrowed and his expression turned cold, and he was about to attack Wu Feng. Impossible! An exclamation that was filled with disbelief suddenly sounded. It caused Chu Han's body to tremble as he subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. In the next moment, under Chu Han's gaze, his junior brother Chen was sliced into two at the waist by the higher deity that he had always looked down on. At the same time, a terrifying space storm suddenly wreaked havoc as the higher deity shook the divine sword in his hand. It completely annihilated the two halves of his junior brother Chen's body. The halves of his junior brother Chen's body turned into a pool of blood that drifted down from the sky. A lower deity king whose strength was not much weaker than his had died just like that. The fusion of the three profundities of the law of space? While feeling a chill all over his body, Chu Han glanced at the raging space storm and could sense the terrifying power of law contained in it. That's sword principle? At the same time, Chu Han sensed a sharp aura. As far as he knew, only the weapon principle of the four principles of heaven and earth could give off such a feeling. Although it was only the embryonic form of sword principle, the power it displayed was no small matter. On top of that, the fusion of the three profundities of the law of space. Even if his cultivation was slightly weaker, he was already not weaker than a lower deity king like himself, let alone his junior brother Qin whose strength was slightly weaker than his. How can this be? Even with his strength, it's impossible for him to kill junior brother Qin so easily. Junior brother Qin should still be able to stand up to him as an equal. Although the strength displayed by the higher deity in front of him shocked him and was not weaker than his and his junior brother Qin's, he was still only slightly stronger. However, even with that being the case, their opponents would only be able to suppress them slightly. It would be extremely difficult to defeat, or even kill them. But now, he had directly killed his junior brother Qin. In such a short period of time, he was definitely killed with a single strike of his sword. That's right! Suddenly, Chu Han thought of a problem. Be it himself or his junior brother Qin, neither of them had taken this higher deity seriously from the very beginning. They had looked down on him. Under such circumstances, why would they use their full strength right from the start? Junior brother Qin must have been killed by him because he was careless. Perhaps if it were me, I wouldn't be able to escape such a fate. After all, it's impossible for me to use my full strength right from the start when I fight with him. At the thought of this, Chu Han felt a chill run down his spine and broke out in cold sweat. Junior brother Duan, I've only heard of your strength in the past, but now that I've seen it for myself, you're even more powerful than the rumors say. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and said with a laugh. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, with a sway of his body, he appeared near the entrance of the cave again and blocked Chu Han's path of retreat. After his junior brother Qin died, Chu Han came back to his senses. He knew that it was impossible for him to be a match for the two people in front of him. Wu Yishan might be slightly weaker than him, but he was still able to fight him to a standstill. At most, he would be slightly suppressed. But this higher deity was able to suppress him. If the two of them joined forces, he would undoubtedly die. Duan Lingtian stood near the entrance of the cave, blocking Chu Han's path of retreat. On the other side, Wu Feng also stepped into the air, blocking Chu Han with Duan Lingtian. Chu Han, I'm afraid things won't go as you wish. Wu Feng grinned. Wu Yishan, if you dare to kill me, my master won't let you off. You should know that the rage of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder isn't something your hidden fog sect can withstand. Chu Han said in a deep voice as he stared at Wu Feng with an ugly expression. Ha ha! Wu Feng laughed. Chu Han, even if we kill you, will your master know that we killed you? Are you joking? In this divine abode, let alone sending messages to the outside world, you can't even send messages to those inside. How will you tell others that we killed you? Just now, not long after they entered, Wu Feng and Duan Lingtian had tried and discovered that they couldn't send messages here. They could only send sound transmissions at close range. Soul beads were completely isolated from the outside world. It was clear that this divine abode had a special array formation that isolated all messages. If you weren't a deity and hadn't become one, then your master would have been able to leave a divine soul mark on your body. When you were in danger, it would appear and learn of what happened to you, but not only have you become a deity, but you are also a god king. The divine soul mark can't be attached to your body at all. Tell me, how does your master know that we killed you? As Wu Feng spoke, he looked at Chu Han like he was looking at an idiot. Chu Han's complexion was ugly. Wu Yishan, as the saying goes, one more enemy is better than one more friend. If you spare my life today, then I will owe you a favor. In the future I, Chu Han, will repay you generously. If you don't believe me, I can immediately swear a heart demon blood oath. Just as Chu Han's voice fell, Wu Feng sneered. A heart demon blood oath is only effective in a plane of gods. This isn't a plane of gods. I can go out and swear a heart demon blood oath. Chu Han hurriedly said. After you go out, the first thing you will do is send a message to your master, right? Do you think I will be stupid enough to take this risk? Wu Feng sneered. Even if I don't go out, unless you kill Du Qianjun and Duan Lingtian, once they go out and report this to my Grand Master, he will still suspect the two of you. At that time, he will go to the Hidden Fog sect and drag you out. Chu Han's eyes flashed with a cold light. But just as Wu Feng was about to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke up. Senior Apprentice Brother Wu, what he says makes sense. Junior Apprentice Brother Duan? Wu Feng was stunned. As for Chu Han, his eyes brightened as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. This meant that there was a chance for a turnaround. He might not die. However, his heart was filled with killing intent. As long as he didn't die, these two people would die without a doubt. Go out and swear a heart demon blood oath? Impossible! As long as he could leave this divine dwelling and divine treasury, his speed wouldn't be any slower than the two of them. When combined with the ice laws, he had a high chance of escaping from under their noses. This place was too small and the only way out was blocked. It was difficult for him to use any methods. Senior Apprentice Brother Wu, Du Qianjun and Duan Lingtian chose a different path from us. If we encounter them later, we can naturally silence them. But the problem is that we aren't sure if we will encounter them. If we don't, Du Qianjun will definitely report this matter to Chu Han's master, the Tianlong clan's intersect elder. In my opinion, we should spare Chu Han's life. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Chu Han and narrowed his eyes slightly. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. If we don't kill you, shouldn't you show some sincerity? For example, you, the divine artifact in your hand, and your spatial ring. A greedy fanaticism appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I can naturally give you these worldly possessions, but how do I know that you won't go back on your words? If I die, my spatial ring will self-destruct, and you won't get anything. Chu Han was obviously not stupid. How do I know that you won't deceive me into removing the ownership of my spatial ring and kill me after I give you all my wealth? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Chu Han's words. His eyes narrowed into slits. You have no choice. Chapter 37:17. You don't have a choice. Duan Lingtian's words left Chu Han speechless. Just as the person in front of him had said, he had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. I hope you can keep your promise. Chu Han stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the other party just because he was a higher deity. This was because this was a higher deity that was several times stronger than him. He was an existence that could cross an entire realm to fight. An ordinary lower deity king wasn't a match for this higher deity. Under Wu Feng's stunned gaze, Chu Han removed the ownership of his storage ring and handed it over to Duan Lingtian along with the medium-grade divine artifact in his hand, leaving him all alone. Duan Lingtian took the storage ring and dripped a drop of blood on it to claim ownership. Then, he glanced inside and directly skipped over the divine stones inside. Although Chu Han was a disciple of an inner sect elder of a god-emperor level sect and possessed a considerable amount of divine stones, he still couldn't compare with Duan Lingtian's wealth. He had over 1,000,000 divine stones in his possession. This was comparable to the divine stone inventory of an ordinary deity king level sect. Last time, the deity king level Zhong family of Skywind City had given him over 1,000,000 divine stones as an apology. In addition to the divine stones he already had, he didn't lack divine stones at all. In fact, in the entire Hidden Fog sect, even those inner sect elders with lofty statuses might not have as much divine stone wealth as he did. It had to be known that those inner sect elders were all higher deity kings and many of them were outstanding figures among them. There are no revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian took Chu Han's storage ring not because he was interested in Chu Han's wealth, but because he wanted to know if Chu Han had any revival good fortune pills. Even a single revival good fortune pill was enough to help him directly become a lower deity king. However, after opening all the pill bottles in Chu Han's storage ring and inspecting the pills inside, he quickly discovered that there were no revival good fortune pills. There wasn't even a single one. You really are poor. Duan Lingtian weighed the storage ring in his hand that he had just obtained from Chu Han. Then, he casually tossed the storage ring and the medium-quality divine artifact that Chu Han had handed over to him. When Chu Han saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "I'll return your things to you. I'm going back on my word." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Chu Han's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to reach out and take his medium-quality divine artifact, Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped him. Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! When the medium-quality god sword stabbed out, the streak of light condensed from the spatial storm immediately tore apart Chu Han's hand that was about to touch the medium-quality god artifact. It turned into a bloody mist before being sent into Chu Han's body as soon as his divine force surged out. Everything happened so suddenly that the speed at which Chu Han mobilized his divine power could not keep up with the speed at which Duan Lingtian attacked. Duan Lingtian had made the first move, so he was in charge of the island. Moreover, everything happened so suddenly, and he had the advantage of having 99 heavenly veins that allowed him to mobilize his divine power quickly. Before Chu Han could react, he had already sent the sword in his hand into Chu Han's body. "You're toying with me!" At the moment of life and death, Chu Han's furious voice rang in the air. His voice was filled with rage. In the next moment, whoosh! Whoosh! Waves of raging spatial storms bloomed in Chu Han's body. In just an instant, Chu Han's body exploded and transformed into a bloody mist that filled the sky. He followed in the footsteps of his junior brother Chen. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Wu Feng was dumbfounded after seeing this. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian said he would let Chu Han go, he could not help but feel anxious. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would really let Chu Han go and bring disaster to them. However, what happened next made him realize his junior brother Duan's intention. As it turned out, his junior brother Duan wanted to obtain Chu Han's wealth before killing him. Moreover, he wanted to kill Chu Han while Chu Han had lost his mediocre divine artifact. It was as easy as blowing off dust. "Junior brother Duan, you're amazing!" Wu Feng could not help but give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up when he regained his senses. "If it wasn't for your last-minute plan, we would have had to spend a lot of effort to kill Chu Han if he fought us with his life on the line. But with what you did, you killed him in one move. Amazing." Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly when he heard Wu Feng's compliment. "Senior brother Wu Feng, I just wanted to see if there was a creation pill in his spatial ring. Even if there was only one, it would have been fine." Unfortunately, there was no creation pill in his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian put Chu Han's spatial ring away as he shook his head and sighed. "If there was a creation pill, even if it was only one, I would have exchanged everything in his spatial ring for it." When Wu Feng heard what Duan Lingtian said, his eyes narrowed subconsciously. "Junior brother Duan, you don't tell me you're missing one creation pill to break through and become a godly king?" Duan Lingtian nodded. From his point of view, there was nothing to hide. No wonder junior brother Duan took out a mediocre divine weapon to exchange for 2 creation pills. It turns out that 2 creation pills were enough to help you break through to the limit of a godly spirit. Wu Feng sighed emotionally. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard Wu Feng mention the 2 creation pills. He then shook his head. "Senior brother Wu Feng, I didn't consume the 2 creation pills that I exchanged from you. If I had consumed them, I would have broken through and become a godly king long ago." When Duan Lingtian said that, Wu Feng couldn't help but wonder. "You didn't consume them? Did you give them to someone?" "I didn't give them to anyone." Duan Lingtian shook his head as a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Someone stole them." "Someone stole them?" Wu Feng was stunned. He then asked subconsciously, "In the sect?" Duan Lingtian nodded. Wu Feng's face darkened when he heard that. "Who's so bold?" "Junior brother Duan, you're already a core disciple of the sect. If someone stole your things, you can ask the sect for justice. The sect leader will help you get your things back. Senior brother Wu Feng, the person who stole my 2 creation pills was Shangguan Xiongfeng." Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Feng and said, "I'll report this to the sect. Do you think the sect will help me get my 2 creation pills back?" Shangguan Xiongfeng. When Duan Lingtian mentioned this name, Wu Feng's complexion had already changed. Shangguan Xiongfeng was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Although he was only a middle god king, his strength surpassed many inner sect elders. He was one of the top 3 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Shangguan Xiongfeng's honorable master had the highest status in the Hidden Fog sect. He was also one of the 4 strongest highest elders, Elder Feng. Shangguan Xiongfeng was also Elder Feng's eldest disciple. Elder Feng treated him like his own grandson. This wasn't a secret in the Hidden Fog sect. "Junior brother Duan, those 2 creation pills were stolen from you by Master Shangguan." "Shangguan Xiongfeng?" In front of Shangguan Xiongfeng, Wu Feng had to respectfully and humbly call him senior brother. Thus, when Shangguan Xiongfeng was mentioned, he subconsciously wanted to call him senior brother. But as he thought of what Shangguan Xiongfeng did to Duan Lingtian, he felt a burst of disdain and quickly changed his words. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Why?" Wu Feng was speechless. He, Shangguan Xiongfeng, is already a god king. Moreover, he's already a middle god king. The creation pills are useless to him, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Elder Lei once wanted to take me in as a disciple. He sent his disciple, Shi Tongming, to find me, but I refused. It is said that Shangguan Xiongfeng has a good relationship with Elder Lei's disciple, Long Shao. In addition, after Shangguan Xiongfeng stole my creation pills, Long Shao came looking for me. He told me to kneel for 10 miles and beg his honorable master to take me in as a disciple. Then, he would help me get those 2 creation pills back from Shangguan Xiongfeng. As Duan Lingtian spoke, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. So it was because of this matter. After Duan Lingtian spoke so much, it wasn't hard for Wu Feng to wake up. His complexion instantly became incomparably dignified. "Junior brother Duan, last time you said you had to go out. Was it because of this matter? Then, you went to Monarch Descent City and met Ling Hu Chuyin, someone who resembled your wife?" At this time, Wu Feng guessed many things. "That's right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "That day, Long Shao came looking for me and told me to kneel for 10 miles and beg his honorable master to take me in as a disciple. I perfunctorily told him that I would consider it. Then I left the sect and planned to return when I broke through to the Divine King realm." Wu Feng's complexion became more and more dignified. "Junior brother Duan, Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng are not weak. They are both intermediate divine kings. Moreover, they are intermediate divine kings who are not weaker than ordinary upper divine kings. Especially Shangguan Xiongfeng, he is even stronger. You have just broken through to the Divine King realm. Do you have the confidence to protect yourself in front of them? If you do, it will be fine. If not, I advise you to wait until you break through to the intermediate Divine King realm before you consider returning to the sect," Wu Feng advised. "As long as I enter the Divine King realm, even if I only become a lower Divine King, I will not fear them." Duan Lingtian had a confident expression. "What I am more worried about is their honorable masters. If their honorable masters attack me, then let alone breaking through to the lower Divine King realm, even if I break through to the intermediate Divine King realm, or upper Divine King realm, it will still be useless." As Duan Lingtian thought of the 2 Hidden Fog sect Grand Elders behind Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng, Elder Thunder and Elder Wind, the confidence on his face disappeared. It was replaced with deep dread. "Junior brother Duan, you are overthinking this." Wu Feng shook his head. "No matter how protective those 2 Grand Elders are, it is impossible for them to favor their disciples. As long as you have a lower Divine King realm cultivation and display combat strength in no way inferior to Long Zhao's, as long as you don't violate the rules of the sect, it won't be easy for those two Grand Elders to touch you. Don't forget, in our Hidden Fog sect there are two other Grand Elders who are equally famous as them. As long as you display enough potential, even if you have no intention of taking one of the other two Grand Elders as a teacher, you shouldn't mind being a secret disciple, right? Chapter 37:18. Unofficial disciple? Duan Lingtian shook his head slightly. Senior brother Wu Feng, as far as I know, the Grand Elders have never accepted an unofficial disciple. Unofficial disciples are not considered official disciples, but they can enjoy the same treatment as official disciples. It's like they're under their protection. Normally, they'd only accept official disciples. It's impossible for them to accept unofficial disciples, Wu Feng said. However, you're different. If you're able to fight against Long Xiao and Shangguan Xiongfeng as a lower realm god king, it means you're able to defeat ordinary higher realm god kings. Furthermore, you're not even 3,000 years old. Your future is limitless. For a genius like you who is destined to rise in the future, Elder Yun and Elder Wu wouldn't mind taking you as a nominal disciple. That's because your glory will be their glory, even if you're only their unofficial disciple. Wu Feng's eyes gleamed. Once you become Elder Yun's or Elder Wu's unofficial disciple, you'll be under their protection. It'll be up to you how you fight against Long Xiao and Shangguan Xiongfeng. However, if Elder Lei and Elder Feng behind Long Xiao and Shangguan Xiongfeng interfere, they won't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, as far as I know, the four Grand Elders don't get along well with each other. Elder Wu Feng has a very good relationship with Elder Lei. However, his relationship with Elder Yun and Elder Wu is only so. It is even said that when they were young, they were sworn enemies. As for whether or not they have let go of their old grudges, only they themselves know. Of course, Elder Yun and Elder Wu have a very good relationship. If you become one of their unofficial disciples, the other one will take care of you out of respect for the other one, Wu Feng said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly when he heard Wu Feng's words. He was tempted as well. However, he calmed down after a while. If I want Elder Yun or Elder Wu to accept me as their unofficial disciple, I'll have to show my potential. At the very least, I'll have to break through to become a lower Divine King and display strength on par with Long Xiao and Shangguan Xiongfeng. The most important thing right now is to break through to the God King realm. A hint of anticipation appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he thought about this. I hope I'll be able to break through to the Divine King stage after I obtain a fortuitous encounter in this divine dwelling. Junior brother Duan, after we leave this divine treasury, I'll think of a way to get you a revival pill. I often hang around outside and know many people. I can ask them after we leave, Wu Feng said to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, senior brother Wu Feng. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. At the same time, he looked longingly at the statue in front of him. However, we have yet to obtain any treasures in this god's abode and divine treasury that is suspected to have been left behind by a god emperor expert. Perhaps I will have already broken through by the time we leave. That would be for the best. Wu Feng smiled. At the same time, Wu Feng followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at the statue in the spacious hall. He frowned slightly and said, Junior brother Duan, I think it's better if we try to attack it. We can use a little less strength at the beginning. This way, even if we trigger the offensive formation inside, it shouldn't be able to destroy us directly. It's better to be careful, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. How about this, senior brother Wu Feng? Let's return to the cave's passageway and stand near the cave's entrance to attack the statue. If anything happens, we'll retreat to the cave abode immediately. All right. Wu Feng agreed with Duan Lingtian's plan. The two of them returned to the entrance of the cave and looked at the statue in the distance. Junior brother Duan, look at the ground. Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng stood near the entrance of the cave. Duan Lingtian's gaze was still on the statue when Wu Feng's voice sounded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed Wu Feng's gaze and saw that there were countless specks of red light gathered together on the ground of the great hall. In the end, they converged into a small red stream. The water of this small stream flowed toward the statue in the distance. "It's Chu Han and Duan Lingtian's blood," Wu Feng said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also smelled the stench of blood. The red specks of light that automatically gathered together on the ground of the Great Hall were the blood of Chu Han and Duan Lingtian, who had died in his hands earlier. Now, the two people's blood had strangely gathered together and turned into a small stream that flowed along the tiles on the floor of the hall, straight to the human-shaped statue. "What's going on?" While Duan Lingtian was still puzzled, the blood gathered at the foot of the human-shaped statue and circled around the foot of the statue. Then, from the bottom to the top, it turned into a blood-red light that gradually spread and enveloped the entire human-shaped statue. In this way, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng watched the human-shaped statue in front of them being enveloped by the blood-red light and becoming hazy. When the human-shaped statue was completely enveloped by the blood-red light, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng only felt the ground beneath their feet tremble. It was the human-shaped statue that was trembling violently. The blood-red light around it surged and then disappeared into the void. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was shocked to find that the human-shaped statue had become more real. The human-shaped statue actually became more realistic. Although it was still a statue, the feeling it gave off was more three-dimensional and clear. "Congratulations on unlocking the divine treasure I left behind." In the next moment, something that shocked Duan Lingtian even more happened. The huge human-shaped statue in front of them opened its mouth and spoke. The statue's mouth moved slightly, and a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "This?" Wu Feng, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was dumbfounded. "My name is Qin Wu. I'm a sectless cultivator who came to Tongling province from afar. In the past, I joined a few forces, but after that, I didn't join any forces. I'm all alone and free. After becoming a god king, I'm like the other god kings in the realms of gods. I'm fighting against the heavens. The heavenly tribulations that come once every 1,000 years spurred me to move forward. I didn't dare to stop or look back." The statue spoke again. This time, it began to introduce itself. Furthermore, it began to talk about its life. "I've overcome the heavenly tribulations over and over again. I've improved my cultivation base and strength over and over again. Every time I've improved, I'll feel relieved. Speaking of which, other than the fact that I don't have many friends and I didn't take in any disciples, my life has been smooth sailing. After all, with my background, it's already a miracle that I've come this far. When I left this divine treasure behind, I had a premonition that I won't be able to overcome the next heavenly tribulation in 30 years. For this reason, I left this divine treasure behind as a gift to a fated person. In my life, I'll stop at the Lesser God Emperor stage." After listening to the statue's words, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng exchanged a look. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. It's really a divine treasure left behind by a god emperor. Even if a god emperor was just a sectless cultivator, the wealth he possessed was unimaginable. At this moment, the statue continued to speak. "I've spent all the divine stones in my wealth to support this divine palace and divine treasure. Therefore, if a fated person wishes to obtain a large number of divine stones, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. What I left behind are all the treasures I've collected throughout my life. There's also the high-grade divine weapon that has followed me for many years. It has already developed half a soul. In the end, I couldn't wait until the day it developed a complete soul. This is one of my biggest regrets. In addition, I also left behind many cultivation techniques that I found. The best one was an incomplete Emperor God level cultivation technique. I also relied on that cultivation technique to become an Emperor God. Give me a few more 1,000 years and I'm confident that I'll be able to break through to become a God Emperor stage. However, the heavenly tribulation waits for no one. In the end, the speed of my growth still can't catch up to the speed of the heavenly tribulation. Alright, since I've said so much, I won't waste any more words. There's no other way. I've been alone for so long and have no one to talk to. I don't like to talk to people either. Before I die, it's inevitable that I'll talk too much. Now, let's get to the main topic. After entering the Divine Palace, the first thing you'll see are the two paths that I've left behind. Even though they lead to two different places, everything inside is the same. The moment you enter, you'll be restricted from leaving. If someone takes both paths, then the person who opens the statue that I've left behind first will have the chance to obtain the various treasures other than the divine stones that I've left behind. As for the person who takes the other path, they'll be forcefully sent out of the Divine Palace. The various treasures that I've left behind, other than the divine stones, are all in the inner palace of this Divine Palace. Next, I'll open the spatial passage for the fated person who opens the statue first. From here, you'll head to the inner palace. As the voice of the statue fell, the sword in his hand suddenly pierced into the void. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. And it was this seemingly casual stab that caused a black vortex to appear in the void. It was exactly the same as the situation inside the Divine Palace. The black vortex was exactly a spatial passage. In that case, Du Qianjun and his companion will be forcefully sent out. Wu Feng, who recovered from the words of the statue with great difficulty, had his eyes lit up, and a gloating expression involuntarily appeared on his face. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded as he looked at the black vortex in the void in front of him with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that we'd accidentally open the statue first and obtain the opportunity to fight for the treasures left behind by this Emperor God powerhouse. Haha. If Du Qianjun finds out that we're the ones who obtained this opportunity, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood. Wu Feng smiled brightly. While Wu Feng was smiling brightly, after passing through another cave passageway, they also arrived at a spacious hall. Du Qianjun and Lui, who were at a loss for what to do with the statue in front of them, were frightened by the statue that suddenly seemed to come alive. This statue came to life? Du Qianjun was shocked. Even the middle-aged man beside him had a rare change of expression. Chapter 37:19. Du Qianjun led the people around him through the long and narrow cave passageway and appeared in a spacious sealed hall. There was a human-shaped statue in the hall. Everything was exactly the same as the place Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were at. The two were almost identical. In the beginning, Du Qianjun also tried to use his divine consciousness to spy on the statue. As expected, he was blocked outside. Then, Du Qianjun also wanted to use his divine power to attack the statue. However, he hesitated for a long time before he made his move. He carefully extended his divine power and hit the statue. However, the statue did not move at all. However, his divine power attack was completely blocked. What should I do now? Do I have to turn back? Du Qianjun continued to activate his divine power and joined forces with the middle-aged man beside him to attack the statue with all their might. However, they still could not do anything to the statue. However, when he brought the middle-aged man back to the cave passageway, he realized that the passageway was blocked after taking a few steps. It was as though the passageway had been blocked since the beginning. It seems like there's no way to turn back. Under such circumstances, Du Qianjun could only bring the middle-aged man back to the spacious hall. He stared blankly at the motionless human-shaped statue before he started to look for clues. Whoosh! Whoosh! Now, as the human-shaped statue moved on its own as though it was alive, Du Qianjun and the people around him were shocked. The statue, an inanimate object, had actually come to life? The same path, the same place, the same method of opening. However, you're one step slower than me. I can only say that you're not fated to meet me. However, since you're able to come here, I can't let you leave just like that. At the very least, out of courtesy, I should introduce myself. My name is Qin Wu. I'm a rogue cultivator who came from afar to Tungling province. I joined some forces in the past. After that, the human-shaped statue said the same thing as it said to Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. In the end it said, "In my life, I'll stop at the level of a lower emperor god." As soon as the human-shaped statue said that Du Qianjun was not fated to be with him, the expressions of Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man beside him changed. This was because they also heard that they had missed the opening of the divine dwelling divine treasury. Evidently, the divine treasury they had entered was a divine treasury that needed to be opened a second time. Furthermore, there were two paths to take. The path they took was one of those paths. But now, the person who took the other path had opened the divine treasures ahead of time, causing them to lose the opportunity to open the divine treasures. Now I'll send you out. As the humanoid statue spoke, the long sword in his hand trembled and pointed at the void. It seemed to be a casual gesture, but it caused a black vortex to appear in the void and sweep toward Du Qianjun and Jian Wushuang. No! If I don't open the divine treasure, I won't go out. Du Qianjun was unwilling to accept this and wanted to dodge. However, before he could dodge, the ridiculously fast black vortex had already swept him and the middle-aged man beside him into it. It directly sent them out of the divine dwelling divine treasury, causing them to appear outside the door of the divine dwelling. At this very moment, the door to the divine residence had already closed. The 5 keys that were inserted into the door, as well as the 5 keyholes, were no longer there. Damn it! After Du Qianjun regained his senses, he wanted to open the divine dwelling again, but no matter how he struggled, the door of the divine dwelling remained tightly shut, and there were no signs of it opening. For a moment, Du Qianjun's expression was very ugly. In the end, when he realized that he had really missed the divine dwelling divine treasury in front of him, Du Qianjun gradually calmed down, and at the same time, his thoughts became clear. That human-shaped statue is obviously the person who left this divine dwelling divine treasury behind. Based on what he said, he should be a lower god emperor. Thinking of this, Du Qianjun felt a pang of pain. It was really a divine dwelling divine treasury left behind by a god emperor expert, but now he had been sent out, and he did not even get a single strand of hair. In addition, he said that someone opened the divine dwelling divine treasury inside before us. Du Qianjun's eyes flashed. Is it young Master Han and the others? In Du Qianjun's opinion, he did not meet the hidden fog sect disciple Wu Yishan and the other person on the path he chose. It was clear that Wu Yishan and the other person were on another path, and that path was the one he chose for Chu Han and the others to take. If the path was the same, Chu Han and the others would meet Wu Yishan and the other person sooner or later. If the 4 of them met, the result was self-evident. Wu Yishan and the other person would definitely be killed by Chu Han and the other person. It seems that the divine dwelling divine treasury was opened by young Master Han and the others. Du Qianjun sighed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Then, he subconsciously extended his divine sense into his storage ring, and for some reason, he looked at the soul bead that Chu Han had given him when they exchanged soul beads. However, his expression froze when he saw what was in front of him. How is this possible? At this moment, the soul bead that he was looking at was no longer there. More accurately, the complete soul bead was no longer there. What replaced it was a pile of soul bead fragments. The soul bead had shattered. Du Qianjun was well aware of what the shattering of the soul bead meant. Young Master Han is dead? What's going on? Du Qianjun couldn't figure out why Chu Han would die no matter how hard he racked his brains. That Wu Yishan duo definitely couldn't be young Master Han's match. Could it be that after the opening of the divine treasure trove, that person beside young Master Han launched a sneak attack on young Master Han and killed him? That person is young Master Han's junior brother, surnamed Chen. Thinking of this, Du Qianjun's eyes narrowed, and his expression became stern. If young Master Han obtained all the treasures in the divine dwelling divine treasury, then so be it. No matter what, he is still my martial uncle. But if that brat surnamed Chen sneakily killed young Master Han and obtained those treasures, I will not let him have an easy time. I have to go out and tell grandfather about this. Of course, because of the hard demon blood oath, I cannot tell grandfather about this divine dwelling divine treasury. However, I can fabricate some background and say that the brat surnamed Chen killed young Master Han. In that case, even if that brat surnamed Chen returns to the Tianlong clan, he will not have a good ending. Du Qianjun said goodbye to the middle-aged man beside him. Then the two of them left the independent realm where the divine palace and divine treasure were located through the void gate, and returned to the mystic Handel land in the realm of gods. After returning to the profound Handel land, he took out the divine king-grade flying ship, activated the speed comparable to a high divine king, and headed in the direction of the Thousand Demon sect. At the same time, he did not forget to send a message to his grandfather. "Grandfather, your senior brother's disciple, Chu Han, has died." Following Du Qianjun's message, his grandfather, the Thousand Demon sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan, also quickly responded. "What nonsense are you talking about? This kind of thing cannot be said carelessly. If your martial granduncle knows that you said this, he will not be happy." When Du Zhan sent a message to Du Qianjun, his tone was reprimanding, but more than that, it was still concern. "Also, you brat, you actually snuck out again? Where are you? Hurry up and come back." "Grandfather," Du Qianjun replied with a bitter smile, "as I have made a hard demon blood oath, it is not convenient for me to say where I am exactly. However, I did meet Chu Han and exchange soul orbs with him. Now, his soul orb has shattered." When Du Qianjun said this, Du Zhan was silent for a long time before he asked, "You have never met him, so how do you know him?" "After he found out from me that I was a disciple of the 10,000 Demon sect, he guessed my identity from the similarity between my appearance and yours when you were young. He said that there was a portrait of you when you were young in Martial Granduncle's room. It was vivid and lifelike, no different from a real person," Du Qianjun said. "Wait." This time, Du Zhan could not remain calm. Du Zhan, who was in the Thousand Demon sect's estate, was filled with anxiety even though he had already become a medium divine emperor. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and sent a message to his senior brother, who was also Chu Han's master. "Senior brother, did something happen to Chu Han?" Du Zhan asked. "Junior brother, you know about it too?" Almost as soon as Du Zhan sent the message, a reply came. "Yes. My disciple, Chu Han, has died. Right now, I'm investigating the cause of his death. I'll look for you when I'm done." "Senior brother." Du Zhan had a bitter smile on his face. Although his senior brother's tone was calm, he was still able to detect traces of oppression from his senior brother's calm tone. "Let's not tell senior brother about what Qianjun said. After all, we can't be sure if it's true. We'll talk about it when that brat comes back." After the human-shaped statue opened the space tunnel, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered it in a timely manner. Then, both of them arrived at the lower Divine Emperor Qin Wu's divine palace before he died. He left behind all his treasures in the divine palace's inner mansion. Based on what Divine Emperor Qin Wu said, it seems like he even left the prominent grade divine weapon that gave birth to half of his soul in the divine palace. It seems like he's really planning to go through the next heavenly tribulation alone, Wu Feng said to Duan Lingtian as soon as they arrived at the inner mansion of the divine palace. "He almost didn't make it through the previous heavenly tribulation. Maybe he hasn't recovered from his injuries even after thousands of years. That's why he knows he can't make it through the next heavenly tribulation. Under such circumstances, it's useless no matter how much he prepares. If the prominent grade divine weapon gave birth to half of its soul, not only will it be destroyed, but the soul of the weapon that gave birth to half of its soul will also be destroyed," Duan Lingtian said. This was because he possessed a high-quality god artifact, and the god artifact possessed an artifact soul. As a result, he knew much more about this than ordinary people. His own divine weapon gave birth to a weapon soul. In the eyes of Divine Emperor Qin Wu, who was lonely all his life, he must have treated the weapon's soul as his own child. Duan Lingtian recalled Divine Emperor Qin Wu's message earlier. When he mentioned the prominent grade divine weapon that gave birth to half of its soul, his tone became much gentler. It gave off a fatherly feeling. Chapter 37:20 High-grade divine artifact. Wu Feng's eyes were burning with desire when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he quickly looked at Duan Lingtian, and the desire in his eyes subsided a little. "Senior brother Wu Feng." Duan Lingtian noticed Wu Feng's gaze and said with a faint smile, If we obtain Divine Emperor Qin Wu's high-grade divine artifact that gave birth to half a soul, I'll give it to you. Junior brother Duan. Wu Feng was taken aback when he heard that. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian. When he saw the sincerity in Duan Lingtian's eyes, a hint of guilt appeared in his eyes. This was because he had coveted the high-grade divine artifact earlier. However, Junior brother Duan wanted to give the high-grade divine artifact to him as soon as he opened his mouth. Junior brother Duan, there's no need for you to do this. Although Wu Feng really wanted the high-grade divine artifact, he felt guilty when he saw Duan Lingtian's sincerity, and completely dispelled the desire in his heart. I think we should look at the contributions later. Whoever makes the greatest contribution will get the high-grade divine artifact. This is fair to both of us. Of course, although Wu Feng said that, he had already given the high-grade divine artifact to Duan Lingtian in his heart. He knew his strength was not as good as Duan Lingtian. His performance would definitely not be as good as Duan Lingtian's. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Senior brother Wu Feng, I've already made up my mind. There's no need for you to say anything else. Since I said I'll give the high-grade divine artifact to you, I'll give it to you. Even if I obtain it myself, I won't take it. However, I have a request when I give the high-grade divine artifact to you. That is, other than the high-grade divine artifact, I'll have the priority to choose the other items. What do you think? Duan Lingtian asked. Junior brother Duan, of course, there's no problem with that. However, the wealth in Celestial Emperor Qin Wu's possession, even if all the other items were added together, I'm afraid it's still not comparable to the high-grade divine artifact that gave birth to half a soul. I can't take such a huge advantage of you. The more Duan Lingtian was giving in, the more Wu Feng felt guilty. He felt that his greed for the high-grade divine artifact was unforgivable. Senior brother Wu Feng, I won't take my words back. It's settled then. If you obtain the high-grade divine artifact, it's yours. I'll have priority to pick 3 items first. Duan Lingtian's. Of course, if I don't obtain that high-quality god artifact, our agreement will be nullified as well. I will no longer have the right to choose the spoils first. Senior brother Wu Feng, I, Duan Lingtian, am a person with a temper like this. If it wasn't for you asking me to join this time, it would be impossible for me to appear here. Therefore, I definitely won't accept that high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Although part of the reason he did not want the high-grade divine artifact was because he had another high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, it was mostly because of Wu Feng that he was able to come to the god's estate and divine treasury left behind by a god emperor. Otherwise, even if he did not keep the high-grade divine artifact for his friends and family, he could still exchange it for other treasures outside. With the value of the high-grade divine artifact, he could exchange it for many rare treasures. In the end, the reason why he did this was because he had always hated owing people favors. In his opinion, as long as he gave the high-grade divine artifact to Wu Feng, he would be returning the favor. Seeing Duan Lingtian become serious, Wu Feng bitterly smiled and said, Junior apprentice brother Duan, you don't need to think like that. The reason I told you the location of the God Emperor's divine treasury left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse and was willing to bring you here was mostly because I used 2 revival good fortune pills to exchange for your medium-grade divine artifact. Even if I didn't ask you to come with me, I would have found someone else. But the person I found might not be as strong as you. Speaking of which, the fact that you came with me is a blessing for me. Let's not talk about anything else, just now. If it wasn't for you and another lower god king intersect disciple of our hidden fog sect came with me, we might not have been able to defeat Chu Han and Duan Lingtian. We might have been killed by them just now. As Wu Feng spoke, his expression was earnest and sincere. But this time, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Wu Feng with a stubborn and firm gaze. Finally, Wu Feng compromised. He bitterly smiled and said, All right, I can do as you say. But I also want to add 2 more points. If you can do it, I will agree. If you can't do it, then I won't agree. As Wu Feng spoke, his tone was firm and resolute. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, please speak. Duan Lingtian listened attentively. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and solemnly said, First, even if you and I aren't fated to obtain that high-grade divine artifact, you will have the priority to choose 3 items from the harvest. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. That's not a problem. Although he spoke in a straightforward manner, he was actually thinking that the things he chose were things he could use and might not be the most precious. Even if he did as Wu Feng requested, it wouldn't cause too much of a loss to Wu Feng. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had agreed to the first point, Wu Feng continued to say, Second, if you and I are fated to obtain that high-grade divine artifact, I'll take that high-grade divine artifact. However, I won't take any of the other items. They'll all belong to you. Senior brother Wu Feng. Duan Lingtian was surprised by Wu Feng's second point. He could not help but smile wryly. You don't have to do this. Actually, there are so many items. I might not need all of them. How about this? I'll only take the items I need and leave the rest to you? Duan Lingtian asked. Even if you don't need them, you can still exchange them for other items you need outside. Wu Feng was unmoved. If you don't agree to the second point, I won't take that high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian tried to persuade Wu Feng again. However, Wu Feng was unmoved. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise. All right, I agree. If that's the case, then let's go. If I'm not wrong, as long as we step into the array formation ahead, the test left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu will begin. And if we pass the corresponding test, we will be able to obtain the items left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. Although this was Wu Feng's first time entering the Divine Abode, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Wu Feng had seen similar records in some of the memory jade slips left behind by the Hidden Fog sect since ancient times. Now, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were in the Divine Abode's inner mansion. It was a grand hall with an open door. The surroundings were resplendent and luxurious, far surpassing the grand hall where Divine Emperor Qin Wu's statue was. There was an open door in the main hall. It was grand and imposing, and behind the open door, there was a clearly visible array formation formed by the spiritual energy of the God Stone. The array formation was circular and had a diameter of over 10 meters. Traces of spiritual energy from the God Stone twined around it, like a group of snakes dancing. When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng walked side by side into the array formation suddenly trembled. Then, under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, the grand hall's door and the entire grand hall in front of them strangely sank. Not long after, it completely sank into the ground. Then, even the ground sank. The place where they landed turned into a barren land. I won't make things difficult for you. A familiar voice resonated in the air. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Wu Feng, both of them saw a humanoid silhouette suddenly appearing in the distant sky. The humanoid silhouette's appearance was no different from the humanoid statue they had seen earlier. Even the voice was the same. Obviously, this was an illusion left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu, who left behind this divine abode. I'll let the array formation that I left behind automatically form a test for each of you by checking the number of people and cultivation level of all of you. As long as you're stronger than people of the same cultivation level, you'll be able to pass more tests. If you want to get the most precious thing that I left behind, the high-grade divine weapon that gave birth to half a soul, you'll have to pass all the tests. If everyone passes all the tests, then only the person who passes all the tests the fastest will be able to get the high-grade divine weapon that I left behind. However, it won't be easy to pass all the tests that I left behind. At least, in this era when I was alive, in Tungling Province, there's absolutely no one who can do this. If any of you is an Emperor God, just pretend that I didn't say anything above. The test formed by the array formation that I set up, even if it's the most difficult one, won't be difficult for an Emperor God. After all, I'm only a lower Emperor God. As Divine Emperor Qin Wu spoke, there was suddenly an invisible force that swept past Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng like a breeze. However, It gave the two of them a feeling that they had nowhere to hide, as though everything about them was seen through. There's a total of 2 people. A higher god and a lower god king. Good luck. After Divine Emperor Qin Wu said that, his phantom gradually disappeared in the void as though it had never appeared. Set the test based on the number of people and cultivation level? No matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Wu Feng, they were first stunned when they heard Divine Emperor Qin Wu's words. Then, they came back to their senses and looked surprised. Junior brother Duan, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to pass through all the tests created by the formation left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. That superior grade divine weapon is already in your bag, Duan Lingtian said. Wu Feng was very confident in Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect each of us to go through our own tests. This time, I'm really going to take advantage of you, Junior brother Duan. With my ability, the rewards that I'll get will definitely be far less than yours. Thank you for your kind words, Senior brother Wu Feng. Although Duan Lingtian was confident in his ability, he still didn't know how difficult the tests that Divine Emperor Qin Wu left behind for higher gods were. Therefore, he didn't dare to make any guarantees in front of Wu Feng. Chapter 37:21. Junior brother Duan, you just have to do your best. Regardless of whether you can pass all the tests and obtain the upper grade divine weapon, I will not change my promise to you. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian seriously and said, Moreover, I will do my best to obtain the treasures that Emperor God Qin Wu left behind. Anything that could be left behind by an Emperor God, no matter how ordinary it was, would definitely be a treasure to them. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure. If you can't pass the tests, just think of a way to give up. Now, we don't know if the tests that Emperor God Qin Wu left behind will be life-threatening, Duan Lingtian said. When Wu Feng heard this, his face turned even more solemn. However, as an invisible force swept in from the surroundings and split into 2 forces between Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, they felt as though they were unable to break free. They knew that the tests were about to begin. Junior brother Duan, if you can't do it, just give up, Wu Feng hastily reminded Duan Lingtian. You too. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, both of them disappeared completely. They were taken away by the invisible force. A lower celestial emperor was a lower celestial emperor after all. Even though he had been dead for many years, the power of the formation that he left behind was still something that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng could not resist. The force that enveloped them gave them the feeling that it was comparable to the strength of a lower celestial emperor. It might even be stronger than they had imagined. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered the Divine Mansion Divine Treasure and passed the test set by Emperor God Qin Wu, Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man beside him boarded the Divine King-grade spaceship and returned to the Thousand Demon Sect at the speed of an upper celestial king. They had spent slightly more than a month on the journey. However, that was when the Divine King-grade spaceship was traveling at the speed of an lower celestial king. Now, with the speed of an upper celestial king, the efficiency of the Divine King-grade spaceship was at least 10 times faster than before. The journey that would have taken a month was completed in 3 days and 3 nights. Grandfather. After Du Qianjun returned to the 10,000 Devil Sect's encampment, the first thing he did was look for his grandfather, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devil Sect, Du Zhan. Du Zhan was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. Although his hair was completely white, and even his eyebrows were white, his appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man. When he stood together with Du Qianjun, they looked more like father and son than grandfather and grandson. Du Zhan was dressed in blue and had a tall stature. It could be seen that Du Qianjun's appearance was inherited from him. In reality, Du Qianjun was more like him than Du Zhan's son and even his eldest grandson, Du Pijun. It was precisely because of this that he especially doted on and spoiled this little grandson of his. Since a young age, he never allowed Du Qianjun to leave his side, and he wanted to personally protect Du Qianjun. Until the last time, when his little grandson sneaked out, he was extremely anxious. He even personally went to find the sect leader of the Thousand Devil Sect to settle the score. The sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect also punished the elders and disciples of the Thousand Devil sect who were guarding the entrance and exit. You little brat, I just punished you the last time you came back. This time, you actually dared to sneak out again. It seems like you didn't take the previous punishment to heart. Du Zhan glared at Du Qianjun angrily. However, the gentleness and doting in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. Du Qianjun, on the other hand, did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the angry Du Zhan. This was because he knew that his grandfather had a sharp tongue but a soft heart in front of him. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about this now. He looked at Du Zhan and said with a solemn expression, "Grandfather, Chu Han has really perished. Not long after the two of us separated, he perished and his Tao vanished. These are the soul orbs that he exchanged with me," Du Qianjun said as he took out a pile of soul orb fragments from his spatial ring. "After I exchanged soul orbs with him, I even tried to communicate with him. I can confirm that there is no problem. What happened?" Du Zhan's expression also became serious. He asked with a serious expression, "Qianjun, you should know that this kind of thing is not a game. Although that martial granduncle of yours and I are as close as brothers, it is also because of this that I, your grandfather, will definitely not play tricks on him." Du Qianjun shook his head. "Grandfather, you should know that although I am usually a little mischievous, I will definitely not joke about serious matters. Grandfather, I have heard about the relationship between you and martial granduncle since I was young. Naturally, I know that this kind of thing cannot be said carelessly." Du Qianjun had a serious expression. When Du Zhan heard this, he also looked at Du Qianjun seriously. In the end, he said with a serious expression, "Then tell me the ins and outs of this matter now. Do not miss a single detail. Martial granduncle." Du Qianjun looked at Du Zhan with a serious expression. "The last time I sneaked out, I went to a city outside and accepted a mission with a group of people. After that, we discovered a ruin. Most of the people died, and in the end, only 6 people were left. Then, the 6 of us agreed that each of us would bring a companion whose cultivation level could not exceed the lower Divine King realm. 3 months later, we would explore that ruin together. At the same time, we swore a hard demon blood oath that we would not tell a third person besides the companion we were looking for. At the same time, we had to let the companion join us after he swore a hard demon blood oath that he would not tell anyone about this matter. This is also the reason why when you asked me where we were, I said that it was not convenient to tell you because of the hard demon blood oath." Du Qianjun's words completely changed the background of this trip. At the same time, he did not plan to say where they were going. Naturally, this was to avoid the hard demon blood oath. Although he was unwilling to be eliminated from the God Emperor's divine treasure, he did not forget the hard demon blood oath he swore before. If he violated it, he would definitely die. Of the 6 people who survived that time, one of them was Chu Han. However, I did not know him at that time, and because there were too many people, he did not look at me carefully. He only felt that I was a little familiar. Of course, the main reason was that we used aliases at that time, so we did not think that each other was the person we knew. Until later, when we met again, he carefully looked at my face and found that I looked extremely similar to grandfather when you were young. Furthermore, my aliases were also surnamed Du, so he tried to sound me out and called me by my real name. It was also at that time that I found out that he was Chu Han, the youngest disciple under senior granduncle, and also the disciple that he doted on the most. When Du Qianjun said this, Du Zhan asked, "What happened after that?" Du Qianjun continued, "After Chu Han and I acknowledged each other, he sent me a voice transmission and said that he wanted to join forces with me to annihilate the other 8 competitors. Everything that happened after that went very smoothly. We joined forces to annihilate 6 competitors, and the remaining 2 competitors were pursued by Chu Han and the red-clad young man he called Junior Brother Chen. Not long after, I discovered that Chu Han's soul bead had shattered. In addition, I didn't find anything in that ruin, so I hurried back to tell grandfather about this matter. I even greeted grandfather on the way back." As Du Qianjun spoke to hear, Du Zhan asked, How strong were the two people that Chu Han and that person were hunting down? Is it possible that Chu Han and that person were hunting them down but were instead killed by them? Du Zhan voiced his guess. Just as Du Zhan's voice fell, Du Qianjun shook his head and denied it. Impossible. Why? Du Zhan asked. Grandfather, those two people should be disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. One of them is called Wuishan, but I suspect that is his alias. This Wuishan is quite strong. His cultivation is similar to mine and his comprehension of the laws and profound meanings is similar to mine. I only saw him take out a low-grade divine artifact. If he took out a medium-grade divine artifact, I would at most be able to fight him to a draw. If he had a medium-grade divine artifact, with Chu Han's strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. However, according to what Chu Han said, the youth surnamed Qin is also a disciple of the Tianlong clan. His strength isn't much weaker than his. If the two of them join forces, that Hidden Fog sect disciple Wuishan won't be their match. Du Qianjuan's words were filled with confidence in Chu Han and that person. Doesn't that Hidden Fog sect disciple have a companion who is also a Hidden Fog sect disciple? Du Zhan frowned and asked. That person can be ignored. Du Qianjun said with disdain. He is just a higher deity. Normally, a lower god king can kill him like a dog, much less lower god kings like us. Higher deity? Du Zhan frowned. According to what I know, the Hidden Fog sect recently produced a higher deity core disciple. He once killed a lower god king inner sect disciple on the Hidden Fog sect's extreme martial arena. Moreover, that inner sect disciple was a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. I've heard of this. Du Qianjun didn't care. Even if this is true, it can only be said that the Hidden Fog sect's second elder's disciple was careless, and was killed by a sneak attack. Moreover, what is the name of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder's disciple? I think his name is Tu Feng. If he didn't die at the hands of a higher deity, I wouldn't even know his name. He clearly can't be considered a genius in the Hidden Fog sect. He is just a mediocre person. In Du Qianjun's opinion, he had heard of almost every outstanding inner sect disciple and core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect. But he had never heard of Tu Feng. This meant that Tu Feng wasn't famous outside and couldn't be considered an outstanding disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Even so, we can't be careless. Otherwise, how could Chu Han have died? Du Zhan shook his head. He couldn't help but frown. He was clearly thinking of something. Grandfather, I suspect that the boy surnamed Qin by Chu Han's side was the one who killed him. Du Qianjun voiced his guess. Did Chu Han introduce the youth surnamed Qin to you? What is his full name? Du Zhan asked after hearing his grandson's guess. Chapter 37:22. Qin Helian. When Chu Han and Du Qianjun met, Chu Han had introduced the red-clad young man who was also a disciple of the Tianlong clan. Therefore, Chu Han knew the young man's name. I'll immediately contact your martial granduncle about this matter. I think your martial granduncle is currently furious and impatient because of this matter. After Du Zhan finished speaking, he sent a message to his senior brother in the Tianlong clan. Du Zhan's senior brother was also a disciple of the Thousand Devil sect in the past. Moreover, he was a proud son of heaven in the Thousand Devil sect. Before he even went to the Sky Dragon sect, he was already famous outside. Later, when he entered the Sky Dragon sect, although his performance was not as dazzling as before, he still became an inner sect elder of the Sky Dragon sect. It should be known that it was not easy to become an inner elder of the Tianlong clan. At the very least, one had to be a medium divine emperor. Du Zhan's senior brother was called Kuang Tianjing. Like Du Zhan, he was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. However, he was not as tall and burly as Du Zhan. He was of medium height and seemed more reserved. Qin Helian? When Kuang Tian received a message from his junior brother Du Zhan, who was far away in the Myriad Demon sect, he was a little surprised. He never thought that his junior brother would provide him with a lot of valuable information when he couldn't find any clues. Senior brother, although my grandson is naughty, he has a sense of propriety when it comes to important matters. I believe his words. After Dujan finished his message, he added another sentence to convince his senior brother Kuang Tianjing. The reason for this superfluous action was because his senior brother had never personally interacted with his grandson. However, he had often complained about his grandson's naughtiness and unreliability in their daily communication. You're such a cautious person. Since you've personally sent a message, the news can't be wrong, Kuang Tianjing replied with a smile. However, in the next instant, his voice suddenly changed. The clues I have found so far are that Chu Han left the Tianlong clan for the last time with Chen Helian. However, like Chu Han, Chen Helian has also perished. Furthermore, in terms of time, Chen Helian died before Chu Han. This is the result of my investigation, and the trail ends here. Now, the clues you gave me have unconsciously connected with the clues I found that were originally cut off, Kuang Tianjing said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Kuang Tianjing's words, Du Zhan's expression naturally changed. Du Qianjun, who was in front of him, saw his expression and couldn't help but be startled. Grandfather, what's wrong? Du Zhan glanced at Du Qianjun. I just confirmed from your martial granduncle that Chen Helian is also dead. Moreover, he died before Chu Han. When Du Qianjun heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. Chen Helian was also dead? This was completely different from what he had imagined and guessed. In his imagination, he guessed that after Chu Han and Chen Helian killed the two Hidden Fog sect disciples, because of the uneven distribution of benefits, Chen Helian launched a sneak attack and killed Chu Han. Then, he took everything for himself. But now, his grandfather was telling him that Chen Helian was also dead. Moreover, he died before Chu Han. What was going on? Could it be that after they killed the two Hidden Fog sect disciples, they also encountered danger and died in that god ruin? Du Qianjun was aghast. However, upon hearing Du Qianjun's words, Du Zhan frowned. Then, he asked Du Qianjun, Do you know the name of the higher deity realm Hidden Fog sect disciple who was with the Hidden Fog sect disciple you mentioned? He always felt that there was something strange about that higher deity. This was because not long ago, he heard that an extremely monstrous higher deity had appeared in the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, with a higher deity cultivation, this higher deity had passed the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple test, becoming the first deity-level core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. I don't know. Du Qianjun shook his head. I only heard Wu Yishan call him Junior Apprentice Brother Duan. His surname should be Duan. As for his specific name, Wu Yishan didn't mention it, and he didn't mention it. Grandfather, do you think he has the ability to cooperate with Wu Yishan to kill Chu Han and Chen Helian? That's impossible. He is just a small higher deity. I can kill him in a single move. As Du Qianjun spoke, his face was full of disdain. The Divine Spirit Stage Core disciple that was recently born in the Hidden Fog sect is also the first Divine Spirit Stage Core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. His surname is Duan, and his name is Duan Lingtian. Du Zhan looked at Du Qianjun and said, That Duan Lingtian is said to have comprehended the fusion of two profound meanings of the space laws. Moreover, because of his good luck, he grasped the elementary form of one of the four Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of weapons, the Tao of sword. This level of strength surpasses an ordinary lower god king. As Du Zhan spoke, Du Qianjun furrowed his eyebrows. Grandfather, you mean that youth surnamed Duan beside Wu Yishan might be the first Hidden Fog sect core disciple in 10,000 years to reach the Divine Spirit realm? It is possible. After all, they are both surnamed Duan, Du Zhan said. Du Qianjun's eyes flashed. Even if his strength is as grandfather says, his strength is at most equal to mine. In this situation, even if he and Wu Yishan join forces, I fear they will barely be able to fight Chu Han and Wu Yishan to a draw. You have overlooked a problem, Du Zhan said in a low voice. Don't forget. Even you looked down on him when you learned he was a higher deity. It is normal for Chu Han and that Chen Helian beside him to look down on him. If they underestimate their opponent, even if they attack, it is impossible for them to use their full strength. If they aren't careful, it is possible that their opponent will seize the opportunity and kill them instead. Dujan had lived for many years. He naturally knew that sometimes, in a life-or-death battle, strength wasn't everything. There were certain unstable factors. For instance, if the opponent's true strength was formidable and you didn't understand it, you would underestimate them and be defeated or even killed in the end. In his life, although he hadn't seen many such scenes, it wasn't as if he hadn't seen them before. Once, a careless person was defeated and killed by his opponent. And another time, although that careless person managed to react in time and didn't die, he was still defeated by his opponent. Thus, he was well aware that in a life-or-death battle, a moment of carelessness could cost one's life. Dujan's words caused Du Qianjun to fall silent. He carefully thought about it. If he was the one facing the youth surnamed Duan beside Wu Yishan, he would definitely underestimate his opponent and not take him seriously. If the other party also seized this opportunity and pretended to be weak before attacking with his full strength at the critical moment, it was very likely that he would also fall for it. When he thought of this, Du Qianjun was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Then, he muttered, "No wonder that Wu Yishan didn't bring a lower deity with him, and instead brought a higher deity. So it is to make us lower our guard. Despicable!" Du Qianjun cursed loudly. "There is nothing despicable about it." Dujan shook his head. "This can't be considered despicable. It is merely a strategy. If I were Wu Yishan, I wouldn't miss out on such a person that I could use. A higher deity and a lower deity with the same strength. The former is much more useful than the latter." Dujan's eyes flashed as he spoke. "Grandfather, do you mean that Wu Yishan and his companions killed Chu Han and Chen Helian?" Du Qianjun asked. "That is possible." Dujan nodded. "But that might not be the case. As long as no one saw it with their own eyes, no one would dare to say that Chu Han and Chen Helian died at their hands, not to mention that their combined strength is only equal to Chu Han and Chen Helian. Even if they are stronger than Chu Han and Chen Helian, they might even be able to crush them. After all, you also said that it is a ruin. In a ruin, there are often killing arrays. They might have been killed by the killing arrays," Dujan said. "Grandfather, shouldn't you tell Grandmaster Martial Uncle about this? Chu Han is Grandmaster Martial Uncle's youngest disciple. You also said that he is Grandmaster Martial Uncle's most beloved disciple. Grandmaster Martial Uncle probably won't let his death go." Du Qianjun looked at Dujan. "I've already told your Grandmaster Martial Uncle." Dujan nodded. "Your Grandmaster Martial Uncle said that once he finishes his urgent matters, he will return to the Myriad Demon sect. At that time, he will personally go to the Hidden Fog sect to confirm whether or not those 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples also died in that ruin. If they die, then that's fine. They can be considered as accompanying Chu Han in death. If they don't die, then he will find a way to confirm whether or not those 2 people killed Chu Han. If they did, then neither of them will be able to escape," Dujan said. "Grandmaster Martial Uncle is coming back?" Du Qianjun's pupils shrank and he revealed a shocked expression. He never imagined that Grandmaster Martial Uncle would return to the Myriad Demon sect for his disciple Chu Han. It had to be known that his Grandmaster Martial Uncle hadn't returned to the Myriad Demon sect for a long time. At the very least, ever since he was born, that Grandmaster Martial Uncle hadn't returned. As for his grandfather, after he was born, he had gone to the Tianlong clan alone to look for that Grandmaster Martial Uncle to reminisce about the past several times. Dujan nodded. "Your Grandmaster Martial Uncle wants me to investigate the true identities of those 2 people in the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time. After all, the Hidden Fog sect disciple surnamed Duan you encountered might not necessarily be the new core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian. As for that Wu Yishan, he might just be an alias. Come with me to the sect master's residence. Let the sect master investigate this matter." As Dujan spoke, he brought Du Qianjun away from his cultivation area and headed to the Myriad Demon sect master's cultivation area. Not long after, the Myriad Demon sect master gathered some people and issued a series of orders. The Myriad Demon sect and the Hidden Fog sect had been mortal enemies for many years. The Myriad Demon sect had placed many people in the Hidden Fog sect. Now, through these people, they could confirm the identities of the two Hidden Fog sect disciples that Du Qianjun encountered. Chapter 37-23. After 2 months, Long Shao finally left Monarch Descent City with regret and returned to the Hidden Fog sect. In these 2 months, he had mobilized all the forces he could mobilize in Monarch Descent City to search for the whereabouts of the new core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian. He wanted to find Duan Lingtian and then kill him. But in the end, he didn't find anything. Ever since Duan Lingtian exposed his identity on the streets of Monarch Descent City and publicly pursued the number one beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin, he had completely vanished from Monarch Descent City, as if he had never appeared. Long Shao patiently waited for a period of time. Finally, after confirming that there was no result, he returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Unless you never return to the sect for the rest of your life, otherwise I, Long Shao, will kill you. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect, Long Gao's eyes flashed with ice-cold killing intent. At the same time, he immediately confirmed whether or not Duan Lingtian had returned to the sect. After confirming that Duan Lingtian hadn't returned, he returned to his own cultivation area. This was also the cultivation area of his master, Elder Thunder. However, after returning, he couldn't help but look for Shangguan Xiongfeng. As for Shangguan Xiongfeng, he couldn't help but tease him. Long Shao, you went out this time and waited for so long in vain. Yet you didn't find anything. It looks like that Duan Lingtian is quite smart. He smoothly avoided you. I didn't come looking for you to listen to your sarcastic remarks. Long Shao frowned. During the time I was gone, did that Duan Lingtian come back? He didn't. Shangguan Xiongfeng shook his head. If he did come back, I would have notified you as soon as I found out. Do you think I would help him? As Shangguan Xiongfeng spoke, his tone became a bit more playful. But recently there have been several intersect disciples and a core disciple inquiring about Duan Lingtian. As for what their goal is, I don't know. Shangguan Xiongfeng said. What goal could they have? Long Shao sneered. They want to curry favor with that Duan Lingtian because he's young and has a higher deity cultivation and become a core disciple of the sect. If I spread the word that I will fight to the death with Duan Lingtian, even if they have some relationship with him, they will likely cut off all ties with him. Long Zhao's words were filled with arrogance and arrogance. Duan Lingtian probably won't not return to the sect, right? Shangguan Xiongfeng laughed. Last time, you scared him quite a bit. Moreover, he definitely knows that even if you take the risk of breaking the sect's rules and kill him, the sect will not punish you heavily for Elder Lei's sake. Wouldn't he be courting death if he stayed behind under such circumstances? Shangguan Xiongfeng voiced his guess. Zhao's! Long Shao coldly snorted. If he doesn't return to the sect, I won't be able to find him and I won't be able to do anything to him. However, if he dares to return to the sect, I won't let him off. When Long Zhao's voice fell, there was only cold killing intent left in his eyes. In the divine treasury left behind by the lower god emperor, Qin Wu. With a soft hu sound, a figure appeared in the inner part of the divine treasury. It was none other than the Hidden Fog sect's disciple, Wu Feng. I was so close. After appearing, Wu Feng's face was filled with pity. However, after feeling pity, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. As expected of a celestial emperor. The things left behind by him, even if they are ordinary in his eyes, are rare treasures in my eyes. It's a pity that I almost succeeded. If I had succeeded, I would have obtained at least one more precious thing. As Wu Feng muttered to himself, he couldn't help but sigh. I passed through 7 stages and obtained the 9 treasures left behind by Emperor God Qin Wu. With junior brother Duan's ability, he might be able to pass through the stages and obtain the high-grade divine weapon left behind by Emperor God Qin Wu, which already has half a soul. Wu Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Although he had been eliminated, he believed that junior brother Duan would definitely be able to go further than him and obtain more treasures left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu. However, suddenly, Wu Feng seemed to have thought of something and his expression turned solemn. According to God Emperor Qin Wu's statue, Du Qianjun and Chu Han who chose the other path will be directly sent out. After they leave, even if they can't spread the news of the divine treasury left behind by the God Emperor because of the heart demon blood oath, they can still find an excuse to spread the news of Chu Han's death. According to junior brother Duan, Chu Han and Du Qianjun should have recognized each other after coming here. They most likely exchanged soul beads. If Chu Han died, Du Qianjun would definitely find out. As long as Du Qianjun tells his grandfather about Chu Han's death and tells his grandfather's senior brother, who is also Chu Han's master, I'm afraid junior brother Duan and my identity won't be hidden. The more he thought about it, the more solemn Wu Feng's expression became. In fact, it was as Wu Feng thought. At the 10,000 Demon sect, according to the clues given by Du Qianjun, the sect master of the 10,000 Demon sect personally asked. Before long, the identities of Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were more or less confirmed. Sect master, the Hidden Fog sect's spies have sent back news. They said that the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple Duan Lingtian has already left the Hidden Fog sect and hasn't returned for several months. The last time he appeared was in Monarch Descent City. Moreover, it is suspected that he was pursuing the number one beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuin. Within the 10,000 Demon Sect station, a person was reporting to the 10,000 Demon Sect master. The 10,000 Demon Sect master was a gentle and refined middle-aged man. He wore a clean white robe and at this time, he was listening to the reports of several people in front of him. Sect master, I have investigated all the lower God King inner sect disciples, core disciples, and even outer sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect, but there is no one named Wu Yishan. However, several months ago, Duan Lingtian took out a medium-grade divine artifact in the Hidden Fog sect and exchanged it for 2 revival good fortune pills with an inner sect disciple named Wu Feng. That was how he met Wu Feng. As for Wu Feng, he is one of the few friends that Duan Lingtian made in the Hidden Fog sect and exchanged soul beads with him. Sect master, I have news from my side. Not only is Duan Lingtian not present, but Wu Feng is also not present in the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, the time that Wu Feng left the Hidden Fog sect is. Listening to the reports of several people, the 10,000 Demon sect master's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The time that Hidden Fog sect disciple Wu Feng left the Hidden Fog sect is right on time. It seems that this so-called Wu Yishan should be the alias of the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciple, Wu Feng. As for that youth surnamed Duan who has a higher god realm cultivation, the one that Wu Yishan calls junior apprentice brother Duan should be that Duan Lingtian who rose to fame in the Hidden Fog sect some time ago. After thinking of this, the 10,000 Demon sect master had the several people in front of him withdraw. He personally went to look for one of the strongest highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect, Du Zhan. Martial uncle, there is news. Soon after, the 10,000 Demon sect master told Du Zhan what he knew. In terms of seniority, Du Zhan was his martial uncle. Listening to what you said, that Wu Yishan should be the Hidden Fog sect's Wu Feng. As for that youth surnamed Duan, he should be Duan Lingtian. Within the Hidden Fog sect, only Duan Lingtian has the ability to suppress an ordinary lower god king with a higher god realm cultivation. He is strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most outstanding lower god kings. Du Zhan nodded. Then, he sent a message to his senior apprentice brother in the distant Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianjing. Hidden Fog sect disciple. Duan Lingtian? Wu Feng. Kuang Tianjing quickly responded. I will remember this. Once I finish some urgent matters, I will personally go and confirm it with them. It looks like senior apprentice brother has some urgent matters on hand, otherwise, with his personality, he would have come already. Du Zhan thought to himself. However, Du Zhan didn't have to wait for long. In a short half a month, Kuang Tianjing arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect. As soon as Kuang Tianjing arrived outside the Heavenly Demon Sect's encampment, a group of Heavenly Demon Sect high-level figures led by the Heavenly Demon Sect master came forward to greet him. After they knew the approximate time Kuang Tianjing would arrive, they had been waiting here for 2 days and 1 night. Lan Qing welcomes martial uncle back to the sect. The heavenly demon sect master, Lan Qing, bowed towards Kuang Tianjing, his tone filled with incomparable respect. In terms of seniority, Kuang Tianjing was the same as Du Zhan. They were both Lan Qing's martial uncle. Lan Qing's master was older than Kuang Tianjing and Du Zhan. He had also entered the sect earlier than the two. Thus, even Kuang Tianjing and Du Zhan had to address Lan Qing's master as senior apprentice brother in the past. However, Lan Qing's master had died many years ago because he couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation that came once every 1,000 years. Welcome, Elder Tianjing! Behind Lan Qing, a group of high-level figures of the myriad demon sect also bowed towards Kuang Tianjing. Most of them had eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Many of them had grown up listening to Kuang Tianjing's stories. Towards Kuang Tianjing, they had a heartfelt worship. If Shui Haichuan was said to be a legendary figure in the Hidden Fog sect, then Kuang Tianjing was the same in the Myriad Demon sect. Brat Lan Qing, I haven't seen you in so many years. You haven't changed at all. After Kuang Tianjing nodded towards the high-level figures of the Myriad Demon sect, his gaze fell on Lan Qing and he faintly smiled. However, the smile on Kuang Tianjing's face seemed forced no matter how one looked at it. My condolences, martial uncle. Lan Qing sighed and comforted Kuang Tianjing. Last time, when his martial uncle Du Zhan came to find him and asked him to send people to the Hidden Fog sect to inquire about news, he told him about the death of Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han. My condolences? Hearing Lan Qing's words, the high-level figures of the Myriad Demon sect were stunned. They all looked towards Lan Qing, their eyes filled with confusion. What was going on? They had all heard that Kuang Tianjing was coming back, so they had all gathered together. As for why Kuang Tianjing had come back, they had no idea. Chapter 37-24. I'm going to see that brat Du Zhan. Under everyone's gazes, Kuang Tianjing nodded at the 10,000 demon sect's sovereign Lan Qing. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and left, vanishing before the eyes of the 10,000 demon sect's high-level figures. They weren't surprised that Kuang Tianjing called their Hidden Fog sect's highest elder, Du Zhan, brat. This was because they all knew that Du Zhan was Kuang Tianjing's junior apprentice brother. Du Zhan was the junior apprentice brother that Kuang Tianjing had brought up. The two of them were as close as brothers. When Kuang Tianjing was still in the 10,000 demon sect, many people privately called him and Du Zhan the twin heroes of righteousness. Even now, there were still many legends of the twin heroes of righteousness that circulated in the 10,000 demon sect. Sovereign, what is the matter? Sect leader, what's wrong? Otherwise, why would Elder Tianjing suddenly return? Sovereign, you just said to Elder Tianjing that you should mourn him. What is this all about? After Kuang Tianjing left, the 10,000 demon sect's high-level figures all looked at Lan Qing, asking questions. At this time, their hearts were filled with curiosity. Martial Uncle Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han, died an unnatural death. It is suspected that a Hidden Fog sect disciple killed him. This time, Martial Uncle Tianjing came from afar precisely for this matter. Lan Qing shook his head. After leaving behind these words, he turned and left. The 10,000 demon sect's high-level figures were left in a daze. It was a long time before they regained their composure. Elder Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han? The youngest disciple under Elder Tianjing's tutelage? Chu Han, isn't that the last disciple that Elder Tianjing spoke of? It is said that Elder Tianjing valued this disciple, Chu Han, a lot, but Chu Han actually died. Moreover, it is suspected that he was killed by a Hidden Fog sect disciple? Does this mean that Elder Tianjing can help our 10,000 demon sect deal with the Hidden Fog sect? Don't think too much about it. Although Elder Tianjing is an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, there is no lack of people from the Hidden Fog sect within the Tianlong clan. They are now inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect also has Shui Haichuan. Although Shui Haichuan's current strength is inferior to Elder Tianjing's, his status within the Tianlong clan is no lower than Elder Tianjing's. I've also heard that the Hidden Fog sect Shui Hai Chuan joined a great figure of the Tianlong clan. Just as the upper echelons of the Thousand Devil sect were still discussing spiritedly outside the Thousand Devil sect's encampment, Kuang Tianjing, who had come from afar, had already seen Du Zhan. Senior apprentice brother. Even though they had been communicating, Du Zhan couldn't help but feel excited when he saw Kuang Tianjing in person. This was because he hadn't seen this senior brother of his for many years. Junior apprentice brother. When Kuang Tianjing saw Du Zhan, his eyes flashed with excitement. Then, he hugged Du Zhan and patted each other on the back several times before separating. Du Qianjun stood to the side, sizing up Kuang Tianjing. He had long heard of this Grand Marshal uncle and had even seen a portrait of him in his grandfather's room. It was just that he had never seen him in person. Now that he saw him, he was indeed no different from the person in the portrait. Qianjun, why haven't you come over to greet your Grand Marshal uncle? Moreover, ask for his forgiveness? With Du Zhan's shout, Du Qianjun hurriedly stepped forward and knelt in front of Kuang Tianjing. Du Qianjun greets Grand Marshal Uncle Tianjing. Grand Marshal Uncle, I didn't take good care of Marshal Uncle Chu Han and caused him to suffer a calamity. Please punish me. This matter has nothing to do with you. What crime have you committed? When Kuang Tianjing looked at Du Qianjun, his gaze became much gentler. After all, this was the grandson of his junior brother Du Zhan, whom he regarded as his own younger brother. In his eyes, Du Qianjun was his own grandson as well. As Kuang Tianjing casually raised his hand, an invisible force forcefully pulled Du Qianjun up. After that, he looked at Du Qianjun with a kind and amiable expression. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've met Qianjun. This is the first time we've met, so I didn't prepare any gifts. This is a low-grade god artifact. It's a treasure I plundered outside the last time. It's already formed half a soul, so I'll give it to you. As Kuang Tianjing spoke, he withdrew a sword from his spatial ring and passed it to Du Qianjun. Although it was only a low-grade god artifact, it emitted two auras. Shockingly, one of them was the aura of a soul. A low-grade god artifact that has formed half a soul? Du Qianjun's eyes suddenly lit up. It should be known that a low-grade god artifact that had formed half a soul was extremely valuable. It was definitely not something an ordinary low-grade god artifact could compare to. Even a mediocre god artifact that had not formed an artifact soul could not compare to it. A god artifact that had formed an artifact soul, even if it was only a low-grade god artifact, had the possibility of evolving in the future. Moreover, even if it did not evolve, the power it displayed was far from what a mediocre god artifact that had not formed an artifact soul could compare to. In terms of value, a low-grade god artifact that had formed an artifact soul, even if it was only half a soul, was worth more than 5 mediocre god artifacts. If it was a low-grade god artifact that had completely formed an artifact soul, 10 mediocre god artifacts would not be worth as much as a single low-grade god artifact. The value of a god artifact that had formed an artifact soul was obvious. However, Du Qianjun did not extend his hand to take it. Instead, he looked at his grandfather carefully. At this moment, his grandfather Du Zhan said to him with a smile, "Why aren't you thanking your senior granduncle?" He understood his senior apprentice brother better than anyone else. It was impossible for him to take back what he had given out. Moreover, with his relationship with his senior apprentice brother, there was no need for him to be polite. "Thank you, senior granduncle." Du Qianjun received the divine sword that Kuang Tianjing passed to him as if he had received a priceless treasure. After Du Qianjun received the divine sword, Du Zhan had him withdraw. For a time, only Du Zhan and Kuang Tianjing remained. "Senior apprentice brother, my condolences." Du Zhan sighed. "What's the latest news? Have the Hidden Fog sect disciples Wu Feng and Duan Lingtian returned to the Hidden Fog sect?" Kuang Tianjing went straight to the point. "No." Du Zhan shook his head. "Then did they die? There should be someone in the Hidden Fog sect who has their soul beads, right?" Kuang Tianjing asked. "Wu Feng hasn't died yet," Du Zhan said. there are some hidden fog sect disciples who have Wu Feng's soul bead. As for Duan Lingtian's soul bead, only a small number of people have it. Our 10,000 demon sect has planted spies in the hidden fog sect. Recently, they have been thinking of ways to contact those people without being detected and find out whether Duan Lingtian is alive or dead. Kuang Tianjing nodded. For the next period of time, I will stay here with you. You and I can catch up on old times. Once the hidden fog sect receives news that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng have returned, I will go and look for them. As he spoke, Kuang Tianjing's eyes narrowed into slits when he mentioned Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. A faint cold light flashed in his eyes. Senior apprentice brother, I have told you about Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng's strength. Even if they join forces, I fear they will only be able to fight evenly with Chu Han and the others. It will be difficult for them to kill Chu Han and the others, Du Zhan said. Of course, there is also the possibility that Chu Han and the others were careless. But they might not have been the ones who killed them. Hearing Du Zhan's words, Kuang Tianjing coldly smiled. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Unless the two of them can prove that they didn't kill Chu Han, if they can't, then regardless of whether they killed Chu Han or not, they will undoubtedly die. There is no one in the hidden fog sect who can protect him. They entered the ruins together, and they actually came out alive. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame themselves for not dying in there with Chu Han and the others. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame their bad luck for entering the ruins with Chu Han. Listening to Kuang Tianjing's words, it was clear that he wanted Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng to be buried with Chu Han. Du Zhan inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. He said with some fear, Senior apprentice brother, I know you are angry because of Chu Han's death, but you killed 2 hidden fog sect disciples without distinguishing right from wrong. Aren't you afraid that those from the hidden fog sect and the Tianlong clan will hold you accountable? Kuang Tianjing casually said. If they were present, I might have to give them face, but as long as I killed Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng before they sent me a message, it wouldn't be considered as not giving them face. After the matter is over, I will at most apologize to them verbally. I don't worry that they will shed all pretense of cordiality with me because of 2 junior disciples. Moreover, even if we shed all pretense of cordiality, so what? My second disciple is now together with the daughter of our Tianlong clan's vice sect master Shui. Moreover, they have already started discussing marriage. With vice sect master Shui by my side, I don't need to fear them. Hearing Kuang Tianjing's words, Du Zhan's eyes brightened. He finally knew the source of his senior apprentice brother's confidence. Congratulations, senior apprentice brother! Du Zhan repeatedly congratulated him. At the same time, he complained. Senior apprentice brother, why did you only inform me of such a big matter now? This matter isn't just for you, but for our myriad demon sect as well. This is a joyous occasion. The Tianlong clan's vice sect master was a true core member of the Tianlong clan. Being associated with such a person would have a huge impact on the myriad demon sect. Kuang Tianjing smiled faintly. The main thing is that the youngsters nowadays like to change new people every 2 to 3 days. I'm not worried about my second disciple, but I'm afraid that vice sect master Shui's only daughter will fall in love with someone else. It wasn't until recently that they decided to discuss marriage that the matter was settled. When the date is set, I will send you an invitation. At that time, you can also come and witness their wedding. When Kuang Tianjing spoke of this matter, the smile on his face was very bright. Speaking of which, the reason why I didn't rush over immediately was because of this matter. My disciples are about to get married, and as their master, I have to help take care of some trivial matters. Du Zhan suddenly understood. No wonder his senior apprentice brother didn't rush over immediately. It was because of this big matter. Chu Han's relationship with his second senior apprentice brother is also very good. His second senior apprentice brother already knows about this matter. Vice Sect Master Shui will be our backer in handling this matter. Kuang Tianjing's eyes were piercingly cold. Chapter 37-25. This is the high-grade divine artifact that Divine Emperor Qin Wu mentioned. Inside the divine abode and divine treasure left behind by Celestial Emperor Qin Wu, Duan Lingtian had to face the various tests set up by the formations that Celestial Emperor Qin Wu had left behind. Duan Lingtian went through all the tests and successfully cleared the final test. As for the reward for the last stage, it was the high-quality divine weapon with half a soul that Emperor God Qin Wu had mentioned. It was a unique weapon. The reason why it was strange was because it was a blade without a hilt. Only a blade. Moreover, it looked like half a blade, as if it had been forcibly pulled off from a blade. Its entire body was shrouded in green light, and it looked extremely sharp, as if it was indestructible. Most importantly, when Duan Lingtian's consciousness came into contact with the blade, he could clearly sense a spiritual fluctuation within it. The spiritual fluctuation was very calm, but because of this, Duan Lingtian could easily sense that it was incomplete. This soul fluctuation should be the artifact soul of this divine artifact. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the divine artifact in his hand. Congratulations! When Duan Lingtian had successfully passed the final trial and obtained the final reward, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears when his gaze landed on the Devata artifact in his hand. This voice was not unfamiliar to him. Then, as he lifted his head, a human figure took shape in front of him. It was Emperor God Qin Wu. Heavenly Emperor Qin Wu looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Congratulations on being the first person to pass all the stages. As a reward for being the first person to pass all the stages, apart from the rewards you've already received, I'll also bestow you with a fortuitous encounter. A creation? Before Duan Lingtian could react, the human figure of Divine Emperor Qin Wu had already turned into a ray of flowing light and entered his body. To be more precise, it entered his mind. In the next moment, he realized that a strong soul power had entered his soul sea. After becoming a god, one's soul would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. The strength of one's soul would be akin to that of an ocean. It was precisely because of this that any place where the soul of a being above the level of a god resided would be known as the soul sea. Now, a powerful soul force had entered Duan Lingtian's sea of soul. It could be said that a stone had caused 1,000 ripples. What do you want? Duan Lingtian realized that when the powerful soul power entered his sea of soul, the soul power wanted to take over his sea of soul without any hesitation. It attacked his sea of soul directly as if it wanted to replace his soul and build a new sea of soul. This soul power was so strong that even Duan Lingtian's soul couldn't help but tremble in front of it. The difference was too great. I'm only leaving behind a wisp of my soul. I won't take over your body. At most, I'll add some things to your memories. Let my soul fuse with your soul. Other than being able to inherit my memories, your soul will also become stronger. Of course, your soul will still be in charge of your body. Divine Emperor Qin Wu's voice could be heard. I reject. Duan Lingtian refused bluntly without the slightest hesitation. What a joke! Even if Divine Emperor Qin Wu was only a wisp of remnant soul and it was impossible for him to take over his body, there would definitely be some subtle influence after his remnant soul merged with his own soul. Even if he was still in charge of his body, there would definitely be some changes to his personality. Plus, it would be awkward to have another soul in his own soul for no reason. Hence, he rejected. Don't be in a hurry to reject, Divine Emperor Qin Wu said. After my remnant soul merges with your soul, it will be beneficial to you. For example, you will be able to comprehend the profound with half the effort. Even if I am only leaving you a remnant soul, an Emperor God's remnant soul isn't something an ordinary remnant soul can compare to. Apart from that, just as Divine Emperor Qin Wu wanted to say something, Duan Lingtian sealed his soul sea and rejected Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul. It was only Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul. Although it was powerful, it couldn't take over another's body. As the owner of his soul sea, Duan Lingtian rejected Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul with a thought. He didn't give him any face at all. To Duan Lingtian, it was a matter of principle. Kid who bites the hand that feeds you. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Divine Emperor Qin Wu transformed into a human silhouette again and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said in a deep voice, "Senior." Duan Lingtian looked at Divine Emperor Qin Wu calmly and said, "You left your god mansion and god treasure behind, and I got quite a lot of things. I am grateful. However, your request has crossed my bottom line. Forgive me for not agreeing." Divine Emperor Qin Wu kept quiet for a while and spoke again. "Forget it. As you are not willing, I will not force you." When Divine Emperor Qin Wu's human shadow dispersed, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he realized that he had returned to the inner mansion of the God Mansion and God Treasure. Huh! At the same time, he saw Wu Feng. Senior brother Wu Feng? However, Wu Feng then looked as though he had lost his soul. He stood there motionlessly. Did Divine Emperor Qin Wu look for him? Thinking of what had happened to him earlier, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think to himself. After a while, Wu Feng came back to his senses. However, there was a strange flowing light that flashed across his eyes. He looked a little strange. Duan Lingtian saw all of this clearly. Senior brother Wu Feng. Did he agree to let his remnant soul merge with his own soul? At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt that Wu Feng was different from before. He wasn't sure if it was a psychological effect or some other reason. He was still the same person. The familiar feeling was still there, but there was a strange feeling mixed with it. Junior brother Duan. At the same time, Wu Feng, who came back to his senses, looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. You finally came out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. How was it? How was your harvest? Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Duan Lingtian smiled as he took out the last divine artifact from his storage ring. It was half a saber, and then he passed it to Wu Feng. Wu Feng didn't directly reach out to take it. Instead, he first took out the 9 treasures he obtained. At the same time, he smiled and said, Junior Duan, I don't know if I'm lucky or if you're lucky. Among the 9 things I obtained, there's one that you urgently need. Although it's not a fortune pill, its effect is no different from a fortune pill. Just 1 fortune divine fruit is equivalent to 9 fortune pills. Wu Feng said as he looked at one of the 9 treasures he took out from his storage ring. It was a fruit with a faint yellow light enshrouding it. This fruit looked like a peach, and its yellow skin was very similar to the yellow peach on Duan Lingtian's previous life's earth. The only difference was that it had an additional layer of mysterious light on its surface. Of course, this was only the feedback that the naked eye could see. The real difference was the internal effects. This divine fruit was not something that ordinary fruits could compare to. Fortune divine fruit? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's eyes had brightened when Wu Feng mentioned the fortune divine fruit. He could not help but hold his breath for a moment. The fortune divine fruit's medicinal effect was similar to the fortune pill, but its medicinal effect was much stronger than the fortune pill. As long as one's aptitude was not too low, even if they had just broken through to the God realm, 1 fortune divine fruit was enough to break through to the God King realm in a day. Its medicinal effect was more tyrannical than 9 fortune pills added together. Many thanks, Senior Brother Wu Feng. Duan Lingtian thanked Wu Feng profusely as he exchanged the fortune divine fruit with Wu Feng. To him, the value of this fortune divine fruit was much higher than the high-grade divine artifact left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu. Because this was something he desperately wanted. Junior Brother Duan, I should be the one thanking you. This time, I've taken advantage of you. After receiving the high-grade divine saber and making it acknowledge him as its master, Wu Feng's eyes lit up as he thanked Duan Lingtian politely. This was a high-grade divine artifact that had given birth to an artifact soul. It could be said that it was a priceless treasure. This kind of divine artifact was priceless even in the plains of gods. If I had this saber, even if Chu Han and the person beside him joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for me. With a thought, the saber turned into a ray of saber light that danced around Wu Feng's body. The divine saber was like an extension of his arm. Of course. Duan Lingtian chuckled. Senior Brother Wu, even an ordinary high-grade divine artifact is enough to give you the strength to defeat Chu Han and the person beside him. Not to mention, this is not an ordinary high-grade divine artifact, but a divine artifact that has given birth to an artifact soul. Even if it's only half a soul and can't separate itself from the divine artifact, it still adds a lot of power to the divine artifact. Because of the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul, Huanger, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with divine artifacts. I wonder if, with this divine artifact, I'll be a match for you, junior brother Duan. Wu Feng suddenly said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a strange light flickered in his eyes. When Duan Lingtian heard Wu Feng's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Wu Feng deeply for a moment before he changed the topic. Senior brother Wu Feng, it's time for us to leave. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his body swayed as he entered the black whirlpool in the void not far away. His entire body was hidden inside. A hint of greed rose in Wu Feng's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian leaving. However, it was quickly replaced by guilt. At this moment, he seemed to have become a combination of contradictions. On the other hand, when Duan Lingtian returned to the entrance of the Divine Mansion through the space tunnel, he could not help but narrow his eyes. It seems like senior brother Wu Feng has really merged with Emperor God Qin Wu's remnant soul. Otherwise, with senior brother Wu Feng's character, he wouldn't have asked such a sensitive question. Chapter 37-26. Junior apprentice brother Duan, do you want to return to the sect with me or wait until you break through to the lower God King realm before returning? Not long after Duan Lingtian came out, Wu Feng also came out. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. The current Wu Feng seemed to have returned to normal. Earlier, he had asked Duan Lingtian that question because he was curious. Moreover, the remnant of Heavenly Emperor Qin Wu's soul that had merged with his soul was influencing him. Of course, although he was curious, he couldn't ask. This was because asking would make him suspect that he was probing Duan Lingtian. Why was he probing him? It could be because he was greedy for the treasures Duan Lingtian obtained this time. As for why God Emperor Qin Wu would affect him, it was because God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul felt that if possible, killing Duan Lingtian and allowing his remnant soul to obtain the treasures he left behind would be the best ending. However, in the end, Wu Feng persisted in his opinion and wasn't affected. Of course, there was also a small part of God Emperor Qin Wu that was affecting Wu Feng. He realized that even if he killed Duan Lingtian's storage ring would self-destruct. In the end, it would be useless. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, I won't return with you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said to Wu Feng, I plan to find a place to break through to the God King realm first. Then I will consider whether or not to return to the sect. He would naturally return to the Hidden Fog sect. Not to mention anything else, just the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples, Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, would cause him to settle old scores with them one day. He would make them regret their actions in the past. Of course, he also had other thoughts. He could wander elsewhere, and once he had a certain amount of strength, he would return to the Hidden Fog sect to settle accounts with Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. All right. Wu Feng respected Duan Lingtian's choice and nodded. Before parting, Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Junior apprentice brother Duan, thank you for this matter. Not only did you give me the high-quality divine weapon that gave birth to the weapon soul, you even gave me the remnant soul of divine Emperor Qin Wu. I will definitely return this favor in the future. For the first time, Wu Feng admitted that God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul had merged with his soul. Hearing Wu Feng's words, even though Duan Lingtian had already guessed it, his expression couldn't help but become solemn. Senior brother Wu Feng, I know that God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul is very tempting to you. Now you've already fused with his remnant soul. I won't try to persuade you anymore because it's too late. In the future, I only hope that when you make some decisions, you will stick to your own views and not be affected by the thoughts of divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul in your subconscious. You must remember that you are still yourself and have nothing to do with divine Emperor Qin Wu. Obviously, Duan Lingtian was worried that Wu Feng would be at a disadvantage, so he intentionally reminded Wu Feng. Don't worry, I know what to do. Wu Feng nodded. God emperors aren't that simple. These were the last words that Duan Lingtian said to Wu Feng before they parted. In fact, Wu Feng didn't know what would happen in the future after God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul had merged with Wu Feng's soul. Perhaps it wouldn't affect Wu Feng too much. In fact, it might even help Wu Feng cultivate more efficiently and comprehend the profundities of laws. Perhaps it would have a great impact on Wu Feng. However, no matter what, God Emperor Qin Wu wouldn't be able to seize Wu Feng's body because he had already died. It wasn't just his body, but his soul as well. The remnant soul he had left behind was more like an obsession than a remnant soul. In this world, no one wanted to die. Even God emperors who had lived for a long time were the same. Next, I'll consume the fortune divine fruit and break through to the God King realm. Then I'll see if I can return to the hidden fog sect and display strength that doesn't belong to Long Shao or Shangguan Xiongfeng. I'll recommend myself to become Elder Yun or Elder Wu's disciple in name. After separating from Wu Feng, Duan Lingtian took a detour and found a remote valley to cultivate. Of course, before he started cultivating, he asked the Seven Orifices' exquisite soul, Huang'er, to protect him. Ever since Huang'er obtained the mysterious bead from the floating heaven's heavenly emperor, Yan Yun Shao, she had been refining it to improve the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword's quality. She had just finished refining it recently. According to Huang'er, the current Seven Orifices' exquisite sword had evolved to the limit of high-grade divine artifact. Her strength had also increased correspondingly. Currently, Duan Lingtian was a higher God realm expert, and Huang'er's cultivation was also at the level of a higher God realm expert. However, the profundities she comprehended were stronger than Duan Lingtian. With the help of the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword, her strength surpassed the current Duan Lingtian. With Huang'er protecting him, Duan Lingtian didn't have to worry. After all, if Huang'er couldn't deal with someone, he couldn't deal with them. If he wasn't afraid of someone, Huang'er wouldn't be afraid either. Huang'er, hide in my body. If Wu Feng shows up and tries to harm me, kill him immediately. Although Duan Lingtian trusted Wu Feng, he trusted the Wu Feng he trusted. However, the one he trusted was the old Wu Feng, not the Wu Feng who had merged with the remnant soul of Divine Emperor Qin Wu. He felt that Wu Feng was different from before. He might even follow him and attack him when he was cultivating. Perhaps, Wu Feng wouldn't kill him directly. After all the treasures he obtained from the divine dwellings and divine treasure were in his spatial ring. If he was killed, Wu Feng was worried that his spatial ring would self-destruct. The most likely possibility was that Wu Feng would defeat him, injure him, and threaten him with his life to remove the ownership of the spatial ring. Yes, Master. Huang'er replied respectfully. After receiving Huang'er's reply, Duan Lingtian felt relieved and immersed himself in cultivating. As the fortune divine fruit entered his stomach, the powerful medicinal efficacy made Duan Lingtian's God force boil. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the God force in his body broke through the last bottleneck of the divine spirit realm. Bang! At this moment, Duan Lingtian broke through the bottleneck that he had never been able to break through even after hundreds and thousands of tempering attempts in the past. The entire process was so smooth that it was unbelievable. I broke through just like that. Even though Duan Lingtian was confident in the fortune divine fruit's medicinal efficacy, he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the God force in his body was undergoing a qualitative transformation. His originally thin and weak God force had become denser and more condensed. Bang! Huang Xiaolong punched out casually with his God force, and the resulting force hit the void, causing space to ripple. The power contained in his punch was many times stronger than before, and could not be mentioned in the same breath. However, I have only used a small portion of the fortune divine fruit's medicinal efficacy. The rest of the medicinal efficacy has dissipated, and is of no help to a God King Realm Master's God force. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also noticed that although he had only used a small part of the fortune divine fruit's medicinal efficacy, The rest of the medicinal efficacy had dissipated after he broke through to the God-King realm. This was because it couldn't be integrated into his God force to help his God force increase. If others knew that Duan Lingtian had used the fortune divine fruit to break through to the God-King realm, they would definitely scold him for wasting or recklessly wasting God's gift. But in Duan Lingtian's opinion, it wasn't a waste. Although he was only one step away from breaking through to the God-King realm, he didn't know how long it would take to break through on his own, and what he lacked the most was time. In the face of time, other things were not worth mentioning. Next, I need to consume the body-strengthening divine fruit to consolidate my low-level God-King realm cultivation. After that, I can continue to cultivate. Among the treasures left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu, there are also things that can help God-King realm cultivators, but they are not as helpful as the fortune divine fruit. In the world of gods, only after becoming a God-King realm cultivator can one be considered an expert. After becoming a God-King realm cultivator, one has to face a heavenly tribulation that comes once every 1,000 years. And after becoming a God-King realm cultivator for a period of time, the first heavenly tribulation comes. My heavenly tribulation is in 3 days. After breaking through to the low-level God-King realm, a mysterious thought emerged in Duan Lingtian's mind. This thought came out of nowhere, and it resonated with the world he was in. Because of this, he sensed that his first heavenly tribulation after becoming a God-King realm cultivator was in 3 days. The first heavenly tribulation of a God-King realm cultivator, as long as one hasn't comprehended a law to the large success stage, should be able to easily cross it. Duan Lingtian had long been aware of this point. In the world of gods, having high talent didn't necessarily mean that one's comprehension was high. Some people, after becoming a higher God-King realm cultivator, still hadn't comprehended a law to the large success stage, and for these higher gods, even if they could break through to the God-King realm, they wouldn't do so. Because breaking through to the God-King realm was tantamount to courting death. However, to Duan Lingtian, his first heavenly tribulation in 3 days wasn't much. Perhaps he could break it with a casual strike. The body-strengthening divine fruit can allow me to consolidate my low-level God-King realm cultivation in a single day. Duan Lingtian looked at the body-strengthening divine fruit in his hand, and his eyes shone. This body-strengthening divine fruit was his initiation gift as a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. When he chose this divine fruit, even the inner sect elder in charge of bringing him to receive his initiation gift couldn't understand his choice. After eating the body-strengthening divine fruit, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate and consolidate his newly broken-through cultivation. And the medicinal efficacy of the body-strengthening divine fruit didn't disappoint Duan Lingtian. As the rumors said, in less than a day, his low-level God-King realm cultivation was completely consolidated. After consolidating my cultivation, the divine power in my body has become even more condensed. It can't be compared to a day ago. At that time, I had just broken through and my divine power wasn't as condensed as it is now. Compared to a day ago, my divine power is at least 30% stronger. Duan Lingtian was naturally satisfied with the increase in his cultivation after consolidating it. The heavenly tribulation is in 2 days. For the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate. As he waited for the God-King realm heavenly tribulation to arrive in 2 days, he placed all his attention on the treasures he obtained from God Emperor Qin Wu's divine manor and divine treasury. Previously, he only recognized a few things. He didn't study the other things he couldn't recognize at first glance, nor did he have the time to carefully study them. Chapter 37:27. Senior brother Wu Feng has obtained a total of 9 things. One of them is the fortune divine fruit, and I have already consumed it. As for me, I have obtained a total of 23 things. One of them is the high-grade divine artifact left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu, and I have already given it to senior brother Wu Feng. In other words, Duan Lingtian still possessed 30 treasures from the divine abodes left behind by heavenly Emperor Qin Wu. In the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian studied the treasures that he had not had the time to study. After some time, he still couldn't figure out a part of the treasures, while the rest of the treasures were only useful to God Emperor Realm Masters. In fact, more than 90% of the 30 treasures were only useful to God Emperor Realm Masters. Then again, it was normal. No matter what, God Emperor Qin Wu was still a low-level God Emperor when he died. The treasures in his hands were worthless and useless to him, so he must have either thrown them away or exchanged them for divine stones, because they were useless to him. As for the treasures used by God Emperors, he probably didn't have the time to deal with them. Right now, the only thing that can help me with my cultivation is the Heaven Primordial Divine Pill that can help divine kings increase their cultivation. Apart from that, these two treasures can help me increase my comprehension of the laws, but they're useless to me. Treasures that could help increase one's comprehension of laws were also targeted to a specific law. Currently, the two treasures in Duan Lingtian's hands that could help a god king to comprehend laws were not targeted at the law of space, hence, they were useless to Duan Lingtian. Universe Essence Divine Pill can help a god king increase their cultivation, but after 3 pills, the medicinal efficacy is negligible, and after 10 pills, there is no effect. There were not many Universe Essence Divine Pills left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu, but they were not few either. There were a total of 6 pills. The harvest this time is not small, but it's a pity that my cultivation is too low, so I can't use more than 90% of the treasures. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. A short while later, the smile on his face disappeared as he put away the bottle containing the Universe Essence Divine Pills. A sharp light flickered in his eyes as he looked up at the sky. The God King Realm Heavenly Tribulation will descend in 2 hours. 2 hours, which was 2 hours. In the following 2 hours, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and sat quietly in the air above the small valley. He closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the first God King Heavenly Tribulation to descend upon him after he became a God King. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the flowers and trees in the small valley to sway. A drizzle fell from the sky, but when it came into contact with Duan Lingtian's body, it strangely avoided him. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, even if he did not deliberately activate his divine power to protect his body, just the aura of the divine power in his body that escaped through his pores was enough to form a layer of protection, blocking out things like rain that did not have a strong impact. Let alone a drizzle, even if there was a rainstorm or hail, Duan Lingtian would not be able to touch his body as long as he sat there quietly. If he did not activate his divine energy, the rain and hail would not be able to touch him at all. Finally, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the sky above the small valley was covered in dark clouds. The dark clouds gathered together, and thick bolts of purple lightning could be clearly seen surging like purple pythons. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The thunder rumbled, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. In the small valley below Duan Lingtian, birds flew in all directions, and some beasts also left the small valley, as if they were foretelling that there was going to be danger here. Even the surroundings of the small valley were in a panic. After about 15 minutes, the rolling bolts of lightning around the dark clouds in the sky became thicker, and the sound of thunder was even more shocking. The surroundings of the small valley returned to tranquility and peace. Within a radius of a few miles, other than Duan Lingtian and the flowers and plants, there were no other life forms. Is it finally coming? After resting for 2 hours with his eyes closed, Duan Lingtian finally opened his eyes lazily. He looked indifferently at the sky, and the lightning in the dark clouds seemed to be brewing to the extreme. Boom! After about a few breaths of time, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, 9 thick bolts of lightning, each as thick as an adult's body, descended from the sky, whistling towards Duan Lingtian. Like 9 lightning dragons descending from the sky, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. After becoming a divine king, the time of the first divine king heavenly tribulation is uncertain. It could be a few days, 10 days, half a month, or a few months. However, it definitely won't exceed a year. The second divine king heavenly tribulation will be 1,000 years after the first divine king heavenly tribulation. After that, so on and so forth. Every divine king heavenly tribulation will have 10 bolts of lightning descending. The first divine king heavenly tribulation will have 9 bolts of lightning descending, and the second divine king heavenly tribulation will have 19 bolts of lightning descending, multiplying the power. After that, so on and so forth. The 10th divine king heavenly tribulation will have 99 bolts of lightning descending, 11 times stronger than the first divine king heavenly tribulation. Before Duan Tian had broken through to the godly king stage, he was well aware of the heavenly tribulation that he would have to face after breaking through to the godly king stage. For this reason, he remained calm when he faced the heavenly tribulation. It was as if someone else was transcending the tribulation, and he was only here to watch the show. It's said that by provoking the divine king heavenly tribulation, all the energy in the divine king heavenly tribulation will erupt at once. Moreover, before I came to the realm of gods, Sister Shui told me that by doing so, I might be able to comprehend the law of lightning. In the face of the 9 lightning bolts that descended from the sky, Duan Tian rose to his feet. With just a flash of his body, he vanished from his spot. Swoosh! When he reappeared, he was high up in the sky. After a few more teleportations, Duan Tian arrived near the tribulation clouds in the sky. He stared at the tribulation clouds as he thought to himself, although I'll have to face the full brunt of the divine king heavenly tribulation by directly destroying the tribulation clouds, it's the most efficient way to overcome the divine king heavenly tribulation. At some point, Duan Tian had clenched his right hand into a fist. The space elemental profundity had also merged with his fist, causing his fist to emit a mysterious aura. It was as though his fist was powerful enough to shatter space itself. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the 9 bolts of lightning that descended from the sky caught up with Duan Tian after he teleported to the sky. However, Duan Tian ignored them completely. Bang! Yishuan punched out. Suddenly, a violent spatial power whizzed out and transformed into a huge fist light. It flew through the sky like a mountain, leaving behind a string of afterimages in the sky. Then, it ferociously broke into the tribulation clouds. Almost at the same moment, Duan Tian's fist smashed into the tribulation clouds. The lightning that surrounded the tribulation clouds that had gathered together suddenly stopped and then surged into the tribulation clouds, causing the originally gloomy tribulation clouds to turn into a glowing purple cloud. Then, a terrifying force exploded from within. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air as a gigantic mushroom cloud appeared in a timely manner. The terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc and actually dispersed the 9 bolts of lightning that did not have the time to attack Duan Tian. It should be known that this was only the aftermath of the power that exploded from the tribulation clouds. The 9 bolts of lightning were still far from the tribulation clouds. They were not as close as Duan Tian to the tribulation clouds. Duan Tian faced the power of the tribulation clouds head-on. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying force bloomed. The storm-like thunderbolt power completely enveloped Duan Tian, who was not far away. However, outside Duan Tian's body, a layer of spatial energy formed a barrier that spanned across the area. It formed a spherical shape and enveloped his entire body. It completely blocked the thunderbolt power that swept toward Duan Tian. Currently, Duan Tian was in the protective shield condensed by the spatial energy. His eyes were looking straight at the center of the thundercloud explosion. The purple and white light was still blooming continuously. Moreover, each time it bloomed stronger and stronger. This was the most dazzling fireworks that Duan Tian had ever seen in his 2 lives. There was no comparison. However, when the power of the explosion reached its peak, it gradually faded away. In the end, it returned to calmness. The aftermath of the power in the sky dissipated, and the blue sky and white clouds reappeared. It was as though the sky had cleared up after the rain. Duan Tian stood in the void. His purple robe fluttered, and there was not a speck of dust on his body. The explosion of the tribulation clouds did not have any effect on him. In fact, it did not even cause his robe to flutter. The last 8 tribulation thunderbolts that were brewing in the tribulation clouds exploded together. It's really terrifying. Even if Chu Han, the disciple of the Tianlong clan, stood in my position, facing such explosive power, he would definitely die without a divine weapon. Although Duan Lingtian did not use a divine weapon earlier, he had further revealed his trump card, the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Of course, during the explosion of the tribulation clouds, even if there were people watching from the side, it would be difficult for them to notice that Duan Lingtian had used the Tao of control. This is the thunder element? After Duan Lingtian withdrew the law of space, he raised his hand, and a streak of divine power swept out like a spirit snake. In an instant, it turned into an electric snake that was surrounded by purple lightning. Earlier, when he was watching the thunderbolt fireworks, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of thunderbolt. He had also come into contact with the thunder element of the law of thunder. The law of thunder was a law that he had not come into contact with in the past. As expected, Sister Shui didn't lie to me. It's really possible to comprehend the law of thunder with this method. Previously, when the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, had told him about this, he did not quite believe it. Based on his past experience, one would need to lay the groundwork to comprehend any law. It was impossible for one to comprehend a law all of a sudden. However, he had just comprehended a law of thunder that he had not come into contact with in the past. In just a blink of an eye, he had comprehended a law that he had not come into contact with in the past. Chapter 37:28. To Duan Lingtian, comprehending the thunder laws was a pleasant surprise. Although comprehending the thunder laws didn't increase his strength, comprehending an additional law without wasting time was undoubtedly a joyous matter. I'll take those 6 universe divine pills first and cultivate for a period of time. Once I consume their medicinal efficacy, I'll see if I should return to the Hidden Fog sect or head to the area around the Linghu family. After smashing apart the heavenly tribulation with a single fist, Duan Lingtian's thoughts stirred. His figure flashed, and he vanished from where he was. When he appeared again, he was on the other side of the mountain forest. It was clear that he couldn't stay in the small mountain valley any longer. His heavenly tribulation had caused a great disturbance. It might draw people over. However, Duan Lingtian didn't go far. After rushing for a day, he dug out a giant pit in a cliff to serve as his next cultivation area. Universe Divine Pills. After taking 3, the medicinal efficacy is minimal, but it's better than nothing. After sitting down, Duan Lingtian took out the 6 Universe Divine Pills he obtained from the Divine Abode treasury left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu and swallowed them all in one go. Then, he began to cultivate. With Huanghe protecting him, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. He wholeheartedly digested the medicinal efficacy of the 6 Universe Divine Pills so that he could break through to the Middle God King realm as soon as possible. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian completely forgot about everything else for a time. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Myriad Demon Sect. Sect Master, the people we placed in the Hidden Fog Sect have sent back news that Wu Feng has returned to the Hidden Fog Sect. A Myriad Demon Sect elder hurried over to report to the Myriad Demon Sect Master Lan Qing. Lan Qing couldn't help but frown. What about Duan Lingtian? There's no news. The Myriad Demon Sect elder shook his head. But according to the news we received a few days ago, Duan Lingtian is still alive. He hasn't perished. Unless he died in the last few days. The 10,000 Demon Sect had placed some people in the Hidden Fog Sect, and those people had already discovered that Duan Lingtian was still alive. But only a small number of people possessed a soul bead. It wasn't until several days ago that the people the 10,000 Demon Sect placed in the Hidden Fog Sect learned that Duan Lingtian was still alive. That shouldn't be possible. Lan Qin shook his head. Duan Lingtian was a monstrous genius of the Hidden Fog Sect that appeared only once every 10,000 years. He had entered the ancient ruins and hadn't died yet, so how could he have died in these past few days? It should be because he didn't follow Wu Feng back to the Hidden Fog Sect. Thinking of this, Lan Qing's eyes flashed. He looked at the 1,000 Demon Sect elder in front of him and said, "Ask the people over there to confirm whether Duan Lingtian is alive or dead." "Yes." After the 1,000 demonic sect elder responded, Lan Qing asked him to leave. Then, he went to the 1,000 demonic sect's supreme elder Du Zhan's cultivation place. Of course, he did not come to find Du Zhan. He came to find Kuang Tianjing. However, although he didn't come to find Du Zhan, this was still Du Zhan's cultivation place. As soon as he arrived, Du Zhan appeared. What is it? Is there any new news? Martial uncle. Lan Qing first greeted Du Zhan and then nodded. Come with me to see senior apprentice brother. Du Zhan immediately called out to Lan Qing and led him to Kuang Tianjing. Kuang Tianjing was sitting in meditation in a quiet courtyard. When Du Zhan and Lan Qing appeared together outside the courtyard, he opened his eyes. Senior apprentice brother, that brat Lan Qing has brought new news. Du Zhan stood outside the courtyard and greeted him. Come in. As Kuang Tianjing responded, Du Zhan and Lan Qing once again stepped into the courtyard. They returned to the Hidden Fog sect? As soon as the two entered, Kuang Tianjing's eyes fell on Lan Qing. An extremely cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even if it wasn't directed at Lan Qing still felt his entire body turn cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Although he was also a divine emperor, he was only a lower divine emperor. As for this martial uncle of his, he was a middle divine emperor. At the divine emperor realm, even the difference of a small realm was as wide as a chasm. Standing in front of him, one would feel a certain amount of pressure. Wu Feng returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Lan Qing responded. Wu Feng. Kuang Tianjing frowned. Just him? Yes. Lan Qing nodded. Just him. As for that Duan Lingtian, he didn't return with him. I guess that Duan Lingtian must have something else to do, so he stayed outside. Of course, it's also possible that he died in the last few days. Lan Qing said. Died in the last few days? Is that possible? Kuang Tianjing shook his head. I don't want that possibility. Have the people we placed in the Hidden Fog sect confirm whether or not that Duan Lingtian is still alive. Martial uncle, I already told them to confirm. As Lan Qing's voice fell, he looked at Kuang Tianjing. Martial uncle, that Wu Feng has returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Do you want to attack him now, or wait for Duan Lingtian to return before attacking? Naturally, we will wait for that Duan Lingtian to return. Kuang Tianjing said as if it was a matter of fact. If we go to the Hidden Fog sect now, regardless of whether or not we kill Wu Feng, as long as we target Wu Feng, we will alert the enemy and alarm that Duan Lingtian. Wait, if we can confirm that Duan Lingtian is dead, then I will look for that Wu Feng. If Duan Lingtian isn't dead, then we will wait. Kuang Tianjing's attitude was clear. Like this, Kuang Tianjing and the others began to wait for news. They waited for news of whether or not Duan Lingtian had died. They didn't wait for long. Several days later, the spies the myriad demon sect placed in the Hidden Fog sect returned with news. Duan Lingtian isn't dead. Since Duan Lingtian wasn't dead, then what they had to do next was clear: wait. Wait until death. And as for the person involved, Duan Lingtian, he had no idea that the Hidden Fog sect didn't just have Dragon Shao waiting for him. Even an inner sect elder of a God Emperor level sect, the Heavenly Demon sect, had his eyes on him. In a cave that had been artificially carved out of a cliff, Duan Lingtian was calmly cultivating, wholeheartedly digesting the medicinal efficacy of the Heaven Essence Divine Pills. Of the 6 Heaven Essence Divine Pills, the first 3 were relatively difficult to digest. As for the remaining 3, with the first 3 as a foundation, they were much easier to digest. But the increase in strength it brought to Duan Lingtian was minuscule. In fact, the medicinal efficacy of the last 3 Heaven Essence Divine Pills added together wasn't even a tenth of the first 3 Heaven Essence Divine Pills. When the last 3 Heaven Essence Divine Pills were consumed, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and bitterly smiled. If I had known that the medicinal efficacy of the Heaven Essence Divine Pills would be so minuscule after 3 pills, I wouldn't have taken them. This was something he hadn't expected. He originally thought that since it was a Heaven Essence Divine Pill, no matter how weak the medicinal efficacy was, it would still bring him a considerable increase in strength. However, while his imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. Of course, Duan Lingtian soon recovered from his regretful mood. With things having come this far, regret was useless. After all, what was done couldn't be undone. No matter how much he thought about it, it would only add to his troubles. But after stepping into the God-King realm, the improvement in my cultivation has slowed down so much. After taking 6 Heaven Essence Divine Pills, my cultivation hasn't even reached half of the difference between a low-level God-King realm and a mid-level God-King realm, at most 1/3. And this is after I took the Heaven Essence Divine Pill, which is one of the top 3 divine pills a God-King realm cultivator takes. After sighing with emotion, Duan Lingtian asked the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword Spirit, Huanga. Huanga, how long have I been in seclusion this time? 3 months and 21 days. Huanga answered promptly, telling Duan Lingtian the exact time he had been in seclusion, down to every day. Close to 4 months? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He hadn't expected to spend so much time in seclusion this time. One had to know that whether it was the Nature Fortune Pill or the Fortune Divine Fruit, he had been able to completely digest the medicinal efficacy in a single day, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In comparison, this cultivation speed wasn't considered slow, but in Duan Lingtian's subconscious mind, it seemed a little slow. It seems like the cultivation path of a God-King realm cultivator isn't something a God-Spirit realm cultivator can compare to. Although Duan Lingtian had heard about this before, he was still shocked when he personally experienced the difference. It was no wonder that in the plains of gods, only God-Kings were worthy of the title of expert. Without the Heaven Essence Divine Pills, Duan Lingtian didn't have the mood to continue cultivating. Now, should I return to the Hidden Fog sect, or should I go to the Linghu family, and see if I can find a way to meet Linghu Chuyin? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Go to the Linghu family. Thinking that Linghu Chuyin might be his wife, Duan Lingtian found it hard to suppress his emotions. The Linghu family was a God-Emperor rank force that wasn't any weaker than the Hidden Fog sect and Myriad Demon sect. With the Monarch Descent city that Duan Lingtian had visited as the boundary, the Hidden Fog sect was in the east, the Myriad Demon sect was in the south, and the Linghu family was in the north. As for the west, it was a God-Emperor rank force, the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan was a God-Emperor rank force that the Hidden Fog sect, Myriad Demon sect, and Linghu family worshipped. Just like the Hidden Fog sect and Myriad Demon sect, the Linghu family had been sending their clan's geniuses to the Tianlong clan. Because of this, within the Tianlong clan, it wasn't just the Hidden Fog sect and Myriad Demon sect that had some background. Even the Linghu family's background wasn't small. However, as a family clan, the Linghu family clan was different from the Hidden Fog sect and 10,000 Demon sect. The 10,000 Demon sect and Hidden Fog sect were stationed in the wilderness, while the Linghu family clan was stationed in a bustling city. This city was called Linghu City. In truth, this city was built by the Linghu family. It was expanded with the Linghu family as the center. In terms of scale, Linghu City wasn't much worse than Monarch Descent City. It was much larger than the Skywind City that Duan Lingtian had visited before, and the other cities that he had visited. The Linghu family. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, it only took him half a month to arrive at Linghu City. After arriving at Linghu City, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was inquire about the Linghu family's location. After asking around, he learned that the Linghu family was located in the east of Linghu City. The family mansion was large, almost 1/5 the size of Linghu City. Chapter 37-29. The Linghu family was a God-Emperor level clan. Their residence was in Linghu City, which they had built with their own hands. There was a large area to the east of Linghu City that was still some distance away from the Linghu family's residence. Thus, outsiders were forbidden from approaching. Outside, the Linghu family's patrolling elders and disciples stood guard everywhere. If outsiders approached, they would immediately appear and stop them. If they cooperated, it would be fine. If they didn't cooperate, the Linghu family's patrolling elders and disciples would directly attack them. They might even kill them. Because of this, very few people approached the eastern area of Linghu City. If they did, they might provoke the Linghu family. The Linghu family was the absolute overlord of Linghu City. Unless a God Emperor level force personally came, the Linghu family wouldn't give face to anyone. Even God Emperor level sects like the Hidden Fog sect and the Myriad Demons sect were only on equal footing with the Linghu family. Although I know where the Linghu family is, it's obviously impossible for me to visit them so brazenly. It looks like I have to think of another way. After all, he had just arrived in Linghu City. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry. He first found an inn to stay in, then went out to continue gathering information. It won't be difficult to infiltrate the Linghu family. After all, the Linghu family has many servants and so on. However, even if I infiltrate the Linghu family, it will still be difficult for me to find Linghu Chuin. Moreover, I might be discovered by the Linghu family's experts before I find her. Although I've stepped into the God King realm, the Linghu family has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. They even have many God Emperor level experts who can kill me as easily as cutting grass. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of infiltrating the Linghu family, he completely dispelled the idea. Right now, there are only two ways. The first is to wait for Linghu Chuin to come out. I'll meet her again and confirm her identity. However, this method is not very feasible. Even if that old woman from last time is not by her side. Duan Lingtian had a look of dread on his face when he thought of the old woman by Linghu Chuin's side that he had encountered in King's Descent City. That was a God Emperor. Even with his current strength, he was no match for him. Secondly, get to know someone from the Linghu family, preferably a direct descendant of a certain status. This way, I can openly follow him into the Linghu family. Under such circumstances, as a friend of a direct descendant of the Linghu family, I would naturally not be targeted by the experts of the Linghu family. In fact, as long as that direct descendant is willing to help, it should not be difficult to meet Linghu Chuin. In the end, Duan Lingtian did not choose to take the risk. Instead, he began to ask around for information, trying to understand the direct descendants of the Linghu family. Half a month later, he had his eyes on someone. The fourth son of the Linghu family's current patriarch, Linghu Yun. Linghu Yun was only a 10 Directions celestial emperor. However, it was said that he did not have the chance to become a god. This was because he was injured and could not continue to cultivate. He would be stuck as a 10 Directions celestial emperor for the rest of his life. As for the injuries in his body, they were caused by his father, the current master of the Linghu family. He had used his body to block a fatal blow for his father. It was also because of this that he had saved his father's life at the cost of being seriously injured. After that incident, even though Linghu Yun's cultivation was mediocre, the current patriarch of the Linghu family doted on him the most. The other direct descendants of the Linghu family also took good care of Linghu Yun in order to curry favor with the patriarch of the Linghu family. Of course, there was another reason why they were so good to Linghu Yun. Due to Linghu Yun's stagnant cultivation, it was destined that he would not be able to compete with them for the position of the next patriarch of the Linghu family. Moreover, they were brothers. Moreover, if they were good to Linghu Yun, they would be able to curry favor with the current patriarch of the Linghu family. Only fools would not be good to Linghu Yun. Linghu Yun's cultivation can no longer improve, so he doesn't waste any time cultivating. His favorite hobby is to listen to stories in a tea house in Linghu City. There was a tea house in Linghu City where people would tell stories every few days. It was similar to the storytellers in Duan Lingtian's previous life. In fact, the tea house was one of the Linghu family's businesses. It was open for Linghu Yun. The purpose was to provide a place for Linghu Yun to listen to stories. The income from the tea house was so little that it did not even cover the cost of maintaining the operation of the tea house. However, it had been open for more than 1,000 years. The Cloud Pavilion was a tea house opened by the Linghu family in Linghu City. It was deserted. Only a few dozen people were sitting in the main hall drinking tea. At the back of the main hall was a private room with a curtain. One could vaguely see that there were luxurious tables and chairs inside. Speaking of which, The Emperor God powerhouse who broke into Tumbling Province from the outside 2,000 years ago was very majestic. He looked down on the various Emperor God powerhouses in Tumbling Province. He wanted to use his own strength to suppress several large sections. However, in the end, he was defeated by the leader of one of the Emperor God powerhouses. He was almost killed. In the end, he was spared because he swore a heart demon blood oath that he was willing to be loyal to that Emperor God powerhouse for 10,000 years. As for who that person was, in fact, there was no such person. This story was made up by me. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged at the other end of the main hall. He had a medium build and was holding a book in one hand. His other hand was stroking the goatee on his chin. The guests sitting at the 3 tables in the main hall could not help but roll their eyes when they heard the middle-aged man's story. The storyteller that the Cloud Pavilion recently hired is not good. He's telling a good story. Isn't it good to make us yearn for it? In the end, he said it was made up. That's right. How boring. I heard that this person is very stubborn. The Cloud Pavilion asked him to pay a generous sum of divine stones after he finished telling the story, not to mention that it was made up. However, he was unwilling. While the guests at the 3 tables in the main hall were discussing animatedly, a purple figure walked in from outside. He walked to an empty table and sat down. He listened to the guests at the 3 tables with interest. At this moment, a young man in brocade robes who was sitting at a luxurious table behind a curtain at the back of the main hall could not help but frown slightly. This fellow. How many times have I told him off? Does he still not learn his lesson? Since he's so stubborn, let him pack up and leave. The young man was dressed in a long blue robe. His handsome face was slightly pale. At this moment, there was a hint of anger in his tone. Yes, fourth young master. A middle-aged man in brocade robes who was standing at one side of the table answered respectfully, and walked out. On the chair beside the young man sat an old man who was resting with his eyes closed. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He exuded an immortal aura from head to toe. Young Yun, if you let him pack up and leave, I'm afraid you won't have any stories to listen to for the next few days. After the middle-aged man in brocade robes walked out, the old man opened his eyes and said to the young man with a smile, "That's nothing. At most, we'll wait a few more days for the newcomer to tell us. This fellow's stories are, to be honest, passable. However, he always likes to add at the end that the beginning is made up. It's so awkward no matter how you listen to it." The young man said unconcernedly, "If I listen to his stories again, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist going out and beating him up." Outside. After the middle-aged man in brocade robes walked out of the inner room, he walked directly to the middle-aged man who had just finished telling the story and was sitting cross-legged on a high platform at the other end of the main hall with an intoxicated expression. "Fourth young master said to get lost. This is your reward for today." The middle-aged man in brocade robes was the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower. He casually tossed a few divine stones to the middle-aged man on the platform and said somewhat impatiently, "Take your reward and get lost." From the day he became the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower, he knew that Cloud Tower existed solely to serve the Linghu family's 4th young master. If it weren't for the fact that the 4th young master liked to listen to stories with others and listen to their opinions on stories, Cloud Tower wouldn't even exist. He could have just taken the man directly to the Linghu family to tell the 4th young master stories. There was no need to specially set up a tea house like Cloud Tower. It was made up in the first place. Do you really think it's true? You're crazy! The middle-aged man scolded. Then, he picked up the divine stones on the ground in front of him and left without looking back. I'm a man of principles. I won't mislead you into believing a fabricated story to be true. After the middle-aged man left, the guests at the 3 tables in the main hall couldn't help but roll their eyes. At this moment, the middle-aged man in brocade robes looked at the guests at the 3 tables and said apologetically, "Everyone, I'm sorry for disturbing your mood today. Don't worry, in a few days our Cloud Tower will definitely find a reliable person to tell the story to. Shopkeeper, your Cloud Tower should have changed a long time ago. Before that fellow came to your Cloud Tower, There were never less than 10 tables of people who came to drink tea and listen to stories. Look at today, there are only 4 tables of people including us. One of the guests at one of the tables said as he looked at the tables with guests in the main hall, including the table of the purple-clad young man who came in later. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he happened to hear the person who was telling the story to Cloud Tower earlier. When the words "I made up the story" entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian could almost foresee the mood of the person who was listening to the story. When one was engrossed in the story, one would involuntarily be immersed in it and enjoy everything in it. One might even discuss it and guess if the person in the story could be found in reality. All of this would make one look forward to it. However, if the person at the end of the story said that the story was made up, it would undoubtedly destroy this sense of anticipation. How could it not be hated? Why don't I give it a try? When the middle-aged man in brocade robes was apologizing to the guests at the 3 tables, Duan Lingtian stood up and walked slowly to the high platform at the other end of the main hall. Although he sounded like he was asking, his actions did not seem like he was asking anyone. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.